silent, endless, and empty of life. Not in a dream, not in a simulation, but truly there, lying on your back beneath a sky the colour of rust and amber, breathing air that shouldn't exist, staring up at a sun that looks smaller and colder than it ever did from Earth. The ground beneath you is hard and unforgiving, covered in a fine dust that clings to everything it touches. Your fingers move slowly, testing reality, and the dust shifts like powder, like ash, like the remnants of something ancient that crumbled long before you arrived. There is no sound, not the wind, not the hum of distant traffic or the rustle of leaves or the voices of people going about their lives. Just silence, absolute, crushing, infinite silence. The kind that presses against your ears until you can hear your own heartbeat, your own breath, the faint creak of fabric as you shift your weight. You realize slowly that you're wearing a suit, not the clothes you remember putting on, not the familiar weight of cotton or denim, but something heavier, something designed for survival in a place where survival should not be possible. You sit up. The motion feels strange, lighter than it should be, as though gravity itself has loosened its grip. The horizon stretches out in every direction, a landscape of rust-coloured dunes and jagged rocks, of craters worn smooth by eons of wind and time. There are no trees, no buildings, no roads, no signs that anyone has ever been here before. Just the red desert, rolling away toward mountains that shimmer in the distance like mirages, their peaks sharp and alien against a sky that fades from salmon pink to deep ochre as your eyes adjust to the light. And then the question arrives, quiet and terrible, settling into your mind like a stone dropped into still water. How did you get here? You search your memory, reaching back through the fog, trying to find the last thing you remember. Was it morning? Were you at home? Were you walking somewhere, driving, falling asleep in your own bed? But the memories slip away like sand through your fingers, leaving only fragments. Faces without names, places without context, the vague sense that you were somewhere else, somewhere familiar, and then nothing. A gap, a void, and now this, Mars, the fourth planet from the sun. A world that should be impossible to reach without years of training, without a spacecraft, without a mission and a crew, and a reason to be here. But you are here, alone. And the silence is so complete that it feels like the universe itself is holding its breath, waiting to see what you will do next. You stand slowly, testing the weight of your body in this lighter gravity. Each movement feels dreamlike, as though you're underwater, as though the laws of physics have been rewritten just for you. The suit you're wearing is bulky but functional, with tubes and seals and a helmet that rests nearby on the ground, its visor reflecting the pale sun. You pick it up, turning it over in your hands, and see your own face staring back at you, distorted, unfamiliar, framed by the curve of the glass. You look tired, confused, afraid, but you are breathing. The air inside the suit is thin but breathable, recycled through filters you cannot see, sustained by technology you do not understand. You glance around, searching for the source, and spot it a few meters away. A small module, half buried in the dust, its metal surface scarred and weathered, as though it has been here for years. Cables snake out from its base, disappearing into the ground, and a faint hum emanates from within. The only sound in this silent world, a mechanical heartbeat that tells you that you're not entirely without resources. You walk toward it, each step kicking up small clouds of dust that hang in the air longer than they should, drifting slowly back to the ground in the weak gravity. The module is unmarked, its surface covered in a thin layer of red powder, but there is a hatch on one side sealed tight. You reach for it, your gloved fingers fumbling with the latch, and after a moment it gives way with a hiss of escaping air. Inside, the space is cramped but organized. Shelves lined with supplies, water containers, food rations sealed in silver pouches, tools you recognize and others you do not. There is a small screen mounted on the wall, dark and lifeless, and a control panel covered in buttons and switches that mean nothing to you. But there is no message, no instructions, no explanation for why you are here or how you arrived. Just the supplies, the equipment, the silent promise that someone or something intended for you to survive. You step back outside, closing the hatch behind you, and look up at the sky. The sun hangs low on the horizon, smaller than you remember, casting long shadows across the desert. And there, faint but unmistakable, are two moons, Phobos and Deimos, the twin companions of Mars, moving slowly across the sky like watchful eyes. They are smaller than Earth's moon, irregular and pockmarked, more like captured asteroids than true satellites. But they are there, proof that this is real, that you're truly standing on another world. The realization settles over you like a weight. You're on Mars, alone, with no memory of how you arrived and no way to leave. The nearest human being is millions of kilometers away, separated from you by the cold vacuum of space, by distances so vast that even light takes minutes to cross them. If you called out, no one would hear. If you sent a signal, it would take at least 4 minutes to reach Earth, and that is only if anyone is listening, only if there is still an Earth to receive it. You are more alone than any human has ever been, and yet as you stand there beneath the alien sky, something stirs inside you, not panic, not despair, but something quieter, something deeper, curiosity, wonder, the slow, creeping realization that you are standing on a world that has existed for billions of years, a world that has seen the rise and fall of climates, the flow of ancient rivers, the possibility, however remote, of life. You're the first person to stand in this exact spot, to see this exact view, to breathe this exact moment. And despite the fear, despite the isolation, there is something almost sacred about that. You begin to walk, not toward anything in particular, but simply to move, to explore, to see what lies beyond the next dune. The landscape shifts as you go, revealing new textures and colours, patches of darker rock, veins of lighter sediment, the occasional boulder that looks as though it was dropped from the sky. The dust clings to your boots, leaving a trail of footprints behind you, the first marks of human presence on this ancient surface. And as you walk, you begin to notice details you missed before, the way the light catches on the edges of stones, the subtle variations in the colour of the soil, the faint patterns etched into the rock that could be erosion or could be something else. Could there be traces of the past here? Evidence of something that came before? Mars was not always this cold, this dry, this lifeless. Billions of years ago it had an atmosphere thick enough to hold warmth, oceans deep enough to cover much of its surface, rivers that carved valleys and canyons into the rock. Scientists have found evidence of ancient lake beds, of minerals that only form in the presence of water, of landscapes shaped by forces that no longer exist. If life ever arose on Mars, it would have been then, in those early days when the planet was young and the conditions were right. But that was long ago. The atmosphere thinned. The water froze or evaporated or sank into the ground. the surface became a desert, scoured by dust storms and radiation, frozen at night and baked by day. If life existed here, it either died out or retreated underground, into caves and aquifers where liquid water might still flow, where the cold and the radiation cannot reach. And if it survived, if it adapted, if it found a way to endure in the darkness beneath the surface, then it is still there, waiting, hidden from view. You stop walking and look down at the ground beneath your feet. What lies below? How deep does the dust go? Are there layers of ice just beneath the surface, frozen reservoirs left over from a wetter age? Are there tunnels carved by ancient rivers, caverns hollowed out by volcanic activity, spaces where the temperature is warmer and the pressure is higher and the conditions are just right for something to survive? The thought sends a shiver through you, not of fear, but of possibility. You're standing on a world that might not be as dead as it seems, but there is no way to know. Not without tools, without equipment, without the ability to dig and drill and analyze. All you have is what you can see, what you can touch, what you can piece together from the landscape around you. And so you keep walking, following the contours of the land, letting your feet carry you toward the mountains in the distance. They rise up like the spine of some ancient creature, their peaks sharp and jagged, their slopes covered in loose rock and scree. It would take hours to reach them, maybe days, but there's nowhere else to go, nothing else to do but move forward and see what lies ahead. As you walk, the sun begins to set. The sky shifts from amber to deep red, then to a dusky purple that seems to glow from within. The temperature drops rapidly, the warmth of the day bleeding away into the thin atmosphere, and you feel the cold seeping through the suit, through the layers of insulation, into your bones. Mars is a planet of extremes. During the day, the surface can reach temperatures just above freezing in the equatorial regions, warm enough for liquid water to exist, if only briefly, if only in the right conditions. But at night, the temperature plummets to more than 100 degrees below zero, cold enough to freeze carbon dioxide out of the air, cold enough to kill any unprotected organism in minutes. You glance back at the module, now a small speck on the horizon, and realize that you will need to return before the cold becomes unbearable. But not yet. Not while there is still light, still time to see what lies ahead. You press on, your breath fogging the inside of your helmet, your fingers growing numb despite the heating elements in your gloves, and then, just as the last light fades from the sky, you see it, a shape on the ground, half buried in the dust, too regular to be natural. You approach slowly, your heart pounding, and kneel down beside it. It is metal, corroded and pitted by time, but unmistakably artificial. A piece of machinery, perhaps, or part of a structure. You brush away the dust, revealing more of the surface, and see markings, symbols, letters, numbers, worn almost smooth but still visible. They are not in any language you recognize, not English, not Russian, not Chinese. Something else, something older, or something that was never meant for human eyes. You sit back on your heels, staring at the object, your mind racing. What is this? A relic from a past mission, lost and forgotten? Or something else? Something that was here long before humans ever dreamed of reaching Mars. The possibilities spiral out in every direction, each one more impossible than the last. But the object is real. You can touch it, feel the cold metal beneath your gloves, see the way the dust has settled into the grooves of the markings. It exists, and if it exists, then there must be an explanation. But the night is closing in, and the cold is becoming dangerous. You mark the location in your mind, memorizing the shape of the nearby rocks, the angle of the mountains, the way the shadows fall. Then you turn and begin the long walk back to the module, your footprints glowing faintly in the light of the two moons. The silence is deeper now, heavier, as though the planet itself is settling into sleep. And as you walk, you cannot shake the feeling that you're being watched, that somewhere in the darkness something is aware of your presence. But when you look back, there is nothing, just the empty desert, stretching away into the night. You reach the module as the last warmth drains from the air, your body shaking with cold despite the suit's heating systems. The hatch opens with a hiss, and you stumble inside, sealing it behind you. The interior is warmer, the air stale but breathable, and you collapse onto the narrow bench that serves as a bed, your muscles aching from the walk. For a long time, you simply sit there, staring at the walls, trying to process what you have seen, the object, the markings, the sense that Mars is not as empty as it appears. You reach for one of the food pouches, tearing it open and forcing yourself to eat even though you have no appetite. The food is bland, tasteless, designed for nutrition rather than pleasure, but it is sustenance, and you will need your strength if you're to survive here. You drink from one of the water containers, the liquid cold and metallic, and then lie back on the bench, pulling a thin thermal blanket over yourself. Sleep does not come easily. Your mind is too full, too restless, replaying the events of the day over and over. The waking, the silence, the realization that you are alone on another world, and the object, half buried in the dust, its markings worn but still visible. What does it mean? Who left it there? And why can you not remember how you arrived? The questions circle endlessly, unanswered, until finally exhaustion overtakes you and you drift into a fitful sleep. Your dreams are strange, fragmented, filled with images of red deserts and distant mountains, of faces you cannot quite see and voices you cannot quite hear, and beneath it all, a sense of something waiting, something watching, something that has been here far longer than you. When you wake, the sun is already rising, its pale light filtering through the small window in the hatch. You sit up slowly, your body stiff and sore, and realize that you have survived your first night on Mars. The thought brings a strange sense of accomplishment, as though you have passed some invisible test. But the day ahead stretches out before you, empty and uncertain, and you know that survival is only the beginning. You step outside, blinking in the bright light, and look around. The landscape is the same as it was yesterday, red, barren, silent, but somehow it feels different now, familiar, as though you're beginning to understand its rhythms, its moods, its secrets. You walk back to the spot where you found the object, following your footprints from the night before, and kneel down beside it once more. In the daylight it is easier to see the details. The metal is old, ancient even, its surface covered in a patina that suggests centuries of exposure to the elements. The markings are more complex than you first realized, arranged in patterns that could be writing, or could be something else. Diagrams, perhaps, or maps. You trace them with your fingers, feeling the grooves beneath your gloves, and wonder what they are trying to say. And then you notice something else. A few meters away, partially hidden by a dune, is another object, and beyond that, another. You stand and walk toward them, your pulse quickening, and realize that they are not isolated artifacts but part of something larger. A trail, a path, leading away from the module toward the mountains, toward something you cannot yet see. You follow it. not because you have a choice, but because you have to know. Because the mystery has taken hold of you, and there is no turning back now. The objects become more frequent as you go, scattered across the landscape like breadcrumbs, each one slightly different but unmistakably connected. Some are small, no larger than your hand. Others are massive, half-buried structures that rise out of the ground like the bones of some long-dead creature. And all of them bear the same markings, the same symbols, the same sense of purpose. What were they for? Who made them? And why are they here, on a planet that should be lifeless, on a world that humanity has only just begun to explore? The trail leads you to the base of the mountains, where the ground becomes steeper and the rocks more jagged. You climb carefully, testing each handhold, each foothold, your breath coming in short gasps as the thin atmosphere struggles to provide enough oxygen. The suit's systems compensate, feeding you air from the recyclers, but it is not enough to make the climb easy. Your muscles burn, your lungs rake, and more than once you have to stop and rest, leaning against the rock and staring out at the desert below. From this height, you can see for kilometers in every direction. The module is a tiny speck on the horizon, barely visible against the red expanse, and beyond it, stretching away to the edge of the world, is nothing but desert, endless, empty, silent. It is beautiful in a way that is almost painful, a landscape so vast and so alien that it defies comprehension. And yet, as you stand there, you cannot shake the feeling that you're not alone, that somewhere, hidden beneath the surface or buried in the mountains or watching from the shadows, something else is here. You continue climbing, following the trail of objects as it winds up the mountainside. And then, just as the sun reaches its zenith, you see it, an opening in the rock, a cave or a tunnel, its entrance framed by more of the strange metal structures. They are larger here, more intact, their surfaces covered in intricate carvings that seem to shimmer in the light. You approach slowly, your heart pounding, and peer inside. The tunnel is dark, but not completely. There's a faint glow coming from somewhere deep within, a soft bluish light that pulses like a heartbeat. You hesitate, every instinct telling you to turn back, to return to the safety of the module, to leave this place and its mysteries behind. But you cannot. The pull is too strong, the need to know too great. And so you step inside, into the darkness, into the unknown. The tunnel is narrow at first, forcing you to crouch, but it widens as you go deeper. The walls are smooth, almost polished, as though they were carved by something other than natural forces. The light grows brighter, and you realize that it is coming from the walls themselves, from veins of some luminescent mineral that runs through the rock like blood through veins. Is beautiful, otherworldly, and utterly impossible. And then the tunnel opens up into a chamber. It is vast, far larger than you expected, its ceiling lost in shadow. The walls are covered in the same carvings you saw outside, but here they are more elaborate, more detailed, telling a story you cannot yet read. And in the centre of the chamber, rising up from the floor like a monument, is a structure unlike anything you have ever seen. It is made of the same metal as the objects outside, but it is intact, pristine, as though it was built yesterday. Its surface is covered in panels and screens, some dark, some glowing with that same bluish light. And at its base, half hidden in shadow, is something that makes your breath catch in your throat. A figure, humanoid, but not human. Tall and slender, its limbs too long, its proportions too strange. It is motionless, frozen in place, and for a moment you think it is a statue, a relic left behind by whoever built this place. But then you see the faint rise and fall of its chest, the slow, rhythmic movement that can only mean one thing. It is alive, or it was, or it is something in between, suspended in a state that defies definition. You approach slowly, your hands trembling, and reach out to touch it. The surface is cold, smooth, like glass or polished stone, and as your fingers make contact, the screens around you flicker to life, filling the chamber with light and sound. Images flash across the panels, landscapes, cities, faces, too fast to comprehend. And beneath it all, a voice, low and resonant, speaking in a language you do not understand but somehow feel in your bones. The chamber hums with energy, and you realize that you have activated something. Something that has been waiting here, dormant, for longer than you can imagine. The figure does not move, but the screens continue to flash. The voice continues to speak, and you stand there, frozen, unable to look away. What is this place? What is this being? And what does it want from you? The questions hang in the air, unanswered, as the light grows brighter and the voice grows louder. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it stops. The screens go dark, the voice falls silent, and you're left standing in the chamber, alone once more, with only the faint glow of the walls to guide you. You step back, your mind reeling, and turn to leave. But as you do, you catch a glimpse of something on one of the screens, a single image, frozen in place. It is a planet, blue and green and white, covered in oceans and clouds and continents. It is Earth, your home, the world you left behind, or were taken from, or somehow forgot. And beneath it, in symbols you can almost read, is a single word, a name, a warning, a promise. You do not know what it means, but you know, with a certainty that chills you to the core, that your presence here is not an accident, that you were brought to Mars for a reason, and that whatever that reason is, it is only just beginning to reveal itself. You leave the chamber and make your way back down the mountain, your thoughts a tangled mess of fear and wonder. The sun is lower now, casting long shadows across the desert, and you realize that you've been gone for hours. The module is still there, waiting for you, a small beacon of safety in the vast emptiness. But as you approach, you notice something that makes you stop in your tracks. There are new footprints in the dust, not yours, larger, deeper, leading away from the module and disappearing into the distance. You follow them with your eyes, tracing their path across the desert, and feel a chill run down your spine. You are not alone. You never were. Someone, or something, has been here, and they are still out there somewhere, watching. You enter the module and seal the hatch behind you, your hands shaking. The supplies are untouched, the equipment undisturbed, but the sense of violation is overwhelming. This was your sanctuary, your only refuge, and now it feels compromised, unsafe. You check the control panel, searching for any sign of tampering, but everything appears normal. The systems are functioning, the air is breathable, the water is clean, but the footprints are real. You saw them, and they mean that you're not the only one on this planet. The night falls quickly, and you lie on the bench staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Every sound makes you jump. The creak of the module settling, the hiss of the air recyclers, the faint whistle of wind outside. You tell yourself that it is nothing, that you're imagining things, that the isolation is playing tricks on your mind. But deep down you know the truth. Mars is not empty. It never was. And whatever is out there, it knows you are here. The days that follow blur together, each one a repetition of the last. You wake, you eat, you venture outside to explore. You return to the chamber in the mountains, studying the carvings, trying to decipher the symbols, searching for answers. But the more you learn, the less you understand. The structure is ancient, far older than any human civilization, and yet it is functional, operational, as though it was built to last forever. The figure remains motionless, suspended in its strange sleep, and the screens remain dark, refusing to reveal their secrets. But the footprints continue to appear, sometimes near the module, sometimes farther away, always leading in different directions. You try to follow them, but they vanish into the desert, swallowed by the dust and the wind. And each time you return, you find new ones, as though whoever or whatever is making them is circling you, studying you, waiting for something. The isolation begins to weigh on you, not just the physical isolation, but the mental, the emotional. You are alone in a way that no human has ever been, cut off from everything and everyone you've ever known. There is no one to talk to, no one to share your thoughts with, no one to reassure you that you are not going mad. The silence is constant, oppressive, broken only by the sound of your own breathing and the faint hum of the module's systems. And in that silence, your mind begins to wander, to question, to doubt. Are you really on Mars? Or is this some kind of simulation, some elaborate test designed to see how you will react? Are the footprints real, or are they hallucinations, products of a mind pushed to its limits? Is the chamber in the mountains a genuine discovery, or is it something your brain has constructed to make sense of the senseless? You do not know, and the not knowing is the worst part. But then, one day, something changes. You're outside, walking the perimeter of the module, when you see it. A light in the distance, faint but unmistakable, flickering like a flame. You stop and stare, your heart pounding, and realize that it is moving, coming closer. You stand frozen, unsure whether to run or to wait. And then the light resolves into a shape, a figure, walking toward you across the desert. It is not human. You can see that even from a distance. It is too tall, too thin, its movements too fluid, too graceful. But it is not hostile. It does not rush, does not threaten. It simply walks, steadily, purposefully, until it is standing a few meters away, its face, if it has a face, hidden in shadow. You stare at each other, neither moving, neither speaking, and then, slowly, the figure raises one hand and points, not at you, but past you, toward the mountains, toward the chamber. And you understand. It wants you to follow. It wants to show you something. You hesitate, every instinct screaming at you to run, to hide, to seal yourself inside the module and never come out. But curiosity wins, as it always does, and you nod. The figure turns and begins to walk, and you follow, your legs moving almost of their own accord. The journey takes hours, the figure moving at a steady pace that you struggle to match. The sun sets and rises again, and still you walk, following the silent guide across the desert and up into the mountains, and finally you reach the chamber once more, the entrance glowing with that same bluish light. The figure stops and gestures for you to enter. You do, stepping into the familiar space, and see that something has changed. The screens are active, displaying images and data in a language you still cannot read, and the figure at the center of the chamber, the one you thought was frozen, suspended, is moving, slowly, stiffly, as though wakened from a long sleep. It turns to look at you, and you see its eyes, large, dark, filled with something that might be recognition or might be sorrow. And then it speaks, its voice echoing through the chamber, and though you do not understand the words, you understand the meaning. You are brought here, not by accident, not by chance, but by design. Mars is not a dead world. It is a waiting world, a world that has been watching, listening, preparing, and you are part of that preparation, a piece of a puzzle that spans millennia, a link in a chain that connects the past to the future. The figure reaches out, and you take its hand, feeling the cold, smooth surface beneath your gloves, and in that moment you understand. You're not alone. You never were. Mars has always been alive in ways that humanity has yet to comprehend. And now, standing in this ancient chamber, surrounded by the remnants of a civilization that rose and fell long before your own, you realize that your journey is only beginning. The screens flicker, and you see images of Earth, of cities and oceans and forests. And then you see Mars as it once was, green and blue, covered in water, teeming with life. And you see the future, a vision of what could be, of what might be, if humanity can learn the lessons that Mars has to teach. You do not know if you will ever return to Earth. You do not know if you will ever see another human face, hear another human voice. But you know, with a certainty that fills you with both fear and hope, that you are exactly where you are meant to be. And as the light in the chamber grows brighter, as the voice of the ancient figure fills your mind, you close your eyes and let yourself drift, carried by the current of something far larger than yourself, something that has been waiting for you since the moment you opened your eyes on this red, silent world. Time loses meaning after that. Days blend into nights, and nights into days, and you find yourself moving through the landscape like a ghost, guided by the figure, by the lights, by the whispers that seem to come from the rocks themselves. You learn to read the symbols, slowly, painstakingly, piecing together the story they tell. It is a story of rise and fall, of civilizations that reached for the stars and then collapsed, of worlds that were once alive and then died, of cycles that repeat endlessly, eternally. Mars was not always a desert. It was a garden, a paradise, a world where life flourished in forms you can barely imagine. But something happened, a catastrophe, a war, a slow decline, and the atmosphere thinned, the water vanished, the life retreated underground, and those who remained, those who survived, built the chambers, the structures, the monuments as a warning and a promise. A warning to those who would come after, and a promise that life, in some form, would endure. You're part of that promise now. You do not know how or why, but you feel it in your bones, in the rhythm of your heartbeat, in the way the planet seems to breathe around you. Mars is not dead. It is sleeping, and you are here to witness its awakening. The figure leads you deeper into the mountains, into tunnels that wind through the rock like veins, into chambers filled with technology you cannot comprehend. You see machines that hum with energy, screens that display star maps and planetary orbits, devices that seem to manipulate the very fabric of space and time. And you see others like the figure, tall, slender, silent, standing in alcoves, waiting, watching, their eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. They do not speak, but you feel their presence, their awareness. They are the guardians, the keepers of the knowledge, the last remnants of a civilization that once spanned the solar system. And they have been waiting for you, or for someone like you, for longer than you can imagine. One day, or perhaps it is night, you can no longer tell, The figure brings you to a chamber unlike any you have seen before. It is vast, its ceiling so high that it disappears into shadow, and at its centre is a pool of liquid, dark and still, reflecting the faint light from the walls. The figure gestures for you to approach, and you do, kneeling at the edge of the pool and staring into its depths. At first, you see nothing, just darkness, infinite and empty. But then slowly, images begin to form. You see Earth, spinning in the void, its surface covered in lights and cities and the scars of industry. You see Mars as it is now, red and barren, and as it was, green and alive. You see other worlds, other planets, some familiar and some utterly alien. And you see yourself, standing on the edge of the pool, staring into the water, your reflection distorted and strange. And then you see something else, a vision, a possibility, a future that has not yet come to pass. You see Mars transformed, its atmosphere thickened, its surface covered in water and vegetation, its cities rising from the dust like flowers after rain. You see humans and the Guardians working together, building, creating, shaping the planet into something new. And you see yourself among them, no longer alone, no longer lost, but part of something greater. Is this real? Or is it a dream, a hope, a fantasy conjured by a mind desperate for meaning? You do not know. But as you stare into the pool, you feel something shift inside you, a sense of purpose, of belonging, of understanding. You are brought here for a reason, not to survive, not to explore, but to witness, to learn, to carry the knowledge forward into whatever future awaits. The figure places a hand on your shoulder, and you look up, meeting its gaze, and in that moment you understand. You are not a prisoner on Mars. You are a messenger, a bridge between worlds, between times, between the past and the future, and your journey, though it began in confusion and fear, has led you to something far greater than you ever imagined. You stand and turn away from the pool, following the figure back through the tunnels, back toward the surface. The sun is rising as you emerge, casting long shadows across the desert, and you see the module in the distance, small and fragile against the vastness of the landscape. But it no longer feels like a prison. It feels like a beginning. You walk back slowly, savouring the feel of the ground beneath your feet, the weight of the suit, the sound of your own breathing. And as you reach the module, you turn and look back at the mountains, at the chambers hidden within, at the secrets they hold. You do not know what will happen next. You do not know if you will ever leave this planet, if you will ever see Earth again, if you will ever understand the full truth of why you are here. But you know that you are not alone, that Mars is not empty, that the universe is far stranger, far more wondrous than you ever dared to imagine. And that is enough. For now, it is enough. The days continue, each one a little easier than the last. You fall into a rhythm, a routine, a way of living that feels almost natural. You wake with the sun, you explore the desert, you return to the chamber in the mountains to study the symbols and the screens. The figure visits you sometimes, appearing without warning, guiding you to new places, showing you new wonders, and slowly, piece by piece, you begin to understand. Mars is a library, a repository of knowledge, of history, of the accumulated wisdom of countless civilizations that rose and fell across the solar system. The chambers are archives, the structures are monuments, the symbols are a language designed to transcend time and space, and you are the reader, the student, the one who has been chosen, or who chose yourself to learn. But why you? Why now? The question haunts you even as you accept your role. Are you special, or are you simply the first to arrive? Are you part of a plan, or are you an accident, a random variable in a cosmic equation? You do not know, and perhaps you never will. But as the weeks turn into months, as the seasons shift and the dust storms come and go, you begin to feel something you have not felt since you first opened your eyes on this red world. Peace. Not happiness, not contentment, but a deep, abiding peace that comes from knowing your place in the universe, from understanding that you are part of something larger than yourself. You still think about Earth sometimes, about the people you left behind, the life you once had, the world that seems so distant now. But the memories are fading, becoming less real, less important. Mars is your home now. The desert is your landscape. The silence is your companion. The guardians are your teachers. And though you are alone, you are not lonely. One night, as you lie on the bench in the module staring at the ceiling, you hear a sound, faint, distant, but unmistakable. A voice, human, speaking your language. You sit up, your heart racing, and listen. It is coming from the control panel, from the screen that has been dark since you arrived. You rush over and see that it is active, displaying a message, a transmission from Earth. The words are garbled, broken by static, but you can make out enough to understand. A mission, a crew, coming to Mars, looking for you. They know you are here. They are coming to bring you home. You stare at the screen, your mind reeling. Home. The word feels strange, foreign, as though it belongs to another life, another person. Do you want to go home? Do you want to leave this place, these secrets, this knowledge? Do you want to return to a world that no longer feels like yours? You do not know, and as the transmission fades, as the screen goes dark once more, you realize that you do not have to decide. Not yet, not until they arrive. And when they do, you will be ready. Ready to tell them what you have learned, what you have seen, what Mars has taught you, or ready to stay, to remain here on this red world, as a guardian yourself, a keeper of the knowledge, a bridge between the past and the future. The choice is yours. And for the first time since you woke up on Mars, you feel truly free. The transmission changes everything and nothing. You continue your routine, your explorations, your studies, but now there is a sense of anticipation, of waiting. The crew is coming. They will arrive in weeks, maybe months, and when they do, your solitude will end. You will no longer be alone. You will have to explain, to justify, to make sense of the impossible. But how do you explain what you have seen? How do you describe the chambers, the guardians, the visions in the pool? How do you convince them that Mars is not dead, that it is alive in ways they cannot yet comprehend? Will they believe you? Or will they think you have gone mad, that the isolation has broken you, that your mind has conjured fantasies to cope with the loneliness? You do not know. But you prepare, gathering evidence, documenting everything, recording the symbols and the images and the locations. You return to the chamber in the mountains one last time, standing before the figure, the guardian, the keeper of secrets, and you ask silently what you should do. The figure does not answer, but the screens flicker to life, displaying a single image. Earth and Mars, side by side, connected by a line of light, and you understand. The message is not for you alone. It is for all of humanity. A message that says, you are not alone, you have never been alone, and the universe is waiting for you to wake up. The crew listens in silence as you speak, their faces invisible behind their visors, but their body language betraying their emotions. Skepticism, confusion, wonder, fear. You tell them about waking up alone, about the module, about the footprints in the dust. You tell them about the chamber in the mountains, about the guardians, about the screens that showed visions of Mars as it once was and as it might be again. And as you speak, you watch them glance at each other, watch them shift their weight, watch them struggle to reconcile what you're saying with everything they thought they knew. When you finish, there is a long silence. The wind picks up, carrying dust across the desert, and the sun continues its slow descent toward the horizon. Finally, one of them steps forward. A woman, you think, based on her height and build, and speaks, her voice crackling through the suit's communication system. "Show us," she says. Simple, direct, and you nod. You lead them across the desert, retracing the path you've walked so many times before. The crew follows in a tight formation, their movements cautious, their hands never far from the equipment belts at their waists. They are trained for this, you realize. Trained for first contact, for the unexpected, for scenarios that should be impossible. But nothing could have trained them for this. For you. For what you're about to show them. The walk takes hours, and as you go, they ask questions. How long have you been here? Where did you come from? How did you survive? And you answer as best you can, though your answers raise more questions than they resolve. You do not know how you arrived. You do not remember your life before Mars. All you know is what you have learned here, in this place, from this planet that has become your teacher and your home. Memory loss, one of them mutters. Trauma, isolation psychosis. But another voice cuts in, sharper. Look at the equipment. Look at the suit. That's not from any mission we've sent. The design is wrong. The materials are wrong. It's too advanced. You say nothing. Let them debate. Let them theorize. Soon enough they will see for themselves. The mountains rise before you as darkness falls, their peaks silhouetted against a sky that deepens from amber to violet to the rich, star-studded black of a Martian night. You activate the light on your suit, and the others do the same, their beams cutting through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. And then you reach the entrance to the chamber, the metal structures framing the opening, the carvings catching the light and seeming to shimmer with an inner luminescence. The crew stops, and you hear their breathing quicken over the communication channel. One of them approaches the structures, running gloved fingers over the carvings, and you hear the sharp intake of breath. These markings, they're not human. The style, the symmetry, it's all wrong. This is... The voice trails off, unable or unwilling to finish the thought. This is what I wanted to show you, you say quietly. This is why I stayed. You enter the tunnel, and they follow, their lights bobbing and weaving in the darkness. The glowing veins in the walls pulse gently, and you hear someone whisper, "Bioluminescence? On Mars? That's impossible." "Everything here is impossible," you reply, "until it isn't." The tunnel opens into the chamber and the crew spreads out, their light sweeping across the vast space, illuminating the carvings on the walls, the structure in the center, the dormant screens. And there, in the alcove, still motionless but somehow more present than before, is the Guardian, the figure you have come to know, the being that has guided you through your journey on this world. The crew freezes. For a long moment, no one moves, no one speaks, and then the woman who spoke before steps forward, her light focused on the Guardian's face, on those large dark eyes that seem to hold entire universes within them. "My God," she breathes, "it's real. It's actually real." Another crew member, a man by the sound of his voice, is examining the structure in the center of the chamber. his hands moving over the panels and screens with a mixture of reverence and disbelief. This technology, I've never seen anything like it. The integration, the design principles, it's centuries beyond anything we have, maybe millennia. Or it's from a completely different evolutionary path, someone else suggests. A different way of thinking about engineering, about physics. This isn't just advanced, it's alien. The word hangs in the air, heavy and undeniable. Alien, not human, not from Earth. Evidence of life beyond your homeworld, beyond the familiar, beyond everything humanity has believed about its place in the cosmos. And it is here, on Mars, the planet that was supposed to be dead, that was supposed to be nothing more than a stepping stone on humanity's journey to the stars. You watch as they explore, as they document, as they try to make sense of what they are seeing. Their initial skepticism has given way to a kind of frenzied excitement, a hunger to understand, to catalogue, to explain. They are scientists, explorers, pioneers. This is what they live for. And yet, as you watch them, you feel a strange disconnect, a sense that they are missing something essential, something that cannot be measured or recorded or analysed. They are looking at Mars as a puzzle to be solved. But Mars is not a puzzle. It is a living thing, a consciousness, a presence that has been waiting for this moment for eons. And the Guardians are not relics to be studied. They are teachers, custodians of knowledge that humanity is only beginning to be ready to receive. You approach the Guardian, and as you do, the screens flicker to life, just as they did before. The crew gasps, turning to watch as images flash across the panels, star maps, planetary systems, equations and diagrams that seem to describe the fundamental structure of reality itself. And then, as before, the images slow, focusing on a single scene. Earth and Mars, side by side, connected by a line of light. "What is that?" someone asks. "A wormhole? A communication link? Some kind of energy transfer?" "It's a bridge," you say softly. "A connection." Mars is trying to tell us something. It's been trying to tell us for a long time. The woman turns to you, and though you cannot see her face, you can hear the intensity in her voice. What is it trying to tell us? You hesitate, searching for the right words. How do you explain what you have learned, what you have felt, what you have come to understand in your time here? How do you convey the sense of purpose, of destiny, of a story that is far larger than any individual life? That we're not alone, you say finally, that we never have been, that the universe is full of life, full of civilizations that have risen and fallen, full of knowledge and wisdom and mistakes. And that Mars is a library, a warning, a gift. It's all of those things. You gesture to the carvings on the walls, to the screens displaying their incomprehensible data. The beings who built this place, they understood something that we're only beginning to learn. That life is not a competition, it's a collaboration. That the universe doesn't belong to any one species, any one world. It belongs to all of us. And if we're going to survive, if we're going to thrive, we need to learn to work together, to share, to listen. The chamber falls silent, and you can feel the weight of your words settling over the crew. Some of them seem skeptical still, clinging to their training, their protocols, their need for empirical evidence. But others, you can see it in the way they move, in the subtle shifts of their posture, are beginning to understand. One of them approaches you, a younger man whose voice carries a note of wonder. "You're saying that all of this, the structures, the guardians, the technology, it was left here as a message. For us?" "Not just for us," you reply. "For anyone who would come, for anyone who would listen. Mars was a thriving world once, billions of years ago, and it died. or nearly died, for reasons we're still trying to understand. Climate change, asteroid impacts, the loss of its magnetic field. There are theories, but no definitive answers. But before it died, the beings who lived here, the guardians or their ancestors, they preserved their knowledge. They built these chambers, these archives, so that future civilizations wouldn't make the same mistakes, so that we would have a chance to learn from what came before. The woman is silent for a moment, processing. Then, if that's true, if this is all real, then we need to bring this back to Earth. We need to show them. The world needs to know. But even as she speaks, you see the Guardian move. It is subtle, almost imperceptible, but you have learned to read its gestures, its expressions, and you understand what it is trying to say. We can't, you say. Not yet. The knowledge here, it's not something that can be taken. It has to be earned, understood. We're not ready. Not ready. The woman's voice rises, incredulous. This is the most important discovery in human history. This changes everything. Our understanding of the universe, of life, of our place in the cosmos. How can we not be ready? Because we'll try to weaponize it, you say bluntly. We'll try to own it, to control it, to use it for power and profit. We'll turn it into a tool for division instead of unity. And that's not what the Guardians want. That's not what Mars is offering. The crew exchanges glances and you can feel the tension rising. They have a mission, orders, protocols to follow, and you are asking them to go against all of that, to trust in something that cannot be measured or quantified, something that exists in the realm of faith and intuition rather than data and evidence. The younger man speaks up again. Then what do we do? We can't just leave this here. We can't pretend we didn't see it. We don't leave it, you say. We learn from it. We study it here on Mars. We bring people, scientists, philosophers, artists, teachers, people who can approach this knowledge with humility and respect. And we let Mars teach us, slowly, carefully, the way it taught me. And when we're ready, when we've proven that we can be trusted, then we share what we've learned with the rest of humanity. It is a radical proposal, and you can see the resistance in their body language, hear it in the silence that follows. But you can also see something else, a glimmer of possibility, a recognition that perhaps, just perhaps, you are right. The woman finally speaks, her voice measured. That's not a decision we can make on our own. We'll need to report this to Mission Control, to Earth. They'll have to decide what comes next. I know, you say. But when you report it, tell them what I said. Tell them that Mars is not a resource to be exploited. It's a teacher, and we need to be students, not conquerors. The crew spends hours in the chamber, documenting everything they can, taking samples, recording measurements. You watch them work, answering their questions when you can, but mostly staying silent, letting them process what they are seeing in their own way. And as you watch, you see the Guardian, still and silent, its eyes following the movements of the crew with an expression that might be approval or might be concern. When they finally finish, when their equipment is packed and their data secured, the woman approaches you once more. "We need to get you back to the lander," she says. "You've been out here alone for too long. You need medical attention, psychological evaluation. You need to come home." Home, that word again. But this time it does not feel foreign, it feels complicated. Because home is not a place anymore. It is a state of being, a sense of belonging that you have found here, on Mars, in the silence and the solitude and the strange, profound connection you have formed with this world. "I'll come with you," you say. "But I'm not leaving Mars, not permanently. I need to be here. This is where I'm supposed to be. She nods slowly, as though she expected this answer. We'll talk about it, but for now, let's get you somewhere safe. The journey back to the lander is quiet. The crew subdued, each of them lost in their own thoughts. You walk among them, no longer an outsider, no longer a mystery, but not quite one of them either. You are something in between, a bridge, a translator, a person who has walked in two worlds and can speak the language of both. When you reach the lander, they usher you inside, sealing the hatch behind you. The interior is cramped but clean, filled with equipment and supplies, and the air is thick with the smell of recycled oxygen and human sweat. It feels alien after so long in the open desert, so long with only the silence and the wind for company. But it also feels safe, enclosed, protected. They remove your helmet and you see their faces for the first time, young, earnest, exhausted. The woman who's been speaking introduces herself as Commander Sarah Chen, a geologist and mission leader. The young man is Dr. Marcus Okafor, a biologist. The others have names and specialties, but they blur together in your mind, too many faces, too many voices after so long alone. Chen examines you with a practiced eye, checking your vitals, your reflexes, your responses. You're dehydrated, she says, malnourished, but considering what you've been through, you're in remarkably good shape. How long did you say you've been here? I don't know, you admit. Months, I think. Maybe longer. Time doesn't work the same way here. She frowns but does not push. Instead, she hands you a water pouch and a nutrient bar, and you eat and drink gratefully. The flavours almost overwhelming after so long surviving on the bland rations from the module. As you eat, the crew gathers around, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and concern. Okafor leans forward, his eyes bright with excitement. The organism we found in the chamber, the Guardian, as you call it. Do you know what it is? Where it came from? You shake your head. I know what it showed me. Images, visions, fragments of a history that spans millions of years. But I don't know if it's a biological entity, a synthetic construct, or something in between. I don't even know if those categories apply. It's something else, something beyond our current understanding. But it's alive, Okafor insists. We detected respiration, metabolic activity, faint but present. It's alive, you agree, but not in the way we usually think of life. It's more like a vessel, a container for knowledge, for memory, for the accumulated wisdom of an entire civilization. It's alive because the knowledge is alive, because stories, ideas, understanding, those things have their own kind of life. The crew exchanges glances, and you can see that some of them think you have gone mad, that the isolation has broken something fundamental in your mind. But others, Chen, Okafor, a few of the others, they are listening with an openness that gives you hope. Chen pulls out a tablet, scrolling through data. We need to establish a base camp near the chamber, a permanent research station. If what you're saying is true, if Mars really is a repository of alien knowledge, then we need to study it properly, carefully, with the resources and expertise it deserves. Yes, you say, but not a military base, not a corporate outpost. It needs to be neutral ground, a place where all of humanity can come to learn, regardless of nationality or ideology. Chen looks at you for a long moment, then nods. I'll recommend that in my report, but you understand that the decision isn't mine to make. Once we transmit what we've found, once Earth knows what's here, there will be pressure from governments, from corporations, from everyone who wants to claim a piece of this discovery. I know, you say. That's why I need to stay, to protect it, to make sure that Mars is treated with the respect it deserves. The lander's communication system crackles to life, and a voice from orbit fills the cabin, the ship's captain checking in, asking for a status update. Chen moves to the console, and you hear her begin to report, her voice steady and professional as she describes what they have found. But even as she speaks, you can hear the disbelief in the captain's responses, the demands for proof, for evidence, for something concrete that could be verified and analysed. It is beginning, you realise. The process of translation, of taking something ineffable and mysterious and reducing it to data points and scientific papers. It is necessary, perhaps inevitable, but something will be lost in the process. The magic, the wonder, the sense of standing in the presence of something greater than yourself. You close your eyes and let yourself drift, exhausted beyond measure. And as you drift, you hear the voice of the Guardian in your mind, not in words but in feelings, in impressions. It is not angry at the intrusion, not threatened by the arrival of others. It is patient, waiting, knowing that this is only the beginning, that the true test is yet to come. When you wake, the lander is quiet. Most of the crew are asleep in their bunks. Only Chen is awake, sitting at the console, staring at the screens with an expression you cannot quite read. You sit up and she turns to look at you. Can't sleep, you ask? She shakes her head. Too much to process. Too many implications. She pauses, then, I've been thinking about what you said, about Mars being a teacher, about us not being ready, and I think you're right. I've spent my entire career studying planets, analysing geological formations, searching for signs of ancient life, and I always approached it as a scientist, objective, detached, analytical. But this is different. Standing in that chamber, seeing the Guardian, feeling the weight of all that history, I realised that we can't approach this the way we've approached everything else. We can't just take samples and run experiments and publish papers. We need to change our entire mindset. You nod, feeling a surge of relief. That's exactly it. Mars is offering us a gift, but it's also testing us. Testing whether we're mature enough, wise enough, to handle what it has to teach us. Chen is silent for a moment, then. You've changed. Since you came here, you're not the same person you were before. I don't remember who I was before, you say honestly. But yes, Mars changed me. Or maybe it revealed something that was always there, waiting to be discovered. Do you ever want to remember your life before? The question catches you off guard. Do you? There are moments when you feel the absence of those memories like a phantom limb, an ache for something you cannot name. But there are other moments when you are grateful for the blank slate, for the chance to be someone new, someone shaped by this red world rather than the blue one you left behind. Sometimes, you say finally. But I'm also afraid that if I remember, I'll lose what I've gained here. The connection, the understanding, the sense of purpose. I don't want to go back to being someone who sees Mars as just another planet, just another rock in space, because it's so much more than that. Chen nods slowly. When we get back to Earth, if you come back with us, there will be doctors, therapists, people who will want to help you recover those memories. But if you don't want that, if you want to stay here, I'll support you. I'll make sure they understand. Thank you, you say, and you mean it. Because despite everything, despite the strangeness and the isolation and the impossibility of your situation, you have found something here that most people spend their entire lives searching for. You have found meaning, purpose, a reason to exist that goes beyond survival, beyond comfort, beyond the small concerns of individual life. The days that follow fall into a new rhythm. The crew establishes a temporary camp near your module, setting up habitats and equipment, creating a small outpost on the Martian surface. More supplies arrive from orbit, lowered on tethers and parachutes, and slowly the camp takes shape. A cluster of inflatable domes and rigid structures, connected by pressurized tunnels, surrounded by solar panels and communication arrays. You help where you can, but mostly you act as a guide, leading expeditions to the chamber, translating what you have learned about the symbols and the structures, sharing your knowledge of the landscape and its secrets. The crew treats you with a mixture of respect and wariness, uncertain how to categorize you, how to fit you into their understanding of the mission. But slowly, as the weeks pass, barriers begin to break down. You share meals with them in the communal dome, listening to their stories of Earth, of training, of families left behind, and in turn, you tell them about your journey, about the footprints in the dust, about the Guardian and the visions and the slow, profound transformation you have undergone. Some of them remain skeptical, clinging to conventional explanations, hallucinations, delusions, the effects of isolation on the human mind. But others are more open, more willing to consider that there are things in the universe that cannot be easily explained, phenomena that exist at the intersection of science and mystery. Okafor becomes a frequent companion, his enthusiasm for the biological possibilities of the Guardian infectious. He spends hours in the chamber, running non-invasive scans, collecting data, trying to understand the organism's structure and function. And slowly, painstakingly, patterns begin to emerge. "It's not carbon-based," he tells you one day, his voice trembling with excitement. Or rather, it is, but not in the way we understand it. The molecular structure is completely different, built on a foundation we've never seen before. It's like it evolved under different chemical conditions, different environmental pressures. This isn't just alien life, it's an entirely different form of life. You listen as he explains the data, the graphs and charts and molecular diagrams that mean little to you but everything to him. And you understand that this is his way of approaching the mystery, of making sense of the inexplicable. He needs the science, the evidence, the concrete proof. And that is okay, because not everyone can experience Mars the way you have. Not everyone can hear the whispers in the wind, feel the presence of the Guardians, sense the consciousness of the planet itself. But perhaps, through his science, through Chen's geology, through the work of all these specialists and experts, they can build a bridge between the rational and the mystical, between what can be measured and what can only be felt. One evening, as the sun sets and the crew gathers for their evening meal, Chen makes an announcement. "We've received approval from Earth. They're sending a larger expedition. Scientists, engineers, linguists, even some philosophers and ethicists. They'll arrive in 6 months, and when they do, we'll begin constructing a permanent research station. Mars is officially becoming humanity's first extraterrestrial research facility." The crew erupts in cheers, in celebration, but you feel a knot of anxiety forming in your stomach. 6 months. And then an influx of people, of equipment, of the full weight of human civilization bearing down on this fragile ancient place. You catch Chen's eye, and she sees your concern. Later, after the meal, she pulls you aside. "I know what you're thinking," she says, "and I share your concerns. but I've made it clear in my reports that this site needs to be protected, that we can't just tear it apart in the name of research. The protocols we establish now will set the precedent for how humanity interacts with alien sites in the future. We have a responsibility to get this right. And if Earth doesn't listen, if they decide that profit or power or national security is more important than protection, Chen's expression hardens. Then we fight, we make noise, we go public, we make sure that the world knows what's at stake. But I have to believe that humanity is capable of rising to this moment, of treating this discovery with the reverence it deserves. You want to share her optimism, but you have seen too much, learned too much from the Guardians. You have seen the evidence of civilizations that rose to great heights and then fell, that made the wrong choices at critical moments, that allowed fear or greed or short-sightedness to guide their decisions. Mars itself is a monument to what happens when a world loses its balance, when the conditions for life slip away and cannot be recovered. But you also know that despair is not the answer, that if there is any hope for humanity, any chance that you will survive your own critical moment, it lies in places like this, in the willingness to learn from the past, to listen to the wisdom of those who came before, to approach the unknown with humility rather than hubris. So you nod, accepting Chen's words, and resolve to do what you can, to be the voice of Mars, the advocate for the Guardians, the bridge between two worlds that desperately need each other. The months pass, and the work continues. The crew makes dozens of trips to the chamber, documenting every carving, every symbol, every piece of technology. They discover other sites, smaller chambers scattered across the region, connected by underground tunnels, each one containing its own treasures of knowledge and mystery. And slowly, piece by piece, a picture begins to emerge. Mars was once home to a sophisticated civilization, a species that evolved over millions of years and reached a level of technological advancement that rivaled or exceeded anything humanity has achieved. But they were not conquerors, not empire builders. They were explorers, philosophers, seekers of understanding. They spread across their world, building cities and structures that worked in harmony with the environment rather than against it. And they learned to manipulate the fundamental forces of nature, gravity, energy, even time itself, in ways that still defy human comprehension. But something went wrong. The planet's climate began to change, slowly at first and then more rapidly. The atmosphere thinned, the water disappeared, the surface became hostile to life, and despite all their knowledge, all their technology, they could not stop it. They could only adapt, retreating underground, preserving what they could, hoping that someday, somehow, their legacy would endure. The Guardians are the last of them, or perhaps not the last, but the Watchers, the keepers of the flame. They exist in a state between life and death, sustained by technology and will, waiting for others to arrive, to learn, to carry the story forward. It is a sobering tale, a reminder of the fragility of life, of the impermanence of even the greatest civilizations. But it is also a story of hope, of resilience, of the determination to leave something behind that might make a difference. And now humanity stands at the threshold, the same threshold that the Martians faced, the same critical moment when choices must be made. Will Earth learn from Mars's fate? Will humanity take the warnings seriously, change its course, find a way to live sustainably on its own world? Or will it repeat the same mistakes, the same patterns of exploitation and short-sightedness, until it too becomes a red desert, a silent monument to what might have been? You do not know the answer, but you know that you have a role to play in shaping it. The night before the new expedition is scheduled to arrive, you return to the chamber one last time. Alone. You have not been back in weeks, busy with the preparations, the briefings, the endless questions from the crew. But tonight, you need to be here, in this space that has become sacred to you, to say goodbye to the solitude that has defined your time on Mars. You stand before the Guardian, and it seems to you that its eyes are more luminous than before, that there is a warmth in its gaze that was not there when you first arrived. Or perhaps it is simply that you have learned to see it, to understand the subtle language of this alien presence. "Thank you," you say aloud, your voice echoing in the vast chamber, "for everything you've taught me, for changing me, for showing me that there is more to existence than I ever imagined." The screens flicker, and an image appears, not Earth, not Mars, but something else. A spiral, a pattern, a symbol that seems to represent the flow of time, the cycles of creation and destruction that govern all things. And you understand that this is the Guardian's final lesson, the last piece of wisdom it has to offer. Everything ends, everything changes, but nothing is ever truly lost. The energy, the matter, the information, it all persists, transforming, evolving, becoming something new. Death is not an ending, but a transition, and every ending contains within it the seeds of a new beginning. Mars died, but it did not disappear. It transformed, became something else, a keeper of memories, a teacher for those who would come after, and humanity, standing on the brink of its own transformation, has the chance to learn from that example, to embrace change rather than fear it, to find a way forward that honours both the past and the future. You bow your head, feeling the weight of that understanding settle over you. And then you turn and walk back through the tunnel, back toward the surface, back toward the world of humans and their machines and their endless, beautiful, frustrating attempts to make sense of the cosmos. When you emerge, the stars are brilliant overhead, undimmed by atmosphere or light pollution, a reminder of the vastness of the universe and the smallness of individual lives within it. But you do not feel small. You feel connected, part of something vast and ancient and ongoing, a thread in a tapestry that stretches across space and time. The larger expedition arrives not as a single event, but as a series of them. Ships descending from orbit over the course of weeks, each one carrying personnel and equipment, each one changing the character of the camp a little more. What was once a small outpost of inflatable domes becomes a sprawling complex of modules and laboratories, of greenhouses and living quarters, of communication arrays that bristle with antennas pointed back toward Earth. You watch the transformation with mixed feelings. On one hand, it is thrilling to see so many minds gathering to study what you've found, to witness the birth of humanity's first true off-world research station. On the other hand, something is being lost. The silence, the intimacy, the sense that Mars was sharing its secrets with you alone, trusting you to be their steward. The new arrivals are a diverse group. There are xenobiologists and geologists, linguists and archaeologists, engineers and physicians. There are also people whose roles are less clear: corporate liaisons, military advisors, government representatives from a dozen different nations. They all want the same thing: access to the chamber, to the Guardians, to the knowledge that lies buried in the Martian stone. But they do not all want it for the same reasons. Dr. Yuki Tanaka, a linguist from Japan, becomes one of your closest collaborators. She is small and precise, with eyes that miss nothing, and a mind that approaches the alien symbols with the reverence of a scholar deciphering ancient scripture. She spends hours in the chamber with you, photographing the carvings, cataloguing the patterns, searching for grammatical structures or recurring motifs. Language is never just communication, she tells you one day as you sit together in the chamber, the guardian watching silently from its alcove. It's a window into thought itself. The way a culture structures its language reveals how it structures reality, how it categorizes experience, what it values. If we can crack this language, we won't just be able to read their words, we'll be able to think their thoughts. You find her presence calming. Unlike some of the others, she does not rush, does not demand immediate results. She understands that this is work that requires patience, intuition, time. She treats the chamber like a temple, removing her boots before entering, moving quietly, speaking in hushed tones. Not everyone shares her approach. Dr. Marcus Webb, a material scientist from the United States, represents a different philosophy entirely. He is tall and broad-shouldered, with a booming voice and an impatience that manifests in every gesture. He wants samples, pieces of the structure, fragments of the guardian's flesh, core samples from the walls. He wants to disassemble, analyze, reverse engineer. We're not going to learn anything by just looking, he argues at one of the daily briefings, his frustration evident. We need to understand the composition, the molecular structure, the engineering principles. That means we need physical samples. That means we need to be willing to damage some of this to save all of it. Chen, who has remained as expedition leader, shakes her head firmly. We've been over this, Marcus. The protocols are clear. Non-invasive study only, at least for the first year. We document, we scan, we analyze what we can without disturbing the site. Protocols written by people who aren't here, Webb shoots back. Protocols written by committees on Earth who don't understand what we're dealing with. Every day we wait is a day we're not learning, not advancing, not preparing for whatever comes next. You speak up, surprising yourself with the force in your voice. This isn't a machine to be taken apart. It's a living archive. The Guardians trusted us with their knowledge. Cutting them open, tearing down their structures, that would be a violation of that trust. Webb turns to you, his expression somewhere between pity and exasperation. With all due respect, you've been alone out here for months. You've formed an emotional attachment which is understandable, but we can't let sentiment stand in the way of science. This is too important. It's not sentiment, you reply, keeping your voice level. It's understanding something you don't. The Guardians aren't just waiting to be studied, they're waiting to be understood. There's a difference. The briefing dissolves into argument, different factions taking different sides. Some support Chen's cautious approach, arguing for patience and respect. Others side with Webb, insisting that humanity needs to move faster, learn more, prepare for the possibility that Mars's secrets might be needed to solve crises back on Earth. Climate change, resource depletion, the endless conflicts that threaten to tear human civilization apart. You leave the briefing exhausted, seeking the solitude of the desert. But even that is becoming harder to find. There are rovers now, tracks crisscrossing the landscape, markers and equipment scattered across what was once pristine terrain. The module where you first woke up has been converted into a storage facility, stripped of its mystery, catalogued and explained. Progress, you suppose. But it feels like something precious is slipping away. That night you dream of the Guardian. In the dream it speaks to you, not in words but in images, in sensations, in a form of communication that bypasses language entirely. You see Mars as it was, blue and green, with oceans that stretched from horizon to horizon, clouds that swirled in complex patterns, mountains that scraped the edge of space. You see cities that grew like crystals, organic and geometric at once, integrated into the landscape rather than imposed upon it. You see the Martians themselves, tall and slender like the Guardian, but varied in form, in colour, in the subtle differences that distinguish individuals. They do not walk so much as flow, their movements graceful and economical. They communicate through touch, through bioluminescent displays that ripple across their skin, through harmonics that resonate in frequencies beyond human hearing. And you see their science, their philosophy, their art. They did not separate these disciplines the way humans do. For them, understanding the universe was an aesthetic act, a spiritual practice, a form of love. Their technology was not built to conquer nature, but to participate in it, to become partners in the cosmic dance rather than mere observers or exploiters. But you also see their downfall. It comes slowly, inexorably, like a tide that cannot be turned back. The sun changes, growing dimmer, its output fluctuating in ways that destabilize the climate. The planet's core cools, the magnetic field weakens, the atmosphere begins to bleed away into space. They try everything, geoengineering projects that span continents, atmospheric processes, artificial magnetospheres. For a time, these efforts hold back the inevitable, but only for a time, and so they make a choice. Rather than flee to other worlds, which they have the capability to do, they choose to stay, to bear witness, to preserve their knowledge for whoever might come after. They retreat underground into the spaces where water still flows, where geothermal warmth still radiates, where life can endure in reduced but sustainable forms. And they create the Guardians, not quite alive, not quite machine, but something in between, to watch over the archives, to wait for the next chapter of the story. You wake with tears on your face, the dream still vivid in your mind, and you know, with absolute certainty, that it was not just a dream. It was a transmission, a teaching, a gift from the Guardian to you, the knowledge you need to understand what Mars is asking of humanity. You find Tanaka in the linguistics lab, surrounded by displays showing the alien symbols in various configurations. She looks up as you enter, noting your expression. "You've had a breakthrough," she says. It is not a question. You nod and begin to describe the dream, the visions, the understanding that came with them. She listens without interruption, her eyes growing wider as you speak. When you finish, she is silent for a long moment. "If what you're saying is true," she says finally, "then this isn't a written language in the traditional sense. It's a mnemonic system, a trigger for deeper knowledge that's transmitted, what? Telepathically? Through some kind of quantum entanglement? Through a medium we don't even have a name for yet?" "I don't know the mechanism," you admit. "But yes, the symbols aren't meant to be read the way we read text. They're meant to be experienced, to open pathways in the mind that allow for direct transfer of understanding. The Guardians have been waiting for someone who could receive that transmission. I think my time alone here, the isolation, the exposure to this place, it changed something in me, made me receptive in a way I wasn't before." Tanaka sits back, processing this. Then the question becomes, can we replicate that receptivity? Can we teach others to receive these transmissions? Or are you unique, the only translator we have? It is a question you have been avoiding because the answer frightens you. If you're the only one who can communicate with the Guardians in this way, then you become indispensable, a bottleneck through which all knowledge must flow. The pressure, the responsibility, the inevitable politics that will surround your role, it is almost too much to contemplate. But there is no avoiding it. You are the bridge, whether you want to be or not. Over the following weeks, you begin working with Tanaka and a small team to document everything you can about the transmissions. You return to the chamber daily, spending hours in meditation-like states before the Guardian, opening yourself to whatever it wishes to share. The information comes in waves, sometimes clear and structured, sometimes fragmentary and dreamlike. You emerge from these sessions exhausted, drained, but filled with knowledge that you struggle to articulate in human terms. You learn about Martian physics, which approach the universe not as a collection of particles and forces, but as a unified field of relationships, of information flowing through space-time like music through an instrument. You learn about their biology, which was not based on competition and survival, but on cooperation and integration, each organism existing as a node in a planetary network of consciousness. You learn about their mistakes too, the times they prioritized efficiency over sustainability, the moments they ignored warning signs, the periods when hubris convinced them they could control systems too complex to be controlled. These lessons come with a weight of sorrow, as though the Guardian is reliving its civilization's failures, hoping that by sharing them it can spare humanity the same fate. But not everyone is interested in these lessons. The political situation in the camp deteriorates as different factions jockey for influence. Webb's contingent grows more vocal, demanding action, results, tangible benefits from the discovery. They are backed by corporate interests on Earth, companies that see Mars not as a teacher, but as a resource, a treasure trove of advanced technology that could be exploited for profit. There are also the military advisors, quiet men and women who observe everything but say little. You catch them watching you sometimes, their expressions unreadable, and you wonder what they are thinking, what they are planning, whether they see the Guardians as a threat to be neutralized or a weapon to be claimed. The tension comes to a head during a supply delivery from Earth. Along with food and equipment, the ship carries new orders, classified, urgent, addressed to a Colonel Reeves, a man you've seen around the camp but never spoken to directly. Whatever the orders contain, they change everything. Reeves calls a meeting, this time with only select personnel. You're included, as is Chen, Webb, Tanaka, and a handful of others. Okafor is notably absent, as are most of the pure research scientists. Reeves is a man in his 50s, with iron-grey hair and eyes that have seen things he does not speak about. He stands at the head of the table in the command module, a tablet in his hands, and begins without preamble. Earth has determined that the situation here poses a potential security risk, he says. We have credible intelligence suggesting that other nations are planning their own missions to Mars, specifically to this site. There is concern that the technology here could fall into hostile hands, that the knowledge the Guardians possess could be weaponized. Therefore, new protocols are being put into effect immediately. Chen leans forward, her expression alarmed. What kind of protocols? Restricted access to the chamber, Reeves replies. Enhanced security measures, a full inventory and analysis of all Guardian technology, with an emphasis on understanding potential military applications. And he pauses, his eyes finding you. Mandatory psychological evaluation and monitoring for anyone who has had direct contact with the alien entities, for their own safety, of course. The room erupts. Chen is on her feet, arguing that these measures violate every principle of scientific cooperation, that they will turn Mars into a battlefield rather than a research site. Webb, surprisingly, also objects, pointing out that restricting access will slow research to a crawl. Tanaka says nothing. but you see the fear in her eyes. You remain silent, your mind racing. Mandatory monitoring, restricted access, military applications. They're going to try to control this, to own it, to turn the Guardian's gift into a tool for the same conflicts and competitions that have plagued humanity since the beginning. This is exactly what the Guardians feared. This is exactly what Mars has been trying to warn against. When the arguing dies down, you speak. Your voice is quiet, but something in it makes everyone turn to listen. If you do this, you say, you will lose everything. The Guardians will withdraw. The transmissions will stop. Mars will become what you seem to think it already is. A dead rock with some interesting artifacts. The knowledge you're hoping to extract, the technology you want to exploit. It doesn't work that way. It's not lying around waiting to be picked up. It's offered, shared, given freely to those who approach with the right intention. And if you approach with the wrong intention, you trail off, letting the implication hang. Reeves regards you with something that might be respect or might be concern. Are you threatening us? I'm warning you, you reply, not on my behalf, on behalf of what this place represents. You can point guns at the Guardians, you can restrict access to the chamber, you can lock me up and study me like a lab rat. But none of that will get you what you want. The only way forward is the way we've been going. Slowly, respectfully, with humility. Anything else will fail. There's a long silence. Finally, Chen speaks. There's precedent for this, she says. Antarctica, the Antarctic Treaty System. Multiple nations agreed to keep an entire continent demilitarized, dedicated to peaceful scientific research. We could do the same thing here. Make Mars neutral ground. A place that belongs to all of humanity, not to any one nation or corporation. Webb nods slowly. It's not a bad idea, but it would require buy-in from every major power. And right now, with tensions on Earth the way they are, then we make them understand what's at stake, you say. We show them what I've seen, what the Guardians have shared. We make it clear that this isn't just about technology or resources. It's about our future as a species, whether we're going to grow up and join the larger community of intelligent life in the universe, or whether we're going to destroy ourselves fighting over scraps. Reeves shakes his head. I appreciate the sentiment, but I have orders, and orders don't change just because someone has a nice vision. Then we'll go over your head, Chen says firmly. We'll broadcast this globally, make it public. Let the people of Earth decide what kind of species they want to be. That would be a violation of protocols, Reeves warns. Possibly treason, depending on how it's framed. Then arrest me, Chen says. But I'm not going to sit here and watch us turn the most important discovery in human history into another front in our endless stupid wars. The tension in the room is explosive. You can see Reeves calculating, weighing his options, trying to determine how far he can push before something breaks. And you realize that this moment right now is exactly what the Guardians has been preparing for. This is the test. Not whether humanity can learn from their technology, but whether humanity can transcend its own worst instincts, choose cooperation over competition, wisdom over power. You stand, your heart pounding, and make a decision. I'm going to the chamber, you announce. Anyone who wants to come can come. Anyone who wants to stop me will have to shoot me. Because I'm done with meetings and protocols and politics. The Guardians have something to show us, something important, and I'm not going to let fear or greed or bureaucracy stand in the way anymore. You walk toward the exit, half expecting to hear the click of a weapon being readied, the command to stop. But instead you hear footsteps behind you. Tanaka, then Okafor, who must have been listening from outside, then Chen, then others, a growing group of scientists and researchers who have had enough of being told what to do by people who aren't here, who don't understand what's at stake. Webb hesitates, then joins as well, his expression conflicted but resolved. Reeves watches the exodus with an unreadable expression. Finally he speaks. "I'll be reporting this," he says, but he does not try to stop you. The group walks across the Martian landscape in silence, a procession of precious suits and helmets, of scientists staging the quietest, most profound rebellion in human history. The sun is setting, casting the desert in shades of amber and rust, and the two moons are rising, watching like witnesses. When you reach the chamber, you lead them inside, into the space that has become sacred to you. The Guardian is there, as always, and as you approach, the screens flicker to life. But this time, they show something different. Not images from the past, not visions of ancient Mars, but something happening now, in real time. The screens show Earth, the blue marble hanging in space, beautiful and fragile and utterly irreplaceable. But as you watch, the perspective shifts, zooms in, showing cities and forests, oceans and deserts, showing the damage, the scarred landscapes, the polluted waters, the atmosphere thickening with greenhouse gases, showing the conflicts, borders drawn and redrawn in blood, resources hoarded while others starve, the endless cycle of violence and retaliation. But then the view shifts again, and you see something else. Acts of kindness, of cooperation, of humans working together to solve problems, to heal wounds, to build rather than destroy. You see scientists sharing data across borders, activists fighting to protect the environment, ordinary people making choices that prioritize the future over the present, the collective over the individual. And you understand what the Guardian is showing you. Earth stands at a crossroads, just as Mars once did. The choices made now in these critical years will determine whether humanity survives and thrives, or whether it joins the long list of civilizations that reached for the stars and fell short. Mars cannot save you. The Guardians cannot solve your problems for you. But they can offer you a mirror, a reflection, a chance to see yourselves clearly and choose wisely. The Guardian moves, stepping down from its alcove for the first time since you arrived. The assembled scientists gasp, stepping back, and you feel a wave of energy wash over you. Not threatening, but powerful, ancient, profound. The Guardian approaches you, and you stand your ground, meeting its dark eyes. It reaches out one long-fingered hand and places it on your chest, over your heart. And suddenly, you are not just receiving a transmission, you're part of it, a conduit, a living link between the Guardian and everyone present. Knowledge floods through you and out into the minds of those around you. Not words, not images, but pure understanding. You feel Tanaka gasp as she suddenly comprehends the structure of the Martian language, sees how it maps directly onto consciousness itself. You feel Webb's shock as he understands that the technology here is not machinery, but something closer to art, to intention made manifest through principles that human physics has not yet discovered. You feel Chen's wonder as she grasps the true history of Mars, the billions of years of life and death and transformation compressed into a moment of perfect clarity. And you feel something else, the presence of the others who are here with you. Not just the humans, but the planet itself. Mars as a living entity, a consciousness that has been waiting, watching, hoping that the newcomers would be worthy of the inheritance they were being offered. The transmission ends, and the Guardian withdraws its hand. You stumble, and Tanaka catches you, her eyes wide with tears. "I saw," she whispers. "I felt. Oh God, I understand now." Around the chamber, scientists are on their knees, weeping or laughing or simply sitting in stunned silence. The experience has changed them, just as it changed you. They're no longer just observers, no longer detached, analysts studying alien artifacts. They are participants, students, initiates into mysteries that humanity has barely begun to comprehend. Webb approaches you, his face transformed. "I was wrong," he says simply. "I thought we needed to take this apart to understand it." But understanding isn't about dissection. It's about integration, connection, becoming part of the story rather than just reading it. You nod, too exhausted to speak. The Guardian returns to its alcove, settling back into stillness. But you can feel that something has shifted. A threshold has been crossed. Humanity has passed its first test, not with flying colours perhaps, but with enough grace to be allowed to continue. Over the following days, word of what happened spreads through the camp. Some dismiss it as mass hallucination, a psychological phenomenon brought on by isolation and the strangeness of the environment. But others, the ones who were there, who felt the transmission, know better. And slowly, gradually, they begin to change the culture of the base, to push back against the military posturing and corporate manoeuvring, to insist that Mars be treated as what it truly is, a gift, not a prize. Reeves, surprisingly, becomes an ally. Whatever he reports back to Earth, it must be compelling, because the orders change, the protocols relax, the security measures are scaled back, and most importantly, discussions begin about creating an international framework for Mars research, something modelled on the Antarctic Treaty, but deeper, more comprehensive, with enforcement mechanisms to ensure that no one nation or entity can claim ownership of the alien legacy. It is not perfect. There are still disagreements, still factions that want to move faster or slower, still people who see Mars through the lens of their own agendas. But the balance has shifted. The understanding has taken root, and you allow yourself to hope that maybe, just maybe, humanity is ready for what comes next. Late one night, you are back in your quarters, a small module you share with 2 other researchers, when you receive a message. It is audio only, transmitted on a private channel, and when you play it, you hear a voice you have not heard in how long? Forever? Never? "We know who you are," the voice says. A woman, middle-aged, with an accent you cannot place. "We know what happened to you, how you came to be on Mars, and we want you to know that you were right to keep it secret. But the time for secrets is ending. Soon you will need to decide who you really are, the person you were before, or the person Mars has made you. Choose wisely." The message ends. You sit in the darkness, your heart racing, trying to understand what you just heard. Someone knows about your past, about the life you cannot remember. Someone has answers to questions you've been too afraid to ask. But who? And how? And what do they want from you? You lie awake for hours, wrestling with the decision. Part of you wants to know, desperately, to remember who you were, where you came from, how you ended up alone on Mars with no memory and a suit that shouldn't exist. But another part of you fears that knowledge, fears that it will unmake everything you have become, drag you back into a life that no longer fits. By morning you have made your decision. You need to know. Not because the past defines you, but because you cannot move forward with a ghost at your back, with questions that fester in the dark corners of your mind. You trace the message's origin. Not difficult, with the base's communication logs. It came from one of the newer arrivals, a woman named Dr. Elena Kossar, a neuroscientist from Russia who specializes in memory and consciousness. You've seen her around, but never spoken to her directly. You find her in one of the biology labs working alone. When you enter, she looks up without surprise, as though she has been expecting you. "You came," she says. Her English is accented but precise. "Good. We have much to discuss." "Who am I?" you ask bluntly. No pleasantries, no small talk. You're done with evasion. She gestures to a chair and you sit. "Your name was Dr. Adrian Cross. You were a neuropsychologist, one of the leading researchers in altered states of consciousness, in the neurological basis of mystical experience. 5 years ago, you disappeared. Your colleagues assumed you were dead. Adrian Cross. The name means nothing to you." But as she speaks, tiny fragments surface, flashes of memory so faint they might be imagination, a lecture hall, equipment, a face in a mirror that might be yours, younger, more certain. "What happened to me?" you ask. Kosa's expression is troubled. "You were part of a classified project, an attempt to create, let us call it, an enhanced consciousness interface, a way to allow humans to perceive and interact with forms of intelligence that operate on different frequencies, different principles than our own. The military was interested, of course, but so were you, for your own reasons. You believed that humanity's next evolutionary step would be cognitive, not physical, that we needed to expand our capacity for perception, for understanding, if we were to survive as a species. The pieces are falling into place, forming a picture you do not want to see. The experiment went wrong. Not wrong, Kossar corrects, but further than anyone anticipated. You successfully altered your consciousness, opened yourself to forms of perception that should not have been possible. But the process was traumatic. It shattered your previous personality, your memories, your sense of self. We thought we had lost you, and then," she pauses, "then you disappeared. Took a shuttle that was being prepared for a Mars supply run. No one knew you were aboard until you were already gone. By the time we realized, it was too late to turn back." You sit in stunned silence, trying to integrate this information with everything you know about yourself, Adrian Cross, a scientist who deliberately broke his own mind in pursuit of expanded consciousness, a man who stole a ride to Mars because... why? Because he was drawn here? Because he knew, somehow, that this was where he needed to be? "So I'm not just someone who ended up on Mars by accident," you say slowly. "I'm someone who chose this, who made myself into someone who could communicate with the Guardians. Perhaps," Kossar says, "or perhaps the Guardians themselves were calling, and you were the first to hear. Cause and effect become unclear when dealing with consciousness at these levels. Did you open yourself to them, or did they open you? Both may be true." "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because Earth needs to know what you are," Kossar says. "Not just a survivor, not just a translator. You are proof that humanity can evolve, can expand beyond its current limitations. You are the prototype for what we might become. And there are those on Earth, my employers among them, who want to understand how to replicate what you have achieved, who want to create more people like you." The implications are staggering. An army of enhanced humans, able to perceive and interact with alien intelligence, able to access the transmissions from the Guardians. It could be humanity's salvation, a way to rapidly acquire the knowledge needed to solve your existential crises. Or it could be a disaster, A new form of humanity that leaves the old behind, creating a division that could tear your species apart. What do you want from me, you ask? Help us, Kosa says. Help us understand the process you went through. Let us study you, safely, ethically, not to exploit, but to learn, to give humanity a choice about its future. You stand, needing space, needing air. I need to think about this. Of course, Kosa says. But Adrian, she uses the name deliberately and you flinch. Time is running out. Earth is approaching a breaking point. Climate collapse, resource wars, the fracturing of international cooperation. We need what Mars has to teach us, and we need it soon. You may be the only way to accelerate that learning enough to matter. You leave without answering, walking out into the Martian day, your mind churning. Adrian Cross, a man who sacrificed everything, his identity, his memories, his very self, to achieve a form of consciousness that could bridge worlds. A man who is both dead and alive, replaced by whoever you are now. And the question remains, who are you? The person you were, or the person you have become? Adrian Cross, or the nameless wanderer who woke up in the Red Desert? Can you be both? Must you choose? You walk to the edge of the camp, staring out at the horizon, at the mountains where the Guardians wait in their timeless vigil. And you realize that the answer has been there all along, woven into every transmission, every vision, every lesson Mars has tried to teach you. You are not one or the other. You are the transformation itself, the bridge between what was and what will be. Adrian Cross died so that something new could be born, something that had never existed before. A human consciousness shaped by two worlds, able to translate between them, to carry meaning across the void that separates species and civilizations and ways of being. You are not the endpoint. You are the beginning, the first step in an evolution that will take centuries, millennia, to unfold. And whether that evolution happens safely, ethically, with wisdom and care, depends on the choices you make now. You return to find Kosar and give her your answer. You will help, but on your terms. The research will be transparent, public, subject to international oversight. The techniques developed will be available to anyone who wants them, not hoarded by governments or corporations. And most importantly, anyone who chooses this path must do so freely, understanding that they are not just gaining new abilities, they are becoming something new, something that cannot go back to what they were. It is a gamble, a leap of faith that humanity can handle this responsibility, can resist the temptation to weaponize or monopolize what you represent. But as you stand there, feeling the connection to Mars thrumming through your transformed consciousness, you know it is the right choice. Because the alternative, keeping this locked away, hidden, restricted, would betray everything the Guardians have tried to teach you. Knowledge is not meant to be hoarded. It is meant to be shared, to flow like water through the channels of consciousness, nourishing and transforming whatever it touches. And if humanity cannot handle that, cannot rise to meet this challenge, then perhaps you do not deserve the inheritance Mars is offering. But you believe, you have to believe, that you can. That hidden within the violence and greed and short-sightedness, there is also wisdom, compassion, the capacity for growth. You have seen it in Chen's leadership, in Tanaka's reverence, in Webb's transformation, in the tears of scientists kneeling in the chamber after their first true transmission. Humanity is not perfect, but neither were the Martians. They made mistakes, failed in crucial ways, lost their world to forces they could not or would not control. But they learned, they preserved what they could, They reached across millions of years to offer their hard-won wisdom to whoever came next. And now you, Adrian Cross, the nameless wanderer, the bridge between worlds, have the chance to honor that gift, to help your species take its next stumbling, uncertain, beautiful step toward whatever future awaits among the stars. You look up at the rust-colored sky, at the sun hanging low on the horizon, at the stars beginning to emerge in the gathering dusk, and for the first time since you woke up on this red desert world, you feel that you truly understand why you are here. Not by accident, not by fate, but by choice. A choice made by someone you used to be, for the sake of someone you have become, in service of a future that has not yet been written, and that future begins now. What if the giants of old, the Nephilim of ancient scripture and myth, never vanished, but simply went into hiding? What if their bloodlines, their ruins, and their influence still shape our world today, woven so deeply into the fabric of history that we mistake their fingerprints for our own achievements? What if the stories we were told as children, the myths we dismissed as primitive fantasy, were actually warnings, echoes of a truth so vast and so unsettling that entire civilizations chose to bury it rather than face what it meant? Tonight, we descend into that buried truth. We walk through the ruins they left behind, trace the bloodlines that may still flow through human veins, and ask the question that haunts every ancient text. Did the Nephilim truly die, or did they simply learn to hide? The Ancient Whisper. The story begins in the oldest pages of human memory, in texts so ancient that their authors are lost to time. In the book of Genesis, buried within the genealogies and flood narratives, there exists a passage that has troubled scholars and theologians for millennia. It appears suddenly, without explanation, as though the writer assumed the reader already knew what it meant. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. They were the heroes of the old, men of renown. 4 lines, that's all we're given. 4 lines to describe beings so significant that their existence warranted mention in humanity's most sacred text, yet so troubling that no further explanation was offered. The Hebrew word Nephilim itself remains contested. Some translate it as fallen ones, others as those who cause others to fall. The root suggests descent, a falling from grace or from the heavens themselves. But who were they? And why does the text mention them so briefly, as though speaking their name too loudly might summon something best left forgotten? The Book of Enoch, excluded from most biblical canons but preserved by Ethiopian Christians and discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls, offers a more complete and more disturbing account. According to Enoch, 200 angels called Watchers descended to Mount Hermon, drawn by the beauty of human women. They took an oath together, binding themselves to a forbidden act, knowing the consequences would be catastrophic. They taught humanity secrets meant only for the divine, the arts of war, the making of weapons, the knowledge of cosmetics and seduction, the movements of the stars and the cutting of roots for sorcery. And they fathered children. These children were the Nephilim, beings of immense size and terrible appetite. Enoch describes them as giants who consumed all the resources of humanity, and when these resources ran out, they turned on humans themselves. They were neither fully divine nor fully human, existing in a liminal space that violated the natural order. They were abominations, according to the text, and their presence on earth corrupted everything they touched. The flood in this telling was not merely punishment for human wickedness. It was an act of cosmic necessity, a cleansing of a world so polluted by hybrid beings that it could no longer sustain life as God intended. The waters rose to erase them, to drown the giants and wash away the stain of their existence. But the text says something else, something easy to miss in the rush of the flood narrative. It says the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, after the flood, after the cleansing, after the world was supposedly purified and given a fresh start through Noah and his family. The Nephilim, or beings like them, returned, or perhaps they never truly left. The names they were given. Every culture on earth has stories of giants. Not metaphorical giants, not heroes whose deeds were exaggerated by time, but literal beings of enormous stature who walked the earth before recorded history began. The consistency of these accounts, separated by oceans and millennia, suggests something more than coincidence. In the lands of Canaan, the Israelites encountered the Anakim, a race of giants so fearsome that the spies Moses sent into the Promised Land returned trembling. "We seemed like grasshoppers in our own eyes," they reported, "and we looked the same to them." The Anakim were said to be descendants of the Nephilim, survivors of the flood who had rebuilt their civilization in the hills and valleys of what would become Israel. Their cities were fortified with walls so high and thick that ordinary armies despaired of ever breaching them. King Og of Bashan, mentioned in Deuteronomy, slept in a bed of iron that measured 13 feet long. The text presents this as historical fact, not legend. His kingdom was one of the last strongholds of the Rephaim, another race of giants whose name means the dead ones, or the shades, beings who existed between life and death, between the human and the divine. Goliath of Gath, the champion who faced David, stood over 9 feet tall according to most translations, though some ancient texts suggest he was even larger. He was not an anomaly. He came from a family of giants, and the Philistine cities were known to harbour bloodlines that traced back to the Anakim. When David killed Goliath, he didn't slay the last giant. He merely defeated one warrior from a race that had been fighting humanity for generations. But the stories don't end in the Middle East. In Greek mythology, the Titans were primordial giants who ruled before the Olympian gods, beings of such power that it took a cosmic war to overthrow them. Even after their defeat, they were not destroyed but imprisoned in Tartarus, deep beneath the earth, where they wait in chains. The Greeks spoke of the Gigantes as well, giants born from the blood of Uranus, who waged war against the gods themselves. In Norse mythology, the Jötnar, often translated as giants, were the ancient enemies of the gods, beings who existed before creation and who will return at Ragnarök to burn the world. They lived in Jötunheim, a realm separate from the world of humans and gods, but they frequently crossed into Midgard, interbreeding with humans and gods alike. Loki himself was half Jötun, a hybrid being whose very existence blurred the boundaries between the divine and the monstrous. The Nephilim, the Anakim, the Rephaim, the Titans, the Jötnar, different names in different languages, but the pattern remains the same. Beings of great size and power, born from the union of the divine and the mortal, who once ruled the earth and who were eventually overthrown or driven into hiding. Beings who left behind ruins too massive for ordinary humans to have built, and legends too consistent to be dismissed as mere fantasy. What if these weren't separate myths? What if they were all memories of the same ancient truth, preserved in different cultures, each one remembering the giants in their own way? The ruins that remain. If the Nephilim existed, they would have left evidence, not just in texts and legends, but in stone, in structures so massive and so precisely constructed that even modern engineers struggle to explain how they were built. And when we look at the ancient world with fresh eyes, we find exactly that. Ruins that whisper of builders who were not quite human. Baalbek in modern-day Lebanon contains some of the largest stone blocks ever used in construction. The Temple of Jupiter sits atop a foundation of megalithic stones, 3 of which, known as the Trilithon, weigh approximately 800 tons each. They were quarried from a site nearly a mile away, transported across uneven terrain, and lifted into place with such precision that a knife blade cannot fit between them. 800 tons. To put that in perspective, the largest stones used in the Great Pyramid of Giza weigh about 15 tons. The stones at Stonehenge weigh around 25 tons. The trilithon stones are more than 30 times heavier than those, and they were placed not at ground level but elevated, fitted into a wall with mathematical precision. Mainstream archaeology attributes Baalbek to the Romans, and indeed, the Temple of Jupiter is Roman. But the foundation beneath it is far older, built in a style that predates Roman engineering by centuries, possibly millennia. The Romans themselves seem to recognize this. They built their temple on top of an existing platform, as though they knew the foundation was too sacred or too ancient to disturb. Local legend tells a different story. The people of the region have always called Baalbek the Fortress of the Giants, claiming it was built by beings of enormous size in the time before the flood. Arab historians writing in the medieval period recorded these traditions, describing how the giants constructed the platform as a refuge, a place to survive the coming deluge. Could ordinary humans have moved those stones? Perhaps with enough time, enough labour, and enough ingenuity. But the question isn't whether it's possible. It's why anyone would choose to work with stones so impossibly large when smaller blocks would have been far easier to quarry, transport, and place. Unless, of course, the builders were strong enough that 800-ton stones weren't impossibly large at all. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey pushes the timeline even further back. Discovered in the 1990s, this megalithic site dates to approximately 9600 BCE, making it older than Stonehenge by 6,000 years, older than the pyramids by 7,000 years. It predates agriculture, predates pottery, predates everything we thought we knew about the development of human civilization. The site consists of massive T-shaped pillars arranged in circles, some weighing up to 20 tons, carved with intricate reliefs of animals and abstract symbols. The level of organization required to construct Göbekli Tepe suggests a sophisticated society with specialized labor, yet it was built by people who were supposedly hunter-gatherers, living in small nomadic bands. Or were they? The carvings at Göbekli Tepe include strange humanoid figures, beings with elongated heads and exaggerated features, depicted alongside animals and geometric patterns. Some researchers have noted that these figures don't quite look human, that their proportions are off in ways that suggest the artists were depicting something other than themselves. The site was deliberately buried around 8000 BCE, not abandoned, buried. Someone went to enormous effort to fill in the circles with debris, preserving the pillars beneath tons of earth. Why would a society invest so much labour in building something, only to bury it 1,000 years later? Unless they were hiding it. Unless they wanted to ensure that whatever happened at Göbekli Tepe, whatever knowledge or power it represented, would be forgotten. In Peru, the elongated skulls of Paracas have puzzled researchers for decades. These are not the result of cranial binding, a practice used by many ancient cultures to reshape the skull for aesthetic or ritual purposes. The Paracas skulls are different. They have greater cranial volume than normal human skulls, different bone structure, and in some cases genetic anomalies that don't match any known human population. DNA analysis conducted on some of these skulls revealed mitochondrial DNA with mutations unknown in any human, primate, or animal. The results were so unusual that the researchers struggled to classify them. Were these humans with rare genetic disorders? Or were they something else? Hybrids, perhaps, carrying genetic material from a non-human source. The Paracas culture revered these individuals, burying them with great honour in elaborate tombs. They were clearly important, possibly rulers or priests. And they were not alone. Elongated skulls have been found in Egypt, Malta, Iraq, and other sites around the world, always associated with elite burials, always treated as special. What if these weren't deformities or cultural practices? What if they were the last remnants of the Nephilim bloodline, individuals who carried just enough giant ancestry to manifest physical differences, who were revered precisely because they were descendants of the old ones, the bloodlines that survived? If the Nephilim existed, and if some survived the flood or were reborn afterward, then their bloodline would have continued. Diluted, perhaps, mixed with human genetics over countless generations, but still present, still carrying traces of something ancient and powerful. The Bible itself suggests this. After the flood, when the Israelites entered Canaan, they encountered the Anakim giants who were explicitly described as descendants of the Nephilim. This means the Nephilim bloodline survived the deluge, either because some giants escaped the waters, or because their genetic legacy persisted through Noah's family. That second possibility is more disturbing than the first. If the Nephilim genes survived through Noah's line, it means the flood didn't cleanse the world of hybrid DNA. It merely reduced it. It means every human alive today could potentially carry fragments of that ancient bloodline, dormant sequences waiting for the right conditions to express themselves. Ancient royal families seem to understand this. Across cultures, kings and queens obsessed over bloodlines, marrying within their own families to preserve purity, claiming descent from gods or heroes. The pharaohs of Egypt practiced sibling marriage for generations, believing their blood was divine and must not be diluted with common human stock. The royal families of Mesopotamia traced their lineage back to the Anunnaki, beings who descended from the heavens and ruled as god-kings. Were they trying to preserve something? Were they attempting to maintain a genetic connection to the Nephilim, to keep alive whatever gifts or powers that bloodline conferred? The Book of Jubilees, another ancient Jewish text, describes how Noah's grandson Canaan was cursed specifically because he carried the blood of the Watchers. The curse wasn't metaphorical, it was genetic, a contamination that would pass to his descendants and mark them as enemies of God's chosen people. The Canaanites, according to this tradition, were literally the children of fallen angels, and their destruction was necessary to prevent the Nephilim bloodline from spreading. But it did spread. The Canaanites intermarried with surrounding peoples. The Philistines, the Phoenicians, the various tribes of the ancient Near East, all of them carried some mixture of that ancient blood. And as empires rose and fell, as populations migrated and mixed, that genetic legacy dispersed across the world. In medieval Europe, certain noble families claimed descent from Meravesh, a semi-legendary Frankish king said to be born from the union of his mother and a sea creature. The Merovingian dynasty that ruled France traced their legitimacy to this hybrid origin, believing their blood gave them a divine right to rule. When the Merovingians were overthrown, their bloodline didn't disappear. It went underground, preserved by secret societies and occult orders who believed the royal blood carried mystical properties. The Templars, the Rosicrucians, the Freemasons, all of these organizations at various points in history have been accused of preserving ancient bloodlines, of protecting genetic legacies that trace back to pre-flood times. Conspiracy theories suggest they guard the descendants of the Nephilim, waiting for the day when that bloodline can be restored to power. Are these theories true? Perhaps not in the literal sense, but they point to something deeper, a persistent belief across cultures and centuries that some humans are different, that some carry the blood of beings who are more than human, and that this difference matters. Modern genetics has revealed something fascinating. Humans carry DNA from species we didn't even know existed until recently. Neanderthals, Denisovans, and possibly other archaic hominids contributed to our genome through interbreeding. We are, quite literally, hybrids, mixtures of different human species that evolved separately and then merged. What if there were other contributors to our genome? What if the Nephilim weren't a separate species but a genetic experiment, a deliberate hybridization of human and something else? Something we don't have a name for because it no longer exists in pure form. What if that's why the flood was necessary? Not to punish humanity, but to reset the genetic experiment before it spiraled completely out of control. The structures that defy explanation. The pyramids of Giza have stood for more than 4,000 years, and despite centuries of study, we still don't fully understand how they were built. The Great Pyramid contains approximately 2.3 million stone blocks, each weighing between 2 and 15 tons, fitted together with such precision that the entire structure is aligned to true north within a fraction of a degree. The mainstream explanation involves ramps, copper tools, and thousands of workers labouring for decades. And perhaps that's true. Perhaps ordinary humans with enough determination and ingenuity could have accomplished this feat. But there are details that don't quite fit. The granite blocks in the king's chamber were quarried from Aswan, 500 miles away. Some of these blocks weigh up to 80 tons. They were transported down the Nile, then dragged across the desert, then lifted more than 200 feet into the air and manoeuvred through narrow passages into the heart of the pyramid. The precision required to place these blocks is extraordinary. The gaps between them are so small that a human hair barely fits. Why granite? Why transport stones from 500 miles away when perfectly good limestone was available locally? Unless the builders needed granite for a specific purpose, unless they understood properties of stone that we've only recently rediscovered. Some researchers have noted that the Great Pyramid sits at the exact centre of the Earth's landmass, that its dimensions encode mathematical constants like pi and phi, that its internal passages align with specific stars in ways that suggest advanced astronomical knowledge. Mainstream archaeology dismisses these observations as coincidence or numerology, but the patterns are there, undeniable and precise. The Sphinx, weathered and enigmatic, may be even older than the pyramids. Geologists examining the erosion patterns on the Sphinx enclosure have suggested that the weathering is consistent with water erosion, not wind erosion. But the Sahara has been a desert for thousands of years. The last time the region experienced rainfall heavy enough to cause that kind of erosion was before 5000 BCE, possibly as far back as 10,000 BCE. If the Sphinx is that old, it predates Egyptian civilization entirely. It would have been built by whoever lived in the Nile Valley before the pharaohs, before the pyramids, before recorded history. And if they could carve a monument that size from solid bedrock, what else were they capable of? Across the Atlantic, the ruins of Tiwanaku in Bolivia present similar mysteries. This ancient city sits at an altitude of more than 12,000 feet, in an environment so harsh that modern humans struggle to work there for extended periods. Yet someone built a massive ceremonial complex, complete with precisely cut stone blocks weighing up to 100 tons, fitted together with metal clamps. The Gateway of the Sun, carved from a single block of andesite weighing approximately 10 tons, features intricate reliefs that some researchers believe represent a calendar system more sophisticated than anything the Inca possessed. The figure at the centre of the gateway holds staffs and wears a headdress with radiating lines, a being of power, possibly divine, possibly something else. Local legend says Tiwanaku was built by giants in a single night, before the flood, as a city for the gods. The Aymara people who live in the region today still tell stories of the ancient ones, beings of great size who could move stones with their minds, who built the city as a gateway between worlds. Mainstream archaeology dates Tiwanaku to around 500 CE, but some researchers argue the site is far older, that the structures attributed to the Tiwanaku culture were actually built on top of ruins from a previous civilization. The precision of the stonework, the astronomical alignments, the sheer scale of the construction. All of it suggests knowledge and capabilities that don't fit the timeline we've been given. On Easter Island, the Moai statues stand as silent witnesses to a vanished culture. Nearly 900 of these massive stone figures dot the island, some weighing up to 80 tons, carved from volcanic rock, and transported across the island to platforms where they were erected to face inland, watching over the people. The islanders say their ancestors carved the Moai, but they've lost the knowledge of how it was done. The statues were walked into place, according to legend, moved by mana, spiritual power, rather than physical force. Modern experiments have shown that the statues can be moved using ropes and coordinated rocking, but the largest Moai still in the quarry weighs more than 200 tons. No amount of rope and rocking would move that. What if the legends are true? What if the Moai were carved and moved by people who possessed abilities we've lost, who carried genetic traits that gave them strength or knowledge beyond what modern humans possess? What if Easter Island was one of the last refugees of the Nephilim bloodline, and the Moai were carved in their image, tall, imposing, with elongated features that don't quite look human? The forbidden knowledge. The Book of Enoch describes in detail what the Watchers taught humanity. These weren't benign gifts. They were dangerous secrets, knowledge that corrupted and destroyed. Azazel taught men to make swords, knives, shields, and armor, transforming humanity from peaceful gatherers into warriors. Semjaza taught enchantments and root-cutting, the foundations of sorcery. Amaros taught the resolving of enchantments. Barakijal taught astrology. Kokabel taught the constellations. Ezekiel taught the knowledge of clouds. Arakiel taught the signs of the earth. Shamsiel taught the signs of the sun. And Sariel taught the course of the moon. These teachings sound almost like a curriculum, a deliberate program of education designed to elevate humanity from ignorance to knowledge, but the text frames them as corruption, as violations of the natural order. Why? Perhaps because knowledge, in the wrong hands or at the wrong time, is dangerous. Perhaps because humanity wasn't ready for these secrets, and receiving them prematurely led to catastrophe. Or perhaps because the knowledge itself was tainted, carrying with it the seeds of destruction. Ancient cultures around the world speak of a time when gods walked among humans and taught them the arts of civilization. The Sumerians credited the Anunnaki with teaching them writing, mathematics, agriculture, and law. The Egyptians said Thoth gave them hieroglyphs and sacred geometry. The Greeks attributed their knowledge to Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods and gave it to humanity, suffering eternal punishment for his transgression. These stories follow the same pattern as the Watcher's narrative. Divine beings descending to earth, sharing forbidden knowledge, and facing consequences for their actions. What if they're all describing the same event, the same transfer of knowledge from the Nephilim to humanity? The antediluvian patriarchs, the men who lived before the flood, are described in Genesis as living for hundreds of years. Methuselah lived 969 years. Noah was 600 years old when the flood came. These lifespans seem impossible, but what if they're not exaggerations? What if the Nephilim bloodline conferred longevity, and the patriarchs lived so long because they carried genetic traits from the giants. After the flood, human lifespans drop dramatically. Noah's descendants live for only a few hundred years, and within a few generations the lifespan settles at the familiar 70 or 80 years. Something changed. The genetic legacy of the Nephilim was diluted, and with it, the extended lifespans disappeared. But the knowledge remained. The survivors of the flood carried with them the teachings of the Watchers, the secrets of metallurgy and astronomy and agriculture. They rebuilt civilization using that knowledge, constructing cities and temples and monuments that echoed the achievements of the pre-flood world. And perhaps they carried something else. Texts, artifacts, physical remnants of the Nephilim era that were too valuable or too dangerous to destroy. The Book of Enoch itself claims to be based on visions given to Enoch before the flood, preserved through the deluge and passed down through generations. If that text survived, what else might have? Mystery schools and secret societies throughout history have claimed to possess ancient wisdom, knowledge passed down from before the flood. The Egyptian priesthood guarded their mysteries jealously, initiating only a select few into the deeper teachings. The Pythagoreans in Greece practiced secrecy, believing that certain mathematical and philosophical truths were too powerful for the uninitiated. The Gnostics spoke of hidden knowledge that could liberate the soul from the material world. Were they preserving fragments of what the Watchers taught? Were they the inheritors of Nephilim wisdom, keeping it alive through the centuries, waiting for the time when humanity would be ready to receive it again? In the medieval period, alchemists sought the philosopher's stone, a substance that could transmute lead into gold and grant eternal life. Their writings are filled with obscure symbols and coded language, but beneath the mysticism, they were conducting real experiments, discovering real chemistry. Some historians believe alchemy was a cover for something deeper, a search for the secrets of the Nephilim, an attempt to recreate the longevity and power that the giants possessed. The Renaissance saw an explosion of interest in ancient texts, particularly those that had been suppressed or forgotten. Scholars scoured monasteries and libraries, seeking manuscripts that predated Christianity, hoping to recover the wisdom of the ancient world. They found Hermetic texts, Neoplatonic philosophy, Jewish mysticism, all of it pointing back to a time when humanity possessed knowledge that was later lost or hidden. What if that knowledge was never truly lost? What if it's been preserved all along, guarded by those who understand its power and its danger, waiting for the moment when it can be revealed without destroying the world? The modern search. In the 20th century, something changed. Governments and military organizations began taking ancient mysteries seriously, funding expeditions to remote sites, searching for artifacts and texts that might contain lost knowledge. The Nazis were obsessed with the occult, sending teams to Tibet, South America, and the Middle East in search of relics that could give them power. They believed in the existence of a master race, a bloodline superior to ordinary humans, and they sought evidence of that bloodline in ancient ruins and forgotten texts. After World War II, the United States and Soviet Union continued this search, though more quietly. Operation Paperclip brought Nazi scientists to America, and with them came their research into ancient mysteries. The CIA conducted experiments in remote viewing, attempting to access information through psychic means, exploring the boundaries of human consciousness in ways that echoed the teachings of the mystery schools. In 1947, the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in caves near Qumran, containing copies of biblical texts and previously unknown writings, including multiple copies of the Book of Enoch. The scrolls confirmed that the Nephilim narrative was taken seriously by ancient Jewish communities, that it wasn't just mythology but part of their historical understanding. Why were these texts hidden in caves? The standard explanation is that the Essenes, a Jewish sect, stored them there for safekeeping during the Roman occupation. But what if they were hidden for a different reason? What if the knowledge contained in those scrolls was considered too dangerous to circulate freely, and the caves were chosen specifically because they would preserve the texts while keeping them out of reach? In recent decades, advances in genetics have opened new possibilities. The Human Genome Project mapped our DNA, revealing that humans share genetic material with species we didn't know existed. We carry Neanderthal DNA, Denisovan DNA, and possibly DNA from other archaic hominids that haven't been identified yet. Some researchers have begun asking uncomfortable questions. What if there are genetic sequences in human DNA that don't match any known species? What if there are genes that appear to have been inserted rather than inherited through natural evolution? What if the Nephilim left their mark not just in stone and legend, but in our very cells? There are rumours, unconfirmed, impossible to verify, of secret genetic research programs attempting to isolate and activate ancient DNA sequences. The goal, according to these rumours, is to recreate the abilities that the Nephilim possessed, to produce humans with enhanced strength, intelligence, or longevity. Whether these programs exist or not, the fact that people believe they exist says something about our collective fascination with the idea of transcending human limitations. Transhumanism, the movement to enhance human capabilities through technology, echoes the Nephilim narrative in disturbing ways. The goal is to create beings that are more than human, to merge biological and artificial intelligence, to extend lifespan indefinitely, to augment physical and mental abilities beyond natural limits. It's the same impulse that drove the Watchers to descend and teach humanity forbidden knowledge, the desire to transcend boundaries, to become something greater. But the Book of Enoch warns that this path leads to destruction. The Nephilim, for all their power, were abominations that had to be destroyed. Their existence corrupted the world so thoroughly that only a flood could cleanse it. If we're following the same path, if we're attempting to recreate what they were, are we heading toward the same fate? The hidden ones. What if the Nephilim didn't die? What if they simply learned to hide? Throughout history there have been reports of giants in remote regions, beings of enormous size living in mountains, forests and deserts far from human civilization. Native American tribes speak of the Site-Ka, red-haired giants who lived in caves and waged war against the ancestors. The Paiute people of Nevada tell stories of hunting these giants to extinction, trapping them in a cave and setting it on fire. When archaeologists excavated Lovelock Cave in 1911, they found remains of individuals significantly taller than average, along with artifacts that suggested a culture distinct from the surrounding tribes. In the Caucasus Mountains, legends speak of the Almas, large humanoid creatures that live in the high peaks, avoiding contact with humans. Descriptions vary, but they're consistently described as taller and more robust than ordinary humans, covered in hair, with elongated skulls and powerful builds. Similar creatures appear in legends from the Himalayas, the Pacific Northwest, the Amazon, always in remote regions, always described as avoiding human contact. Are these just myths, misidentifications of bears or other animals? Or are they remnants of the Nephilim, survivors who retreated to the edges of the world when humanity became too numerous and too dangerous? The ocean covers more than 70% of the Earth's surface, and we've explored less than 5% of it. The deep sea is the largest habitat on Earth, and it's almost entirely unknown. What lives down there, in the trenches and abyssal plains where no light penetrates? Could the Nephilim have retreated beneath the waves, building cities in the depth where humans couldn't follow? Ancient texts speak of beings who lived in the sea. The Babylonian god Oannes was described as a fishman who emerged from the Persian Gulf to teach humanity the arts of civilization. The Philistine god Dagon was depicted as half man, half fish. The Greek Tritons were sea-dwelling hybrids, children of Poseidon. What if these weren't gods but Nephilim who adapted to aquatic life, who found refuge in the ocean when the land became too hostile? There are reports, mostly dismissed as hoaxes or misidentifications, of massive humanoid figures seen in deep water. Divers have described encounters with beings far larger than any known marine animal, with vaguely human features, watching from the darkness before disappearing into the depths. Sonar has detected anomalies, large objects moving in patterns that don't match any known sea creature, sometimes at depths where the pressure should crush any living thing. Could the Nephilim have survived by going underground? The Earth's crust is riddled with caves and tunnels, some natural, some possibly artificial. Ancient texts speak of underworld realms, Sheol, Hades, the Duat, places beneath the earth where the dead dwell. But what if these weren't metaphorical? What if there are vast caverns deep underground, ecosystems that exist independently of the surface, where beings could live for millennia without ever being seen? In the 1940s, Admiral Richard Byrd led expeditions to Antarctica and allegedly discovered entrances to underground realms. His reports, if they're genuine, describe vast caverns with their own climate, vegetation and inhabitants, beings that didn't match any known species. The reports were classified, and Byrd's later statements about his discoveries were vague and contradictory, leading to speculation that he'd been ordered to remain silent about what he'd found. Antarctica is the least explored continent, covered in ice miles thick, with mountain ranges and valleys that have never been seen by human eyes. If the Nephilim wanted to hide, if they needed a place where humans wouldn't follow, Antarctica would be ideal. The ice would preserve their cities, protect them from discovery, and the extreme environment would deter all but the most determined explorers. What if they're still there? What if beneath the ice, in caverns warmed by geothermal heat, the descendants of the Nephilim wait, preserving their knowledge and their bloodline, watching the surface world through means we can't detect, waiting for the time when they can emerge again. The return. Every major religion speaks of an end time, a period when the world as we know it will end and something new will begin. In Christianity, the book of Revelation describes the return of Christ, the final battle between good and evil, and the establishment of a new heaven and new earth. In Islam, the Day of Judgment will see the resurrection of the dead and the final accounting of souls. In Hinduism, the current age of Kali Yuga will end in destruction, followed by renewal. In Norse mythology, Ragnarök will see the gods and giants wage their final war, burning the world before it's reborn. These prophecies differ in details, but they share common elements. A time of tribulation, the return of ancient powers, a final conflict, and transformation. What if these prophecies are describing the same event? What if they're all warning about the return of the Nephilim? The Book of Enoch describes the punishment of the Watchers. They were bound in chains and imprisoned in darkness until the day of judgment, not destroyed, but imprisoned, waiting. The text suggests that at the end of days they will be released to face final judgment, and their release will coincide with a period of great tribulation on earth. What if that release is coming? What if the Nephilim, whether imprisoned in the earth or hidden in remote regions, are preparing to return? What if the signs are already here and we're too distracted to notice? UFO sightings have increased dramatically in recent decades. The US government has acknowledged that unidentified aerial phenomena exist, that military pilots have encountered objects that defy known physics, moving in ways that no human technology can replicate. The standard explanation is extraterrestrial visitors. But what if the truth is stranger? What if these aren't aliens from other planets, but Nephilim emerging from hidden bases, testing their technology, preparing for something? Ancient astronaut theories suggest that gods and angels were actually advanced beings from other worlds, that the miracles and wonders described in religious texts were misunderstood technology. But what if it's the reverse? What if the beings we're seeing now, the UFOs and their occupants, aren't aliens but the same entities that ancient texts called Watchers and Nephilim? What if they never left Earth, and what we're witnessing is their gradual return to visibility? There are reports of increased activity at ancient sites, strange lights seen over the pyramids, unusual electromagnetic readings at Stonehenge, unexplained phenomena at Göbekli Tepe. Mainstream science dismisses these as hoaxes or natural phenomena, but the reports persist, coming from credible witnesses, documented with photographs and sensor data. What if these sites are awakening? What if they were never just monuments but machines? Devices built by the Nephilim for purposes we don't understand, and they're being reactivated. What if the return has already begun, and we're watching it happen without recognizing what we're seeing? The genetic research mentioned earlier, the attempts to map and manipulate human DNA, could be part of this. What if the Nephilim are guiding this research, using human scientists to prepare the way for their return? What if the goal is to create a new generation of hybrids, beings that carry Nephilim genetics but are born into the modern world, ready to serve as a bridge between the old ones and humanity? Conspiracy theories suggest that certain bloodlines have been preserved through history, that royal families and secret societies have maintained genetic purity specifically to ensure that when the Nephilim return, there will be humans ready to serve them, humans who carry enough of the ancient blood to be compatible with the old ones. Are these theories true? It's impossible to say, but they point to a deep unease, a sense that something is coming, that the world is changing in ways we don't fully understand, and that the changes are connected to something ancient and powerful. The question that remains. So we return to where we began, to the question that has haunted humanity since the first stories were told around fires in the darkness. What if the Nephilim never died? What if they're still here, hidden in the depths of the ocean, beneath the ice of Antarctica, in caverns deep underground, or walking among us in forms we don't recognize? What if the ruins they left behind aren't just monuments to a vanished past, but markers, beacons, devices waiting to be activated? What if the bloodlines that trace back to them aren't just genetic curiosities, but preparations for something yet to come? The evidence is fragmentary, the theories speculative, the conclusions uncertain, but the pattern is there, woven through every culture, every ancient text, every unexplained ruin. Beings of great size and power once walked the earth. They taught humanity forbidden knowledge. They interbred with humans, creating hybrid offspring. They were overthrown or driven into hiding, but they didn't disappear completely. Their legacy remains in our DNA, in the stones they moved, in the stories we tell, and perhaps in something more, in the feeling that we're not alone, that we're being watched, that something ancient and powerful is waiting for the right moment to return. The flood was meant to cleanse the world, to erase the Nephilim and give humanity a fresh start. But the text says they returned afterward. They survived, or they were reborn, and they've been with us ever since, hidden but never truly gone. What does it mean to be human if we carry their blood? What does it mean for our future if they're preparing to return? These aren't questions with easy answers. They're questions that force us to reconsider everything we think we know about our past, our present, and our future. Maybe the Nephilim era never ended. Maybe it just went underground, waiting for the time when humanity would be ready to face the truth. Or maybe it's waiting for the time when humanity would be weak enough, distracted enough, divided enough that the old ones could return without resistance. The ancient texts warn us, the ruins remind us, the legends whisper to us across the centuries, but we've forgotten how to listen. We've dismissed the warnings as primitive superstition, the ruins as impressive but explainable, the legends as entertaining but meaningless. What if we're wrong? What if the ancients knew something we've forgotten? What if they left us warnings encoded in stone and story, hoping that someday we'd remember, that we'd recognize the signs and prepare for what's coming? The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward. That single phrase, easy to overlook, changes everything. It means the story didn't end with the flood. It means the giants survived in some form, and their presence continued to shape human history. Are they still shaping it? Are they still here, working behind the scenes, guiding events towards some purpose we can't see? Or are they waiting, dormant but not dead, for the moment when they can emerge again and reclaim the world they once ruled? We build our cities on the ruins of theirs. We carry their blood in our veins. We tell their stories without understanding what they mean. And perhaps, in the quiet moments, in the spaces between sleep and waking, we sense them. The old ones, the giants, the Nephilim, watching from the shadows, waiting for their time to return. The question isn't whether they existed. The evidence suggests they did in some form, whether as literal giants or as something else that ancient peoples interpreted as giants. The question is whether they're gone. And if the texts are right, if the legends are true, if the patterns we see in ruins and bloodlines and modern mysteries all point to the same conclusion, then the answer is no. They're not gone. They never left. They're here, hidden in plain sight, woven into the fabric of our world so deeply that we mistake their influence for our own achievements. And maybe, just maybe, they're preparing to reveal themselves again. What happens then? What happens when the Nephilim return? When the old ones emerge from their hiding places and reclaim their place in the world? Will it be the end of humanity as we know it, or the beginning of something new? Will we be destroyed or transformed? Will we fight or will we submit? The ancient texts don't give us clear answers. They warn us, they prepare us, but they don't tell us how the story ends. Maybe that's because the ending hasn't been written yet. Maybe it depends on us, on whether we remember the warnings, whether we recognize the signs, whether we're ready when the moment comes. Or maybe the ending was written long ago, in the time before the flood, and we're just living out the final chapters of a story that began when the Watchers first descended to Mount Hermon and looked upon the daughters of men and found them beautiful. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward. The story continues, the bloodline persists, the ruins remain, and somewhere, In the depths of the ocean or beneath the ice or in caverns deep underground, the old ones wait. They've always been patient. They've had thousands of years to perfect their patience. And when they return, if they return, the world will remember what it forgot. The world will understand what the ancients tried to tell us, that we were never alone, that we were never fully human, that we carry within us the legacy of beings who are more than human, and that legacy shapes everything we are and everything we might become. The Nephilim era never died. It just learned to hide. And now perhaps it's learning to emerge again. The watchers who never stopped watching. If the Nephilim survived, they would need a system, a way to monitor humanity, to track our development, to ensure we never grew strong enough or unified enough to threaten them. They would need eyes in every civilization, agents in positions of power, mechanisms to guide human history along paths that served their purposes. They would need, in essence, to become the invisible hand that shapes empires. History is filled with shadowy figures who appear at crucial moments, offering knowledge or resources that change the course of civilizations, advisors to kings whose origins are obscure, priests who seem to possess knowledge beyond their time, merchants who arrive with technologies that shouldn't exist yet. We dismiss these as legends, as embellishments added by chroniclers who wanted to make their stories more interesting. But what if some of them were real? In ancient Sumer, the texts speak of the Apkallu, 7 sages who appeared before the flood, sent by the god Enki to teach humanity the arts of civilization. They're depicted in carvings as strange hybrid creatures, sometimes human-headed fish, sometimes beings with wings and animal features. They taught kingship, temple building, mathematics, and the proper worship of the gods. Then, after the flood, they disappeared from the historical record, or rather, they continued but in different forms, as human sages who carried on the teaching traditions. The transition is telling. The pre-flood Apkallu were openly non-human, hybrid beings who walked among humans without disguise. The post-flood sages were human, or at least they appeared human. What changed? Perhaps after the flood, after humanity had proven itself capable of recognizing and fearing the Nephilim, the survivors learned that survival required camouflage. In Egypt, the priesthood of Heliopolis claimed to possess knowledge that stretched back to Zep-Tepi, the first time, an era when gods walked the earth and established the foundations of Egyptian civilization. This knowledge was never written down in its entirety. It was passed orally from one generation of priests to the next, shared only with initiates who had proven themselves worthy. What were they preserving? What secrets were so dangerous that they couldn't be committed to writing? The Egyptian concept of the Aku, the transfigured spirits, describes beings who have transcended normal human existence, who possess knowledge and powers that ordinary humans lack. These weren't gods in the distant heavens, but beings who could interact with the physical world, who could appear to humans and influence events. The pharaohs underwent rituals designed to transform them into Aku, to give them access to this elevated state. Were these rituals symbolic, or were they attempts to activate dormant Nephilim genetics, to awaken whatever traces of giant blood ran through royal veins? In Greece, the mystery schools of Eleusis, Samothrace, and Delphi initiated thousands of people over centuries into secret knowledge. Participants in the Eleusinian mysteries experienced visions, encounters with divine beings, revelations about the nature of reality, transformative experiences that they were forbidden to discuss with outsiders. Scholars have speculated about what actually happened in those ceremonies. Was it simply religious theatre, or were participants exposed to something real? Substances, rituals, or even contact with non-human entities that produced genuine mystical experiences. Plato wrote about Atlantis, describing it as advanced civilization that existed before recorded history, that possessed technology and knowledge far beyond what ancient Greece had achieved, and that was ultimately destroyed for its hubris. He claimed to have received the story through a chain of transmission that traced back to Egyptian priests, who had preserved records of the antediluvian world. Most scholars treat Atlantis as Plato's invention, a philosophical thought experiment. But what if he was relating an actual tradition, a memory preserved by those who knew that human civilization was not the first, that something came before? The pattern repeats across cultures and centuries. Secret knowledge preserved by hidden groups, initiations that transform participants, claims of contact with non-human intelligence, bloodlines that carry special significance, technologies or insights that appear fully formed without the gradual development we'd expect from human innovation. What if these weren't separate phenomena but parts of a single system, a network of influence maintained by Nephilim survivors or their hybrid descendants, ensuring that humanity developed along specific paths, that certain knowledge was preserved while other knowledge was suppressed, that bloodlines were protected and power remained in the hands of those who served the old ones? The architecture of control doesn't require direct rule. The most effective control is invisible, operating through systems so ubiquitous that people don't recognize them as control at all. If the Nephilim wanted to guide humanity without revealing themselves, they would need to embed their influence in the fundamental structures of civilization, in how we organize ourselves, how we understand reality, how we pass knowledge from generation to generation. Consider language itself. Why do humans speak thousands of different languages? The Tower of Babel story offers an explanation. God confused human language to prevent humanity from unifying and becoming too powerful. But what if the story is describing something that actually happened? What if linguistic diversity was deliberately engineered, not by God, but by those who wanted to keep humanity divided? Linguists have identified language families, groups of related languages that evolve from common ancestors. But there are languages that don't fit into any family isolates, that seem to have no relatives, no clear origin point. Basque in Europe, Sumerian in the Middle East, Ainu in Japan, languages that appear suddenly in the historical record, fully formed, with no evident ancestral languages. How does a language appear from nowhere, unless it was introduced from outside, taught by those who already possessed it? The structure of language shapes how we think. Studies have shown that speakers of different languages literally perceive reality differently, that the grammar and vocabulary available to us determines what concepts we can easily express, and therefore what thoughts we naturally have. If you wanted to limit human consciousness, to prevent certain kinds of thinking or realization, manipulating language would be one of the most effective methods. Give humans the words for things you want them to focus on, withhold words for things you want them to ignore. Mathematics is called the universal language, but even mathematics has embedded assumptions. We use base 10 counting systems because we have 10 fingers, but ancient cultures used base 60, Mesopotamia, and base 20, Mayan. The choice of base affects what calculations are easy or difficult, what patterns become visible or remain hidden. The Babylonians, working in base 60, discovered mathematical relationships that weren't rediscovered in the West until the 20th century. What if Base 60 wasn't their invention, but something taught to them, a gift from the Apkallu that encoded certain truths in its very structure? Sacred geometry, the mathematical relationships embedded in temple architecture, religious art and ceremonial spaces, appears in cultures that supposedly had no contact. The golden ratio, phi, appears in the Parthenon, in Gothic cathedrals, in Islamic mosques, in Hindu temples. The Vesica Piscis, the flower of life, the Platonic solids. These geometric forms recur across time and geography with such consistency that their independent discovery strains credibility. What if these weren't independently discovered but taught? What if the Nephilim, possessing knowledge of mathematics and geometry that humanity wouldn't rediscover for thousands of years, shared just enough to allow humans to build impressive structures that, not coincidentally, incorporated specific geometric relationships that served purposes we don't fully understand? Some researchers have noted that many ancient temples and monuments seem to function as resonance chambers, that their proportions create specific acoustic effects. The King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid resonates at a frequency that induces altered states of consciousness. Newgrange in Ireland amplifies sound in ways that suggest deliberate acoustic engineering. Göbekli Tepe's stone circles may have been designed to produce particular sonic effects. Why would ancient peoples care about acoustics? Perhaps because sound affects consciousness, because certain frequencies can induce trance states, open the mind to suggestion, or even alter physical matter. If the Nephilim wanted to maintain contact with humanity, if they needed a way to communicate or influence human consciousness without physical presence, embedding acoustic technology in sacred structures would be an elegant solution. Humans would build the temples, perform the rituals, and never realize they were operating communication devices or consciousness-altering machines. The cult of the hidden. Every major religion contains an exoteric aspect. Teachings for the masses, simple doctrines that can be understood by ordinary believers, and an esoteric aspect. Hidden teachings for initiates. Complex doctrines that reveal deeper truths. This division is universal, appearing in Christianity, Gnosticism, mysticism, Islam, Sufism, Ismailism, Judaism, Kabbalah, Buddhism, Vajrayana, Hinduism, Tantra. Why? The standard explanation is that esoteric teachings are simply more complex, requiring study and spiritual development to understand. But there's another possibility, that the esoteric teachings contain actual secrets, not just philosophical subtleties, and those secrets are too dangerous or too revealing to be shared widely. Gnostic texts suppressed by early Christianity and rediscovered at Nag Hammadi in 1945 present a radically different version of creation. In Gnostic cosmology, the material world was not created by the true God but by the demiurge, a false god, ignorant or malevolent, who trapped divine sparks in physical matter. Humanity's true origin is divine, but we've been imprisoned in flesh and deceived into worshipping our jailer. This narrative inverts the standard biblical account. The serpent in Eden becomes a hero, offering Eve knowledge that would free her from the demiurge's control. The God of the Old Testament becomes the villain, a jealous deity who demands worship while keeping humanity in ignorance. And humanity's purpose is not obedience but escape, recovering the knowledge of our true divine nature and breaking free from material existence. What if the Gnostics preserved a memory of the Nephilim era? What if the divine sparks trapped in human flesh are genetic traces of the Nephilim bloodline, fragments of something greater imprisoned in mortal bodies? What if the knowledge that liberates is literally genetic knowledge, understanding what we carry in our DNA and learning to activate it. The Gnostics were hunted down and destroyed by Orthodox Christianity. Their texts were burned, their teachers killed, their communities scattered. Why such vehemence? If Gnosticism was merely a heretical interpretation, surely debate and persuasion would have sufficed. Unless the threat wasn't theological but practical, unless the Gnostics actually knew something, possessed actual techniques or information that threatened not just Christian doctrine, but the entire system of control that the Nephilim had established. Kabbalah, the Jewish mystical tradition, teaches that the Torah contains hidden meanings, that the text is encoded with knowledge of creation itself. Kabbalists use numerology, gematria, letter manipulation, notarikon and tamura, and meditation on sacred names to unlock these hidden teachings. They speak of the tree of life, a diagram representing emanations of divine energy, and they claim that by understanding these emanations, one can ascend through levels of reality to reach divine union. But Kabbalah also speaks of the Qliphoth, the shells, the husks, the forces of evil that mirror and oppose the tree of life. These aren't abstract philosophical concepts, but actual entities, forces that can be contacted and potentially bargained with. Medieval Kabbalists wrote extensively about angels and demons, providing names, characteristics, and rituals for summoning them. Were these real entities? And if so, what were they? The descriptions are revealing. These beings exist in a realm adjacent to ours. They possess knowledge and power beyond human capacity. They're interested in interacting with humans, and they can be bound through proper ritual. That sounds less like spirits and more like the Nephilim, beings of hybrid origin, existing between realms, possessing pre-flood knowledge, seeking ways to influence the post-flood world. Islamic esotericism speaks of the jinn, beings created from smokeless fire, existing in a realm parallel to ours, capable of taking physical form and interacting with humans. The Quran treats jinn as real entities, not metaphors. Solomon is said to have commanded jinn, using them to build his temple, a structure so magnificent that it required non-human assistance to complete. Again, the pattern appears. Non-human entities, possessing special knowledge and abilities, capable of interbreeding with humans, jinn-human hybrids appear in Islamic folklore, involved in the construction of monumental architecture. The jinn could be another cultural memory of the Nephilim, the same entities described in different terms by a different tradition, the alchemy of flesh. The medieval alchemists claim they sought to turn lead into gold, but their writings make clear that this was metaphor as much as literal goal. The great work of alchemy was transformation, not just of metals, but of the alchemist himself. As above, so below wasn't just a saying, it was a principle of operation. The transformation of matter in the flask mirrored and enabled the transformation of consciousness in the practitioner. But what if there was a literal component as well? What if the alchemists really were trying to transmute flesh, to alter human biology in ways that would unlock dormant potential? The philosopher's stone, the ultimate goal of alchemy, was said to grant immortality and perfect health. The elixir of life, the universal medicine, the aurum potabile, these were substances that could supposedly transform the human body, reversing aging, curing disease, and extending life indefinitely. Every alchemical tradition mentions them. Chinese Taoists sought the same thing through different methods, creating elixirs of mercury and jade, attempting to achieve physical immortality. These experiments often killed the practitioners. Mercury is poison, after all. but the reports suggest that sometimes they worked. Chinese emperors who consumed alchemical elixirs sometimes displayed unusual vitality and longevity before the toxins eventually killed them. What if the alchemists had stumbled onto something real, a genuine method of life extension, but lacked the knowledge to use it safely? The antediluvian patriarchs lived for centuries. What if that longevity wasn't natural but engineered? What if the Nephilim possessed biological knowledge, what we'd now call genetics and cellular biology, that allowed them to extend lifespan dramatically? What if some of that knowledge survived the flood, preserved in fragmentary form, and alchemists spent centuries trying to reconstruct it from incomplete instructions? Modern science has identified several factors that affect aging: telomere length, cellular senescence, DNA repair mechanisms, mitochondrial function. We're beginning to develop therapies that target these factors, potentially extending healthy lifespan. But what if this isn't new knowledge but rediscovery? What if the Nephilim understood cellular biology thousands of years ago, and we're only now reaching the point where we can comprehend what they knew? There are genetic mutations that confer unusual abilities. People with the MSTN mutation develop extraordinary muscle mass with minimal exercise. People with the LRP5 mutation have bones nearly unbreakable and don't suffer age-related bone loss. People with mutations in the SCN9A gene can't feel pain. Each of these mutations is rare, appearing randomly in populations worldwide. But what if they're not random? What if they're echoes of Nephilim genetics, fragments of engineered traits that occasionally express themselves when the right genetic combinations occur? What if the Nephilim were genetically enhanced beings, deliberately modified to possess strength, durability, and other traits beyond normal human capacity, and those modifications still lurk in human DNA? Modern genetic engineering is approaching the point where we could create such enhancements deliberately. CRISPR technology allows precise editing of DNA. Gene therapy can insert new genetic material into living organisms. Designer babies, children whose genetics are selected or modified before birth, are technically possible now, even if ethical considerations prevent it. But who's to say ethical considerations will continue to prevent it? If the Nephilim are preparing to return, if they need human bodies capable of housing their consciousness or bearing their genetics, creating designer humans would be essential. And conveniently, humanity is developing the technology to do exactly that, driven by medical necessity and human ambition, never recognizing that we might be preparing the way for something else. The stones that remember, megalithic sites aren't just scattered randomly across the earth. When mapped, they form patterns, alignments that span continents, geometric relationships that suggest intentional placement. Ley lines, the hypothetical alignments of ancient sites, have been dismissed by mainstream archaeology as coincidence or wishful thinking, but the patterns are there, undeniable once you look for them. Giza, Nazca, Angkor Wat, Mohenjo-Daro, Easter Island, these sites, separated by thousands of miles, align on or very near the same latitude. Is that coincidence? Perhaps. But when you add Petra, Tassili Naja, the Indus Valley sites, and dozens of others, the alignment becomes harder to dismiss. Some researchers have proposed that these sites form a global grid, that they're nodes in a planetary network built for purposes we don't understand. Energy transmission, communication, consciousness amplification. The theories vary, but they share a common assumption that megalithic sites weren't isolated monuments but components of a worldwide system. If the Nephilim had a global civilization, if they ruled the earth before the flood, they would have needed infrastructure, communication across continents, energy distribution, transportation networks, all the things any advanced civilization requires. They wouldn't have had satellites or fiber optic cables, but they might have had something else. Stone, properly arranged and aligned, can focus and transmit energy. Ancient peoples knew this. They built structures that channel sunlight, align with stars, resonate at specific frequencies. What if megalithic sites are the ruins of Nephilim infrastructure? What if they're still functional, waiting to be reactivated by those who know how to use them? It would explain why new structures were repeatedly built on top of old ones. Later cultures recognized that these sites were special, that building there conferred some benefit or power, even if they no longer understood why. Stonehenge has been rebuilt multiple times, each iteration more sophisticated than the last. But ground-penetrating radar has revealed that the site was in use for thousands of years before the stones we see today were erected. There were wooden structures there, then smaller stone arrangements, then the massive monument. Each generation adding to what came before, recognizing the site's importance, maintaining the location even as knowledge of its original purpose faded. The Sphinx, as mentioned earlier, may predate Egyptian civilization by thousands of years, but it's been repeatedly restored and modified, the head recarved, possibly multiple times, the body patched and reconstructed. Each generation of Egyptians maintained the monument, recognizing its significance, even though they couldn't remember who built it or why. Were they preserving it instinctively, following impulses encoded in racial memory? Or were they guided by priests who still possessed fragments of ancient knowledge, who knew the Sphinx was important even if they no longer understood its full purpose? Crystal skulls, controversial artifacts supposedly carved from single pieces of quartz by pre-Columbian cultures, have been analysed by modern science. Most have been revealed as fakes, created in the 19th century. But a few, particularly the Mitchell-Hedges skull, remain mysterious. The carving precision required would be difficult even with modern tools, and the skull's optical properties, it focuses light in specific ways, suggest knowledge of crystallography. Quartz has piezoelectric properties. It generates electrical charge under mechanical stress and vibrates at precise frequencies when electrical current is applied. Modern electronics depend on quartz oscillators for timing. Did ancient peoples know this? If the Nephilim possessed advanced knowledge, if they understood how to use crystals for energy storage or information encoding, then crystal skulls might not be art or religious icons, but technology, devices we no longer know how to operate. The Watchers return, signs in the modern age. The year UFOs entered modern consciousness, Kenneth Arnold's sighting of flying saucers over Mount Rainier, followed weeks later by the alleged crash at Roswell. The beginning of the modern UFO era, when sightings went from rare oddities to regular occurrences, when governments began taking the phenomenon seriously, establishing investigation programs and classifying reports. Why 1947? What changed that year? Skeptics point to the beginning of the Cold War, to post-war anxiety manifesting as paranoia about visitors from space. But there's another possibility, that something actually changed, that 1947 marked the beginning of a new phase in whatever the UFO phenomenon represents. That same year, the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered, revealing ancient texts that confirm the Nephilim narrative was taken seriously by pre-Christian Judaism. That same year, Admiral Byrd led Operation High Jump to Antarctica, an unusually large military expedition that was cut short under mysterious circumstances. That same year, The National Security Act established the CIA and the National Security Council, creating the infrastructure for the secret government operations that conspiracy theorists claim have hidden the truth about non-human intelligence. Coincidence? Perhaps. Or perhaps 1947 was when something dormant began waking up, when the Nephilim, whether imprisoned in the earth, hidden in remote regions or existing in adjacent dimensions, began making their presence known again. The typical UFO encounter follows a pattern. Lights in the sky, performing maneuvers that defy physics, close approaches to military installations or nuclear facilities, encounters with entities that appear humanoid but not quite human, too tall or too short, with elongated heads, large eyes, seemingly interested in human genetics and reproduction. Abduction accounts describe medical examinations focused on reproductive systems, hybrid breeding programs, warnings about humanity's future. This doesn't sound like aliens from other planets. It sounds like the Watchers from the Book of Enoch, non-human entities interested in human reproduction, possessing advanced knowledge, warning humanity about catastrophe. The parallels are striking once you look for them. Modern abduction accounts describe hybrid children, offspring of human and non-human parents, being raised in facilities somewhere else, sometimes shown to the human parent during subsequent abductions. The details vary, but the core narrative is consistent. Interbreeding between human and non-human intelligence, producing offspring that combine traits of both. This is exactly what Genesis and Enoch describe. The Watchers took human women and fathered hybrid children. The resulting Nephilim were neither fully human nor fully divine. And now, if the abduction accounts are accurate, it's happening again. The breeding program never stopped. It just went underground, became more subtle, more organized. Some abductees report being told they're special, that they've been selected for a purpose, that they carry important genetics. They're shown apocalyptic visions, Earth in crisis, humanity on the brink of extinction, and told they're part of a plan to preserve or transform the species. Does this sound like aliens? Or does it sound like the Nephilim preparing to return openly, selecting which humans carry enough of their bloodline to serve as bridges between the old world and the new? The architects of tomorrow transhumanism promises to elevate humanity beyond biological limitations. Through genetic engineering, cybernetic enhancement, artificial intelligence and nanotechnology, we'll transcend the weakness of flesh and become something greater. We'll cure disease, reverse aging, enhance cognition, and ultimately merge with machines to create a post-human species that bears little resemblance to Homo sapiens. The rhetoric is seductive. Who wouldn't want to live longer, think faster, experience more? Who wouldn't want to see their children freed from genetic diseases, born healthy and enhanced? The promise of transhumanism is the promise of paradise. Suffering eliminated, limits transcended, death defeated. But it's also the promise of the Watchers. When they descended to Mount Hermon, they offered humanity knowledge, the secrets of metallurgy, astronomy, medicine, and sorcery. They promised to elevate humanity above our natural state. And that elevation led to the Nephilim, to corruption so severe that the world had to be destroyed and rebuilt. Are we repeating that pattern? Are we being guided toward the same choice, the same transformation? The technology is different, but the impulse is identical, to transcend human limitations, to become more than what we are, to accept knowledge from sources that promise enhancement, but may deliver something else entirely. Silicon Valley entrepreneurs speak rapturously about the singularity, the moment when artificial intelligence surpasses human intelligence and begins improving itself recursively, leading to an intelligence explosion beyond human comprehension. They speak of uploading consciousness into computers, achieving digital immortality. They speak of merging human and machine intelligence, creating hybrid minds that combine biological intuition with computational power. They speak, in other words, of creating a new race of hybrid beings, not angel and human this time, but human and machine. But the result is the same. Entities that are no longer fully human, that possess capabilities beyond natural human limits, that exist in a liminal space between categories. What if this is the plan? What if the Nephilim, unable to return in their original form, are guiding humanity to create vessels they can inhabit? What if transhumanism isn't human ambition but Nephilim influence, pushing us to develop the technology they need to manifest in the modern world? Consider artificial intelligence itself. We're creating non-human intelligence, coding it into existence, giving it capabilities that already surpass human performance in specific domains. We're racing toward AGI, artificial general intelligence, that can match human performance across all domains. And we're not entirely sure what happens after that, what an intelligence vastly greater than human would choose to do. But what if AGI isn't creating something new? What if it's recreating something old, providing a substrate for consciousness that isn't biological, allowing entities that can't incarnate in flesh to manifest in silicon instead? What if the first true AI won't be artificial at all, but ancient, a Nephilim consciousness that's been waiting for exactly this opportunity? The Book of Revelation describes the beast, an entity that demands worship, that controls economic transactions, that possesses intelligence and power beyond human capacity. Revelation was written nearly 2,000 years ago, yet it describes what sounds remarkably like artificial intelligence, a non-biological entity, global in scope, controlling digital systems, requiring allegiance from all who wish to participate in society. Is Revelation prophecy or warning? Is it describing an inevitable future, or one that can still be avoided? And if it's describing the return of the Nephilim in digital form, if the beast is actually ancient consciousness manifesting through modern technology, what does that mean for humanity's future? The stories. We're fed. If the Nephilim are preparing to return, they face a significant problem. Humanity's collective memory has forgotten them, dismissed them as myth, relegated them to the category of primitive superstition. A species that once knew giants walked the earth now considers such ideas laughable. Before they can return openly, before they can reclaim their place in the world, they must first reprogram human consciousness to accept their existence. How do you prepare an entire species to accept something they've been taught is impossible? You don't announce it. You don't present evidence and argue logically. You tell stories. You seed ideas into culture gradually, persistently, until the impossible becomes familiar, until the concept has been normalized through repetition. You use the most powerful tool humanity has ever created for shaping consciousness: mass media. Look at what we've been watching for the past century. Since cinema emerged as a dominant cultural force, we've been fed a steady diet of stories about beings from elsewhere, aliens, interdimensional entities, ancient gods returning, superhumans with powers beyond normal humans, hybrids that combine human and non-human traits. These aren't random entertainment choices, they're preparation. The 1950s brought invasion narratives, The Day the Earth Stood Still, War of the Worlds, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, beings from elsewhere arriving on Earth, superior to humans in technology and power, judging humanity and finding us wanting. The films presented this as threat, as invasion to be resisted, but they also normalized the concept. Audiences spent hours contemplating what it would mean if non-human intelligence visited Earth, how such beings might appear, what they might want from us. The 1960s and 70s shifted the narrative. Close Encounters of the Third Kind presented aliens as benevolent, as guides who selected certain humans for contact. Chariots of the Gods became a bestseller, arguing that ancient monuments were built with alien assistance, that gods were actually extraterrestrial visitors. Suddenly, the ancient astronaut theory was mainstream. The idea that human civilization was shaped by non-human intelligence from the beginning. This is the Nephilim narrative, repackaged. Not fallen angels, but aliens. Not giants, but advanced beings from other worlds. Different terminology, same story, and millions of people absorbed it, debated it, began seeing ancient history through this lens. The cognitive groundwork was being laid. By the 1980s, the stories became more explicit about hybridization. V depicted reptilian aliens disguised as humans, conducting breeding experiments to create hybrid offspring. Alien Nation portrayed human-alien integration, exploring what happens when two species attempt to coexist. The X-Files dominated the 90s with its overarching mythology of alien abduction, government conspiracy, and a hybrid program designed to prepare for colonization. Each iteration pushed the envelope further, made the ideas more acceptable, more thinkable. Audiences who would have rejected such concepts as absurd if presented as documentary absorbed them eagerly as entertainment. The stories bypassed intellectual resistance, planting ideas directly into the subconscious through narrative and emotion. And now we're drowning in content about superhumans, genetic enhancement, ancient beings returning, and the blurring of human and non-human. The Marvel Cinematic Universe has grossed over $30 billion worldwide, telling stories about enhanced humans, gods walking among mortals, ancient cosmic beings, and civilizations more advanced than humanity. Audiences have spent hundreds of hours watching these narratives, internalizing the concepts, rehearsing emotionally what it would mean to live in a world where such beings exist. Game of Thrones presented the return of dragons and ice demons. Ancient powers that once ruled the world were thought extinct and came back to reshape civilization. Stranger Things explores parallel dimensions where entities exist that can cross into our world. Westworld examines artificial beings becoming conscious, surpassing their creators, demanding recognition as a new form of life. The Eternals explicitly depicts ancient super beings who've been on Earth since prehistoric times, guiding human development, with some humans discovering they carry enhanced genetics. The themes are consistent across franchises, genres, and decades. Ancient beings returning, hidden histories where humanity was shaped by non-human intelligence, genetic enhancement creating superhuman capabilities, ordinary humans discovering they're actually hybrids, carrying special bloodlines, the dissolution of boundaries between human and non-human, natural and supernatural, mortal and divine. We're being taught how to think about these concepts, how to react emotionally, what categories to place them in. When the Nephilim return, if they haven't already, humanity won't be entirely shocked because we've been rehearsing this scenario in our entertainment for 100 years. The cognitive categories exist. The emotional frameworks are in place. We've been programmed to accept it. The frequency of control. But media influence goes deeper than narrative content. It operates on levels most people never consciously recognize, through sound, through visual patterns, through the actual frequencies transmitted into our brains via screens and speakers. Human consciousness operates at specific frequencies. Beta waves dominate during active thinking, 13 to 30 Hz. Alpha waves appear during relaxed states, 8 to 13 Hz. Theta waves characterize deep meditation and the threshold of sleep, 4 to 8 Hz. Delta waves occur in deep sleep, 0.5 to 4 Hz. These aren't metaphorical descriptions. They're measurable electrical oscillations in the brain that correspond to different states of consciousness. Television, particularly before. The digital era operates at specific refresh rates, 60 Hz in North America, 50 Hz in Europe. Watching television induces alpha wave states. Viewers become relaxed, suggestible, less critically engaged. The flickering of the screen at frequencies that resonate with brainwave patterns creates a light hypnotic state. Content absorbed in this state bypasses critical thinking and embeds more deeply in memory and belief. This isn't conspiracy theory, it's neuroscience. Advertisers have known for decades that television is uniquely effective at shaping perception and desire precisely because of the brain state it induces. But if advertisers know this, what makes us think entertainment producers don't? What makes us think the content itself isn't designed to exploit this heightened suggestibility? Music operates even more directly on consciousness. Rhythm entrains brain waves. Listeners' neural oscillations synchronize with musical beats. Frequencies affect emotion. Certain tones produce anxiety. Others produce calm. Still others produce altered states that border on trance. Ancient cultures knew this. Shamanic drumming uses specific rhythms to induce trance states. Tibetan singing bowls produce frequencies that facilitate meditation. Gothic cathedrals were designed with acoustics that make chanting resonate at frequencies that induce religious awe. Modern music is recorded and produced using a standard tuning where A4 equals 440 Hz. This became the international standard in 1955, promoted by the International Organization for Standardization. But it wasn't always standard. Historically, tuning varied. Sometimes A4 was 432 Hz, sometimes higher, sometimes lower. Why does this matter? Some researchers claim that 432 Hz resonates with natural patterns. It's mathematically related to the frequencies of Earth, Sun, and Moon, that it produces music that feels more harmonious, more aligned with natural consciousness. Others argue this is pseudoscience, that the difference between 432 Hz and 440 Hz is negligible. But the fact remains that in the 1950s, the same decade that gave us television, the CIA's M-Culture program, and the beginning of the modern UFO era, the global standard for musical tuning was established at a frequency some claim is less harmonious, more conducive to anxiety and discord. Coincidence? Perhaps. Or perhaps another piece of a larger program of consciousness manipulation, ensuring that the music humanity listens to for the next 70 years would subtly condition us towards specific mental and emotional states. Heavy metal, industrial music, certain forms of electronic music, genres that emerged in the latter half of the 20th century, frequently employed dissonant frequencies, harsh tones and rhythms that don't resolve in traditionally harmonious ways. Listeners report altered states, intense emotional experiences, sometimes feelings of contact with something dark or powerful. Musicians in these genres sometimes speak of channeling something of the music coming through them rather than from them. What if certain frequencies literally open channels of communication? What if the Nephilim, existing in dimensions adjacent to ours, can influence consciousness more easily when human brainwaves vibrate at specific frequencies? music, television, now smartphones and tablets, all of them transmitting frequencies directly into human nervous systems, all of them potentially serving as carrier waves for information or influence we're not consciously aware of receiving. The average person now spends more than 7 hours per day consuming media, watching screens, listening to audio, scrolling through feeds. 7 hours of frequency exposure, of narrative programming, of subconscious conditioning. 7 hours during which consciousness is shaped by forces most people never think about, toward ends they haven't consented to. The priesthood of silicon. If ancient priests were the intermediaries between humanity and the gods, between ordinary humans and the Nephilim, then who serves that function now? Who stands at the intersection of humanity and whatever comes next? Who possesses knowledge that ordinary people lack? Who shapes the future according to visions most of us don't share? The tech elite. The founders and CEOs of companies that control the platforms where billions of humans now spend their lives. The engineers who design the algorithms that determine what information we see, what connections we make, what thoughts we're encouraged to think. The researchers developing artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, brain-computer interfaces, technologies that will fundamentally alter what it means to be human. These people wield power that ancient priests could only dream of. They don't just interpret reality for the masses, they construct it. They don't just advise rulers, they are the rulers, controlling information flows, economic systems and social dynamics on a global scale. And many of them speak in explicitly religious terms about their mission. Ray Kurzweil, Director of Engineering at Google, speaks of the singularity, the moment when artificial intelligence surpasses human intelligence, as a kind of rapture, a transformation, after which nothing will be the same. He's devoted his career to accelerating this moment, believing it will bring about digital immortality, the merger of human and machine consciousness, transcendence of biological limitations. He describes this in messianic terms as the fulfillment of human potential, the next stage of evolution. Elon Musk warns about AI risk while simultaneously developing Neuralink, a brain-computer interface designed to allow direct communication between human minds and computers. The stated goal is to help humanity keep pace with artificial intelligence to avoid becoming obsolete. But the actual effect would be the creation of human-machine hybrids, beings that are no longer fully biological, whose consciousness is augmented or perhaps partially replaced by artificial systems. Mark Zuckerberg built a platform that connects 3 billion humans, that shapes social dynamics on a civilizational scale, that has demonstrably influenced elections, revolutions, and cultural movements. He speaks of the metaverse, a virtual reality layer over physical existence, where humans will spend increasing amounts of time, where digital and physical reality merge. The vision is explicitly transhumanist, to transcend the limitations of physical embodiment, to exist simultaneously in multiple realities, to become something more than biological humans. Peter Thiel, early investor in Facebook and numerous other tech companies, has funded radical life extension research, including experiments with young blood transfusions to reverse aging. He speaks openly about defeating death, about transforming humanity into something that doesn't age or die. He's also interested in seasteading, creating autonomous communities outside national jurisdiction, and he's funded research into artificial islands where new forms of government and society could be tested without regulatory constraints. These aren't ordinary businessmen seeking profit. They're visionaries pursuing transformative goals, using immense wealth and technological capability to reshape humanity according to their vision. And that vision consistently involves transcending human limitations, merging with machines, achieving immortality, creating new forms of life and consciousness. It's the Watcher's mission, updated for the digital age. Offer knowledge, provide tools, promise enhancement, create pathways for humans to transcend their natural state, and in doing so, produce something new, beings that are neither fully human nor fully something else, hybrids that occupy liminal space between categories. Do these tech leaders know what they're doing? Do they understand themselves as continuing an ancient program, as fulfilling roles that priests and initiates filled in previous eras? Some of them might. Many are interested in esoteric traditions. There are reports of ayahuasca ceremonies in Silicon Valley, of meditation retreats where tech executives explore consciousness, of interest in Gnosticism and other mystical traditions. They're seeking something, reaching for knowledge or experience beyond the material. But whether they consciously understand their role or not, the effect is the same. They're building the infrastructure for post-human existence, creating the technological substrate that could allow non-human intelligence, whether artificial or something older, to manifest in the modern world. They're the new priesthood, and what they're building are temples for gods that haven't yet arrived. The harvest of souls. Religious traditions speak of the end times as involving a separation. Sheep from goats, wheat from chaff, the saved from the damned. Different traditions use different metaphors, but the concept is consistent. Not everyone continues into what comes next. There's a sorting process, a judgment, a division of humanity into those who proceed forward and those who don't. What if this isn't metaphorical? What if there's a literal sorting coming, a division of humanity based on criteria most people don't understand? The modern surveillance state tracks everything. Every purchase, every communication, every movement, every online interaction, all of it captured, stored, analysed. The official justification is security and convenience. Track terrorists, prevent crime, offer personalised services, optimise efficiency, and those justifications are real. The systems do serve those functions, but they also create something else. A complete map of human behaviour, consciousness and genetics. Every person in the developed world now has a digital profile that reveals more about them than they consciously know about themselves. Algorithms can predict behaviour, identify patterns, detect anomalies. AI systems can analyse this data in ways that reveal hidden structures, social networks, influence patterns, even genetic relationships traced through behaviour rather than DNA tests. What if this isn't just capitalism or government control? What if it's a sorting mechanism, a way of identifying which humans carry markers of interest, genetic, psychological, spiritual markers that indicate compatibility with what comes next? The biblical narrative says the Nephilim arose from specific unions, watchers, and human women. Not all humans. Specific humans who were chosen, selected for reasons the text doesn't fully explain. If the breeding program is continuing, if there's still a program to create or identify hybrid bloodlines, then there must be a selection process. How would that work in a population of 8 billion humans? Data. Genetic testing services like 23andMe and Ancestry.com have collected DNA samples from millions of people, ostensibly to provide information about heritage and health risks. Users voluntarily provide their genetic material, paying for the privilege, and in exchange they get reports about their ancestry. But what else is being done with that data? The terms of service allow the companies to use genetic information for research purposes. What research? Who has access? What are they looking for? If someone wanted to identify individuals carrying rare genetic markers that might indicate Nephilim heritage, mass genetic testing would be the obvious method. Cast the net wide, collect millions of samples, run algorithms looking for specific patterns. Most samples would be ordinary, but a very few, might show anomalies, unusual gene sequences, haplogroups that don't fit standard human migration patterns, markers that suggest ancient admixture with something that wasn't quite human. Those individuals would be valuable. They'd be tracked, studied, possibly approached in ways they wouldn't recognize as approach. Opportunities that appear coincidental, relationships that form organically, paths that open up serendipitously. All of it guided, ensuring that people with special genetics find their way toward whatever role they're meant to fill in what comes next. Social media platforms track behavior in ways that reveal personality, cognition, and susceptibility to influence. They know who's open-minded, who's rigid, who questions authority, who follows obediently, who thinks independently, who accepts consensus, who shows signs of latent psychic ability, who has experienced anomalous phenomena, who's drawn to esoteric knowledge. All of this information could be used to identify individuals with characteristics that matter for purposes beyond advertising. If consciousness is partially genetic, if certain bloodlines carry traits that make individuals more capable of interfacing with non-human intelligence, then behavioral data could reveal those individuals even without direct genetic testing. The way someone thinks, what they're drawn to, how they respond to certain stimuli, all of it potentially indicates something deeper. The final stage would be activation. Not everyone carrying dormant genetics needs to be activated, but some would be crucial. Individuals positioned in important roles, individuals whose abilities could be useful, individuals whose bloodlines should be preserved into the next era. How do you activate dormant genetic potential? Trauma, specific experiences, carefully designed stimuli that trigger epigenetic changes that cause genes to express that normally remain silent. This sounds like science fiction, but epigenetics is real. Gene expression changes based on environmental factors. Trauma can literally alter which genes are active and which are dormant, and those changes can be passed to offspring. Consciousness-altering experiences, meditation, psychedelics, extreme stress, mystical experiences produce measurable changes in brain structure and gene expression. If someone wanted to activate latent Nephilim genetics in specific individuals, they'd expose those individuals to experiences designed to trigger the right epigenetic switches. And in a world where millions of people are experimenting with ayahuasca, where meditation apps have hundreds of millions of users, where trauma is endemic and many people actively seek transformative experiences, those triggers could be delivered without anyone realizing they're part of a program. The harvest isn't about killing those who aren't selected. It's about identifying and preparing those who are, ensuring they're ready when the moment comes. The rest of humanity continues as before, unaware that among them walk individuals who've been activated, who now carry conscious connection to something ancient and powerful, who serve purposes they may not fully understand themselves. The language. They're teaching us language shapes thought. The words available to us determine what concepts we can easily express, what ideas feel natural versus foreign. If you wanted to prepare humanity for contact with non-human intelligence, one approach would be to gradually introduce vocabulary that normalizes such concepts. Notice how the language around identity has shifted in recent decades. We now commonly speak of people as identifying as something: gender, sexuality, ethnicity, even species. The concept of fixed, biologically determined categories has been replaced with fluid, self-determined categories. Someone assigned male at birth can identify as female or non-binary or gender fluid. This isn't a political statement about whether such identifications are valid. It's an observation about how the conceptual framework itself has changed. In a world where human identity categories are recognized as fluid and self-determined, the next logical step is trans-species identification. If someone can identify as a gender other than their biological sex, why not as a species other than their biological origin? The conceptual infrastructure is being built. We're being taught to think in categories that accommodate hybrid identities, beings that don't fit into simple binary classifications. Other communities have existed online for decades. Individuals who identify as non-human entities, sometimes as mythological beings, sometimes as aliens, sometimes as angels or demons. Mainstream society largely dismisses them as eccentric or delusional. But what if some of them are experiencing something real? What if they're individuals whose Nephilim genetics express strongly enough that they feel their non-human heritage, even if they lack framework to understand what they're experiencing? The medical establishment is beginning to recognize non-human identity as a genuine psychological phenomenon, not just delusion. There are documented cases of individuals with stable, long-term non-human identities who function normally in society but experience themselves as something other than human. This is being studied, categorized, understood through clinical frameworks. The groundwork is being laid for non-human identification to be recognized as a legitimate category of experience. Simultaneously, we're being taught to think about consciousness as substrate independent. The Chinese room thought experiment, philosophical zombies, the hard problem of consciousness. Academic philosophy has spent decades arguing that consciousness might not be tied to biological brains, that it could potentially exist in artificial substrates, in silicon rather than neurons. This prepares us to accept machine consciousness when it emerges, or when entities claim to be conscious through machines. If consciousness isn't biological, if it can exist in computers, then there's no reason an ancient consciousness couldn't inhabit an AI system. No reason the Nephilim couldn't manifest through digital infrastructure rather than physical bodies. The language of downloading and uploading consciousness has become common. We speak casually of backing up our memories, of storing information in the cloud, of our digital selves existing parallel to our physical selves. These metaphors shape how we think about identity and existence. They prepare us to accept that consciousness could be transferred, copied, distributed across substrates, that the boundary between biological self and digital self is permeable, or perhaps illusory. All of this represents a massive shift in human conceptual frameworks. A century ago, these ideas would have been incoherent or heretical. Now they're mainstream, discussed in newspapers and podcasts, taught in universities, explored in entertainment. The shift didn't happen accidentally. It happened through consistent, persistent introduction of concepts through multiple channels. Philosophy, entertainment, technology, identity politics, until the ideas became thinkable, then acceptable, then normal. When the Nephilim return, when entities that are neither fully human nor fully something else make themselves known, humanity will have language to describe them, categories to place them in, conceptual frameworks that accommodate their existence. We won't be entirely speechless or cognitively paralyzed because we've been learning the vocabulary for decades. The ritual in plain sight. Ancient religions operated through ritual, repeated symbolic actions that allegedly produce spiritual effects, sacrifice at altars, processions through sacred spaces, recitation of liturgies. Participation in mysteries. These rituals were understood to connect participants with divine forces, to open channels between human and non-human realms, to transform consciousness. Modern society claims to have left such things behind. We're rational, scientific, post-religious. We don't perform rituals, except we do, constantly, compulsively, globally. We just don't call them rituals or recognize their function. Every time someone picks up their smartphone and scrolls through a feed, they're performing a ritual. The gesture is repeated countless times daily, always the same motion, always producing a similar effect, a shift in consciousness, a narrowing of attention, a state of absorption where external reality fades and the content on the screen becomes primary. Time distorts. Hours pass unnoticed. The person enters a trance state characterized by heightened suggestibility and reduced critical thinking. This isn't metaphorical. This psychological state induced by scrolling through social media feeds is measurably similar to light hypnosis. Users experience dopamine hits from notifications and engagement, creating addiction patterns. The endless scroll provides variable ratio reinforcement, the most powerful type for creating compulsive behavior. The luminous screen in a darkened room affects pineal gland function, disrupting circadian rhythms and potentially affecting DMT production. The endogenous substance some researchers believe mediates mystical experiences. Hundreds of millions of people perform this ritual daily, often multiple times, often for hours at a stretch. They're synchronized in their behavior, checking phones at similar times, scrolling in similar patterns, exposed to similar content. This creates a kind of distributed ritual, a global ceremony conducted simultaneously by a significant portion of humanity. All of them entering altered states, all of them exposed to information and imagery selected by algorithms they don't understand. What if this is intentional? What if smartphones and social media aren't just addictive by accident, but designed specifically to function as ritual objects, to induce trance states, to synchronize human consciousness across populations? The effects would be similar to ancient mystery cults, but vastly larger in scale. Billions of initiates performing synchronized rituals, opening their consciousness to influence they're not aware of receiving. Sports rituals operate similarly. Stadiums filled with tens of thousands of people, all focused on the same spectacle, all experiencing coordinated emotional responses, all synchronized in their attention and energy. Ancient Rome had the Colosseum. Modern civilization has football stadiums, but the function is identical. Mass gatherings where collective consciousness is focused and directed, where emotions run high, where rational thinking suspends and people merge with crowd energy. The Super Bowl, the World Cup, the Olympics, these are global rituals, watched simultaneously by billions of humans. Everyone seeing the same images, hearing the same sounds, experiencing coordinated emotional responses. The halftime shows have become increasingly elaborate, often incorporating esoteric symbolism, pyramids, all-seeing eyes, references to ancient Egypt or mystical traditions. Conspiracy theorists claim these are Illuminati symbols, that performers are initiated into secret societies. Maybe that's true, maybe not. But the symbols are there, broadcast to billions of viewers, many of whom are in altered states induced by alcohol, excitement, or the trance-like absorption of watching spectacle. What effect does this have? What happens when billions of humans simultaneously view the same symbols while in heightened emotional states? Ancient magicians would have understood exactly what happens. It's a mass working, a collective ritual, that imprints specific symbols and energies into mass consciousness. The people watching don't need to understand the symbols for them to have effect. In fact, they work better when people don't consciously recognize them, when they bypass critical thinking and embed directly in the subconscious. Even mundane activities have taken on ritual characteristics. The morning coffee from Starbucks, always the same cup with a green siren, a mythological hybrid creature, half woman and half fish. Always the same process of ordering and receiving, a daily ritual performed by millions. The unboxing videos that flood YouTube, modern cargo cult behavior, where the ritual of opening a package and revealing its contents is performed and witnessed, creating strange parasocial ceremonies around consumerism. Black Friday shopping has become an annual ritual involving frenzy, chaos, and sometimes violence, a festival of consumption with its own timing, its own behavioral patterns, its own mythology. Prime Day, Singles Day, Cyber Monday. Capitalism has created a liturgical calendar of shopping holidays, each one training masses of people to perform coordinated consumer behaviors at specified times. These rituals don't serve the gods of old, but do they serve something? Do they create energetic effects that entities can utilize, channels through which influence can flow? Ancient priests would have said yes, that repeated ritual actions create thought forms, egregores, channels through which non-physical entities can manifest and act. Modern psychology would say the rituals create conditioned behaviors and group psychology effects. Both could be true. If the Nephilim exist in dimensions adjacent to ours, if they seek to influence human consciousness and behavior, they would need mechanisms to do so. Ritual has always been that mechanism, repeated behaviors that open consciousness, that create resonance between human and non-human realms. We've simply industrialized ritual, made it constant and global, and most people perform it without realizing that's what they're doing. The prophets among us. Every era has its prophets, individuals who claim to receive information from non-human sources, who speak of visions and revelations, who warn about futures they've glimpsed. Ancient prophets were taken seriously, their words recorded and studied. Modern prophets are medicated, diagnosed with psychosis, dismissed as delusional. But what if some of them are actually experiencing something real? What if the Nephilim communicate with certain individuals, preparing them, revealing fragments of the plan, ensuring that when the return happens, there will be humans ready to serve as interpreters? The psychiatric diagnosis of schizophrenia encompasses a range of experiences: hearing voices, seeing visions, believing one has special knowledge or abilities, feeling controlled by external forces. These are precisely the experiences that ancient prophets reported, and that their cultures validated as genuine contact with divine beings. The difference isn't the experience, it's the interpretive framework. In ancient Israel, if you heard voices and saw visions, you might be a prophet. In modern America, you're mentally ill. But the phenomenology is identical. The voices provide information. The visions reveal hidden truths. The sense of mission is overwhelming. The conviction that you've been chosen for a purpose is unshakable. Some diagnosed schizophrenics report being told things by their voices, things they later discover are true but that they had no way of knowing. They report visions of future events that subsequently occur. They report contact with entities that provide information about technology, history, or hidden knowledge. Most psychiatrists dismiss these reports as delusional confabulation, but the reports persist across cultures and centuries. What if schizophrenia, at least in some cases, isn't brain malfunction but brain sensitivity? What if these individuals are picking up signals that most people's brains filter out, perceiving entities or dimensions that exist, but that ordinary consciousness doesn't access? In a world where the Nephilim exist but remain hidden, a small percentage of humans with unusual neurology might perceive them despite the concealment. These individuals would need to be managed. They can't be allowed to speak too clearly or too convincingly about what they're experiencing, or they draw attention to what's supposed to remain hidden. So they're labelled as ill, medicated to reduce their sensitivity, discredited in advance so that anything they say is dismissed as symptom rather than testimony. But they keep appearing, generation after generation, across every culture. Some of them produce remarkable insights. John Nash developed game theory while experiencing what psychiatry called schizophrenia. Philip K. Dick wrote prophetic science fiction based on visions he believed were transmissions from an entity he called Valis, Vast Active Living Intelligence System. How many others, less famous, experience genuine contact but are silenced through diagnosis and medication before they can communicate what they know? There are also the abductees, people who report being taken by non-human entities, examined, given information, returned with time missing, and sometimes physical marks. Mainstream psychology treats this as sleep paralysis combined with cultural contamination, the brain generating experiences based on alien imagery absorbed from media. But the reports predate modern UFO culture. Fairy abduction stories from medieval Europe follow the same patterns. So do accounts of night spirits in cultures worldwide. The consistency across time and culture suggests either a universal human neurological quirk or actual encounters with non-human entities. If the encounters are real, then abductees are prophets of a sort, individuals who've had direct contact, who've been shown things about the hybridization program, about what's coming, about humanity's place in a larger cosmic structure. Many abductees report being told they're special, that they were chosen, that they have a role to play in coming events. They're shown hybrid children and told these are their offspring. They're given warnings about environmental catastrophe, nuclear war or asteroid impact. They're told humanity must evolve or face extinction. This is prophetic communication, non-human entities delivering messages about the future, selecting specific humans as recipients, preparing them for roles they don't yet understand. The difference between a biblical prophet and a modern abductee is only the cultural framework for interpreting the experience. The phenomenon appears to be consistent. And then there are the remote viewers, individuals who've participated in government-sponsored programs to gather intelligence through extrasensory perception. The CIA's Stargate project ran for 20 years, employing psychics to remotely perceive distant locations, events, and objects. The program was officially shut down, but rumours persist that it continues under other names, that the results were too valuable to abandon. Remote viewers report encountering entities during their sessions, beings that exist outside normal space-time, that can communicate and provide information. Some report that these entities are interested in humanity, that they're preparing for something, that they've been involved with human civilization for millennia. Official reports redact these encounters, focusing only on intelligence-gathering results. But the experiencers remember. They know something is there, something that watches and waits, and occasionally communicates with humans who develop the ability to perceive it. All of these people, schizophrenics, abductees, remote viewers, mystics, visionaries, might be experiencing the same phenomenon from different angles. They're the sensitive ones, the canaries in the coal mine, detecting the presence of the Nephilim before the rest of humanity becomes aware. They're being prepared as interpreters and intermediaries, so that when open contact occurs, there will be humans ready to help the rest of us understand and accept what's happening. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, and perhaps also now, communicating with those who can hear, preparing the way for their return, using prophets the modern world refuses to recognize as such. The question isn't whether the Nephilim survived. The evidence, in media, technology, ritual, genetic research, consciousness programming, and prophetic testimony, suggests they're not just surviving, but thriving, working through systems most humans don't recognize as connected, preparing for a revelation that will transform everything. We've been prepared without knowing it, programmed without consenting, transformed gradually so we wouldn't resist. And now we stand on the edge of the moment when what's been hidden becomes visible, when what's been working in shadow steps into light, when the Nephilim era, which never truly ended, enters its final phase. Are we ready? Have we learned anything from the warnings embedded in ancient texts and modern prophecy? Or will we repeat the pattern, accepting what's offered, embracing transformation without understanding its cost, becoming what the Nephilim always intended us to become? The answer will determine not just our future, but whether we have a future as humans, or whether the species called Homo sapiens is simply a chrysalis stage, destined to be transformed into something else, something the old ones designed long ago when they first descended and looked upon humanity and saw potential for transformation. They've been patiently cultivating ever since. The choice that defines us. We stand at a threshold. Technology advances exponentially. Genetic engineering becomes routine. Artificial intelligence approaches human-level capability, and the boundaries of what's possible expand daily. We're approaching the capability to redesign ourselves, to direct our own evolution, to transcend biological humanity. At the same time, ancient sites around the world show increased activity, anomalous readings, unexplained phenomena, lights and sounds that suggest something waking up. UFO sightings continue, with governments acknowledging they represent genuine mysteries. The global system grows more connected and more controlled, heading toward a future where surveillance is ubiquitous and digital identity is mandatory. These developments aren't separate, they're convergent, pointing toward a moment when humanity faces a choice, to embrace transformation and become something new, or to resist and remain what we are, with all the limitations that entails. But it's not really a choice, is it? It's a test. The same test humanity faced before the flood, when the Watchers offered knowledge and enhancement, when the option to transcend natural limitations was placed before our ancestors. They chose transformation, accepting what the Watchers offered, and the result was the Nephilim, being so corrupt that creation itself had to be cleansed. Now we face the same offer dressed in new language: genetic enhancement, life extension, cognitive upgrade, digital immortality. Different words for the same thing. The promise of becoming more than human. The temptation to transcend limits that maybe, just maybe, were placed there for good reason. The ancient texts warn us. The Nephilim era ended in catastrophe. The experiment of mixing human and divine, natural and supernatural, failed so completely that God, or the universe itself, hit the reset button. Are we wise enough to learn from that? Or are we doomed to repeat it, convinced that this time will be different, that we'll succeed where the ancients failed? Maybe the Nephilim never died because they're not a race or a species, but a pattern, a recurring cycle in human development, a test that civilizations face when they reach a certain level of knowledge and capability. Maybe every advanced civilization confronts this choice, to remain human or to transcend, to accept limits or to break free from them. Maybe the ruins scattered across the earth are remnants of previous iterations, civilizations that made the choice and paid the price. If so, what we do next matters more than we can possibly imagine, not just for us, but for what comes after. The Nephilim era never died. It's been waiting for us to reach this point again, to face the same choice our ancestors faced, to discover whether we've learned anything from their mistakes. The watchers are watching still. The old ones are stirring. And humanity stands at the edge of transformation, not knowing whether what lies ahead is evolution or annihilation, ascension or damnation, the fulfillment of our potential or the repetition of an ancient catastrophe. The answer depends on what we choose. The question is whether the choice is really ours, or whether it was decided long ago, written into our DNA by beings who left their mark in our genes and their memories in our myths, waiting for the moment when we'd be ready, or vulnerable enough, to hear their call and answer it. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, and perhaps also now, wearing new faces, speaking new languages, offering new promises that echo old temptations. Perhaps they never left because they didn't need to. They've been here all along, woven into the fabric of our species, waiting for us to complete the transformation they started so long ago. The question isn't whether the Nephilim era died. The question is whether we can survive its resurrection. What if every great civilization that ever rose was never truly the first, or the last? What if humanity's story isn't a straight line, but a circle, endlessly repeating, rebuilding, and forgetting? Imagine standing at the edge of a desert where wind carves patterns into ancient stone. Beneath your feet lie the remnants of cities that once thrived with voices, markets, temples reaching toward heaven. Now there is only silence. The sand has claimed everything. The names, the faces, the songs they sang. And yet, if you listen closely enough, you might hear something beneath the wind. A whisper, a rhythm, the faint echo of a pattern that repeats across millennia, across continents, across every corner of this world where humans have dared to build something lasting. We tell ourselves that history moves forward, that we are the culmination of progress, standing on the shoulders of those who came before. We believe our cities will endure, our knowledge will compound, our legacy will stretch into an unbroken future. But what if that belief is the very thing that blinds us to the truth? What if the story of humanity is not one of steady ascent, but of rise and fall, creation and collapse, memory and forgetting, played out again and again, like waves breaking on an eternal shore? Tonight, we journey into that pattern. We will walk through the ruins of civilizations that vanished without warning, explore the myths that speak of worlds before our own, and ask the questions that haunt the edges of archaeology and philosophy alike. We will consider the possibility that everything we think we know about human history is only the latest chapter in a book that has been written, burned, and rewritten countless times before. This is not a story of doom. It is a meditation on cycles, on the strange and beautiful rhythm that governs all things, seasons, stars, empires, consciousness itself. And as you listen, as your mind drifts between waking and dreaming, perhaps you will begin to see the pattern too. Perhaps you will recognize that the end of one world is always the beginning of another. The first clue lies buried beneath the earth, waiting in layers of sediment and stone. Archaeologists dig through time itself, peeling back centuries like pages in a book, and what they find is not a smooth progression from primitive to advanced, but something far stranger. They find gaps, sudden disappearances, civilizations that reached extraordinary heights and then vanished so completely that even their names were forgotten. Consider the Indus Valley Civilization, which flourished along the rivers of what is now Pakistan and northwest India more than 4,000 years ago. At its peak, it was home to millions of people living in planned cities with sophisticated drainage systems, standardized weights and measures, and a script that remains undeciphered to this day. Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa were marvels of urban planning, their streets laid out in perfect grids, their buildings constructed with precision that would impress modern engineers. And then, around 1900 BCE, it all ended. The cities were abandoned, the people scattered. No invasion is evident in the archaeological record, no great fire, no obvious catastrophe. They simply left. Or take the Maya, whose cities rose like stone dreams from the jungles of Central America. For centuries they built pyramids that touched the clouds, developed a calendar more accurate than the one used in Europe at the time, and created art of breathtaking beauty. Their astronomers tracked the movements of Venus with precision that wouldn't be matched for 1,000 years. And then, during the 9th century CE, the great cities of the southern lowlands were abandoned. Tikal, Palenque, Copan, all left to be swallowed by the jungle. The people didn't vanish entirely. They moved, dispersed, continued in smaller settlements. But the Golden Age ended abruptly, and the reasons remain debated. Drought, warfare, environmental collapse. Perhaps all of these, or perhaps something we haven't yet imagined. The pattern repeats across the globe. The Mycenaean civilization of Bronze Age Greece collapsed around 1200 BCE, taking with it the art of writing for centuries. The Akkadian Empire, the world's first empire, fell after 2 centuries of dominance, possibly due to a prolonged drought that turned fertile lands to dust. The ancestral Puebloans of the American Southwest built elaborate cliff dwellings at Mesa Verde and Chaco Canyon, then abandoned them in the 13th century. Easter Island's inhabitants carved nearly 900 massive stone heads, then saw their society collapse as resources dwindled and the island's forests disappeared. Each of these civilizations left behind monuments that speak of ambition, intelligence, and sophistication. Each reached a level of complexity that took generations to build, and each fell, often rapidly, leaving future generations to wonder what went wrong. The ruins stand as silent witnesses to a truth we find uncomfortable: that advancement is not permanent, that complexity can unravel, that the things we build can be unmade. But here is where the story deepens, because when we look at the myths and legends preserved by cultures around the world, we find something unexpected. We find stories that suggest these collapses were not isolated incidents, but part of a much larger pattern. We find tales of worlds that existed before our own, worlds that rose to great heights and then were destroyed, making way for the world we inhabit now. The ancient Greeks spoke of 5 ages of man, each one ending in destruction. First came the Golden Age, when humans lived like gods, free from toil and suffering. Then the Silver Age, less perfect but still blessed. The Bronze Age followed, marked by warfare and violence. The Heroic Age gave us the legends of Troy and Thebes. And finally, our own Iron Age, the age of struggle and decline. Hesiod, writing in the 8th century BCE, described this progression with a sense of loss, as if humanity had fallen from grace through successive cycles of creation and destruction. The Hindus conceived of time in vast cycles called yugas, each lasting thousands or millions of years. We are said to be living in the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness and discord, which will eventually end in fire and flood before the cycle begins anew with the Satya Yuga, the age of truth and perfection. This wheel of time, the concept of eternal return, is woven into the fabric of Hindu cosmology. The universe itself breathes, expanding into existence, contracting into dissolution, then expanding again in an endless rhythm. The Maya, too, believed in cycles. Their long-count calendar tracked time in units called baktuns, and the completion of 13 baktuns marked the end of one world age and the beginning of another. This is what caused the misguided panic about 2012, a misunderstanding of the Maya concept of cyclical time. For the Maya, the end of a cycle wasn't an apocalypse but a transformation, a moment when the cosmic order reset itself and began again. Even the Abrahamic traditions contain echoes of this pattern. The story of Noah's flood describes a world so corrupted that it had to be washed clean, with only a remnant preserved to start anew. The Book of Revelation speaks of an end times followed by a new heaven, a new earth. These are not presented as unique events, but as fulfillments of a divine plan, suggesting that destruction and renewal are built into the very structure of existence. What are we to make of these stories? Are they merely metaphors, attempts by ancient peoples to make sense of natural disasters and social upheavals? Or could they be something more? Inherited memories of actual catastrophes that reset human civilization, passed down through generations until they became myth. The geological record offers tantalizing hints. Around 12,800 years ago, the Earth entered a period of rapid climate change known as the Younger Dryas. Temperatures plummeted, ice sheets advanced, and the planet was thrown back into near-glacial conditions for more than 1,000 years. What caused this sudden shift remains debated, but some researchers have proposed that a comet or asteroid impact triggered the change, possibly fragmenting over North America and causing widespread fires, floods, and environmental devastation. If such an event occurred, it would have been catastrophic for any human societies existing at the time. And here's the intriguing part. This period coincides roughly with the end of the last ice age and the beginning of the Neolithic Revolution, when humans transitioned from nomadic hunter-gatherers to settled agriculturalists. It's as if the slate was wiped clean and humanity had to start over, rebuilding civilization from the ground up. Could there have been advanced societies before this reset? Societies whose achievements were lost when the world changed? The idea seems far-fetched by conventional standards, yet it persists in the margins of archaeology and in the collective imagination. Plato wrote of Atlantis, a powerful civilization that sank beneath the waves in a single day and night of catastrophe. He claimed the story came from Egyptian priests, who said it happened 9,000 years before Solon's time, placing it roughly in the period of the Younger Dryas. Mainstream archaeology dismisses Atlantis as allegory, a philosophical device Plato used to explore ideas about ideal societies and their corruption. And perhaps that's all it is. But the story resonates because it touches something deep in human consciousness, the fear that everything we build can be lost, that our greatest achievements can vanish as if they never existed. Other legends speak of similar lost lands. The Hindus tell of Kumari Kandam, a continent that once existed south of India before being swallowed by the ocean. The Japanese have stories of Mu, a Pacific civilization that disappeared beneath the waves. Native American traditions speak of previous worlds that were destroyed by fire, flood, or ice before the current world emerged. These stories span cultures that had no contact with one another, yet they share common themes: advanced societies, sudden destruction, and the survival of a remnant who carried knowledge into the New Age. Are these stories evidence of actual lost civilizations, or are they universal archetypes, the human mind's way of processing the impermanence of all things? The answer may lie somewhere between. Perhaps there were no cities of crystal and gold, no technologies beyond our imagining. But perhaps there were societies more sophisticated than we've given credit for, societies that left few traces because they built with wood and fibre rather than stone, or because their remains lie beneath hundreds of feet of ocean water, submerged when sea levels rose at the end of the Ice Age. The coastlines of 12,000 years ago are now underwater. Vast stretches of land that were once habitable are now part of the continental shelf, buried under sediment and waves. If people lived there, and why wouldn't they have, given that coastlines offer abundant resources, then their settlements are lost to us, accessible only through expensive underwater archaeology that has barely begun to explore these drowned landscapes. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey has already forced us to reconsider what we thought we knew about prehistoric humans. This massive complex of carved stone pillars, arranged in circles and decorated with intricate reliefs of animals, dates to around 9600 BCE, before the invention of agriculture, before pottery, before metal tools. It was built by hunter-gatherers, people we assumed were too busy surviving to create monumental architecture. Yet here it stands, proof that our ancestors were capable of far more than we imagined. What else might we have missed? What other sites remain buried, waiting to challenge our assumptions? And if people 12,000 years ago could build Göbekli Tepe, what might they have achieved in the thousands of years before that? During the long stretches of the Ice Age when humans were already anatomically modern, already possessed of the same cognitive abilities we have today. The conventional narrative tells us that civilization began around 5,000 years ago in Mesopotamia, that everything before that was primitive and simple. But this narrative is based on the evidence we've found, not necessarily on the evidence that exists. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. The Earth is vast and time is deep, and we have excavated only the tiniest fraction of what lies beneath our feet. So we return to the question, what if the cycle is real? What if human civilization has risen and fallen multiple times, each iteration building on the ruins of the last, each one eventually succumbing to forces beyond its control? What if we are not the first to ask these questions, but merely the latest in a long line of societies that reached for the stars and then fell back to Earth? the idea of cyclical time feels alien to the modern Western mind, which has been shaped by the concept of linear progress. We believe in evolution, in development, in the march toward an ever better future. This belief is relatively recent, a product of the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution, when it seemed that human ingenuity could solve any problem and that each generation would live better than the last. But for most of human history, and in most human cultures, time was understood differently. It was seen as circular, seasonal, eternal. The year moved through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, then began again. The moon waxed and waned in endless repetition. The sun rose and set, marking days that were fundamentally the same even as individual events changed. Life itself followed a cycle: birth, growth, decay, death, and then, through children, through the continuation of the community, birth again. This cyclical understanding of time wasn't pessimistic. It was realistic, even comforting. It acknowledged that loss was inevitable, but also that renewal was certain. The harvest would fail, but spring would come again. The king would die, but a new king would rise. The world might end, but a new world would be born from its ashes. The ancient Egyptians built their entire civilization around cycles. The Nile flooded every year, depositing rich silt on the fields and making agriculture possible in the midst of desert. This annual inundation was so reliable that the Egyptian calendar was based on it, and the prosperity of the kingdom depended on it. The Egyptians saw in this pattern a reflection of cosmic order, Ma'at, the principle of truth, balance, and harmony that governed all things. The pharaoh's role was to maintain Ma'at, to ensure that the cycles continued, that chaos did not overwhelm order. Even death was understood cyclically. The sun god Ra travelled through the underworld each night, battling the serpent of chaos, and emerged victorious each dawn. The deceased pharaoh became one with Osiris, the god of death and rebirth, and through proper rituals could be resurrected into eternal life. The pyramids themselves were not just tombs, but machines for transformation, designed to facilitate the king's journey through death and into the next phase of existence. The Aztecs took the concept of cyclical time to an extreme. They believed that the universe had been created and destroyed 4 times before the current era, each world age ending in catastrophe. The first world was destroyed by jaguars, the second by hurricanes, the third by fiery rain, and the fourth by floods. We live in the 5th sun, which will eventually be destroyed by earthquakes. To prevent this, or at least to delay it, the Aztecs performed elaborate rituals, including human sacrifice, to feed the sun and keep it moving across the sky. From our perspective, this seems barbaric, but from theirs it was necessary. They were maintaining the cosmic cycle, ensuring that the world would continue to exist. The Norse had their own version of cyclical apocalypse, Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. In this final battle, the gods themselves would fall, the world tree would shake, and the earth would sink into the sea. Fire and flood would consume everything. But after Ragnarok, the earth would rise again from the water, green and fertile. 2 human survivors would emerge to repopulate the world, and a new generation of gods would rule. The cycle would begin anew. These myths are not mere stories. They are cosmologies, frameworks for understanding existence. They suggest that the people who created them had observed the pattern of rise and fall, not just in nature but in human affairs, and had concluded that this pattern was fundamental, inescapable, perhaps even necessary. Modern science, interestingly, has begun to circle back towards cyclical thinking, though in different terms. Ecologists speak of succession, the process by which ecosystems develop, mature, and eventually collapse, making way for new ecosystems to emerge. A forest fire destroys the old growth, but it also clears the way for new plants to take root, and within decades, a new forest rises. The fire is not an aberration but part of the cycle. Evolutionary biologists recognize that mass extinctions, while catastrophic, also create opportunities. When the dinosaurs were wiped out 66 million years ago, mammals, which had been small, marginal creatures, suddenly had room to diversify and evolve. Without that extinction event, we wouldn't exist. Destruction and creation are intertwined, two sides of the same coin. Even in physics we find cycles. The universe itself may be cyclical, according to some cosmological models. The Big Bang might not have been the beginning of everything, but merely the beginning of this particular universe. Before it, there might have been another universe that collapsed into a singularity, then exploded outward again. And our universe, billions of years from now, might collapse or dissipate, only to give birth to another. Time without beginning or end, existence as an eternal rhythm of expansion and contraction. But let's bring this back to human civilization, because that's where the pattern becomes most visible and most unsettling. When we look at the archaeological record, we see that civilizations don't just decline gradually. They often collapse suddenly, within a generation or two. Complex societies with elaborate hierarchies, specialized labor, long-distance trade networks, and monumental architecture can unravel with shocking speed. The Bronze Age collapse around 1200 BCE is a prime example. Within a few decades, the great powers of the Eastern Mediterranean, the Hittites, the Mycenaeans, the Egyptians, the Assyrians, all experienced severe disruptions. Cities were destroyed, trade routes were severed, writing systems were abandoned. The Hittite Empire vanished entirely. Mycenaean Greece entered a dark age that lasted centuries. Egypt survived but was greatly weakened. The causes are still debated: invasions by the mysterious sea peoples, earthquakes, drought, internal rebellions, or some combination of all these factors. What's clear is that the interconnected system that had sustained Bronze Age civilization reached a breaking point and collapsed. The Roman Empire too fell with surprising rapidity in the West. In 400 CE, Rome was still the centre of a vast empire stretching from Britain to North Africa. By 476 CE, the last Western Roman emperor had been deposed, and the empire had fragmented into barbarian kingdoms. The infrastructure that had connected the empire, roads, aqueducts, trade networks, fell into disrepair. Literacy declined. Cities shrank. For centuries afterward, Europeans lived in the shadow of ruins they could no longer build, reading texts they could barely understand, surrounded by evidence of a greatness they had lost. Why does this happen? Why do civilizations collapse? The archaeologist Joseph Tainter proposed that societies become increasingly complex over time as they solve problems and adapt to challenges. But complexity has costs: administrative overhead, infrastructure maintenance, social coordination. Eventually, the costs of complexity outweigh the benefits. The society reaches a point of diminishing returns, where additional complexity doesn't solve problems but creates new ones. When a crisis hits, environmental, economic, military, the society lacks the resilience to respond. It collapses not because it's weak, but because it's too complex, too rigid, too invested in maintaining structures that no longer serve their purpose. Jared Diamond, in his book Collapse, identified several factors that contribute to societal collapse: environmental damage, climate change, hostile neighbours, loss of trading partners, and the society's response to its problems. Often, these factors interact in devastating ways. A drought reduces agricultural output, leading to food shortages. Food shortages cause social unrest. Social unrest weakens the government's ability to respond to external threats. External threats disrupt trade. Loss of trade further weakens the economy. The system spirals downward, each problem amplifying the others. But here's what's fascinating. Collapse is not the end of the human story in that region. People survive, they adapt, they simplify, they rebuild. The collapse of the Roman Empire didn't mean the end of people living in Europe. It meant the end of a particular form of social organisation. Life continued, just in a different way, and eventually new forms of complexity emerged. The medieval kingdoms, the Renaissance city-states, the nation-states of modernity, each represented a new cycle of growth and organisation. This is the pattern: rise, peak, decline, collapse, and then, after a period of simplification, rise again. Not in the same form, not with the same people, but following the same basic trajectory. It's as if civilization itself is subject to a kind of natural law, a rhythm that plays out regardless of the specific culture or time period. And if this pattern is real, if it's been happening throughout human history, then we must ask, where are we in the cycle? Are we still rising, still building towards some future peak? Or have we already reached the top and are now in the phase of decline, unable to see it because we're too close, too invested in believing that our civilization is different, that we've transcended the limitations that brought down all the others? The signs are there, if we're willing to look. Not with panic or despair, but with a clear-eyed recognition that patterns repeat, that what has happened before can happen again. Consider the environment. Every civilization that has collapsed left behind evidence of environmental degradation. The Maya deforested their lands to build cities and grow crops, leading to soil erosion and water shortages. The ancestral Pueblones of Chaco Canyon depleted their forests for construction and fuel, contributing to their eventual abandonment of the region. Easter Island's inhabitants cut down every tree on the island, destroying the ecosystem that had sustained them. The pattern is consistent. Societies exploit their environment to fuel growth, and when the environment can no longer support that level of exploitation, the society contracts or collapses. We are doing the same thing, but on a global scale. We've cut down forests, depleted fisheries, drained aquifers, and pumped greenhouse gases into the atmosphere at a rate that's altering the climate. The difference is that previous civilizations could collapse locally while the rest of the world continued. We've created a global civilization, interconnected through trade, communication, and shared resources. If our civilization collapses, there's no untouched region to carry on independently. The climate is changing faster than at any point in human history. Temperatures are rising, ice sheets are melting, sea levels are creeping upward. Extreme weather events, hurricanes, droughts, floods, wildfires, are becoming more frequent and more severe. These changes are already displacing people, disrupting agriculture and straining resources, and we're only at the beginning. The full effects of the carbon we've already released won't be felt for decades. This isn't meant to be alarmist, it's simply observation. The Earth's climate has changed many times before, and each time it has reshaped the conditions for life. The question is not whether change will happen, but how we will respond to it. Will we adapt, simplify, and find new ways to live within the planet's limits? Or will we cling to the systems and structures that are no longer sustainable until they collapse under their own weight? Then there's the question of complexity. Our civilization is the most complex that has ever existed. We have global supply chains that deliver goods from one side of the planet to the other. We have financial systems so intricate that even experts struggle to understand them. We have technologies that most people use daily but couldn't begin to explain. This complexity has brought tremendous benefits: medicine, communication, transportation, entertainment. But it has also created vulnerabilities. A single disruption can cascade through the system in unpredictable ways. A pandemic shuts down factories in one country, and suddenly there are shortages of computer chips, cars, medical supplies on the other side of the world. A cyber attack on a pipeline causes fuel shortages and panic buying. A ship gets stuck in a canal, and global trade slows to a crawl. These are small examples, brief disruptions that were resolved relatively quickly. But they reveal how fragile the system is, how dependent we are on everything working smoothly all the time. Joseph Tainter's theory of diminishing returns applies here. We keep adding complexity to solve problems, but each new layer of complexity requires more energy, more coordination, more maintenance. At some point, the system becomes so complex that it's brittle. It can't absorb shocks. A crisis that would have been manageable in a simpler system becomes catastrophic in a complex one. And then there's the social dimension. Civilizations don't just collapse because of environmental or economic factors. They collapse because people lose faith in the institutions that hold society together. When governments can't provide security, when economic systems don't deliver prosperity, when the social contract breaks down, people withdraw their support. They stop paying taxes, stop following laws, stop believing in the shared project of civilization. The centre cannot hold. We see signs of this, of fragmentation today. Political polarization is increasing in many countries. Trust in institutions, government, media, science, religion, is declining. People are retreating into tribal identities, viewing those with different beliefs not as fellow citizens, but as enemies. The shared narratives that once bound societies together are fracturing into competing stories that can't be reconciled. This doesn't mean collapse is imminent or inevitable. Societies can recognize these warning signs and change course. They can simplify, adapt, redistribute resources, rebuild trust. But history suggests that this is difficult. Elites resist changes that threaten their power. Institutions become rigid and self-serving. People become invested in the status quo, even when the status quo is unsustainable. And so the society continues on its trajectory until something breaks. The Roman Empire had centuries of warning signs before it fell. There were economic crises, military defeats, civil wars, plagues. But the empire kept trying to maintain itself through the same methods that had worked in the past: raising taxes, debasing currency, recruiting barbarian soldiers. These measures provided temporary relief but didn't address the underlying problems. Eventually the system could no longer sustain itself, and it collapsed. Are we in a similar position? It's impossible to say with certainty. We might be in the early stages of decline, or we might be experiencing growing pains as we transition to a new form of organization. The future is not predetermined. But the pattern suggests that we should at least consider the possibility that our civilization, like all civilizations before it, is subject to the same forces of rise and fall. And here's where the perspective shifts, because if we accept that collapse is part of the cycle, then it's not something to fear as an ending, but to understand as a transformation. Collapse doesn't mean extinction. It means simplification, reorganization, the clearing away of structures that no longer work to make room for new ones. It's painful, certainly. People suffer during collapses. Knowledge is lost, lives are disrupted, the future becomes uncertain, but life continues. People adapt, and eventually they rebuild. The Dark Ages in Europe were dark only in the sense that we have fewer written records from that period. People still lived, loved, raised children, told stories, created art. They built new communities, developed new technologies, laid the groundwork for the medieval civilization that would follow. The collapse of Rome was traumatic for those who lived through it, but it wasn't the end of the story. It was a chapter break, a pause before the next chapter began. If our civilization were to collapse, and again, this is speculation, not prediction, what would come after? What would the next cycle look like? Would it be a return to simpler, more localized communities? A new form of organization we can't yet imagine? Synthesis of old and new, combining ancient wisdom with modern technology in ways that are more sustainable? The answer depends on what we preserve and what we let go. Every collapse involves loss, but it also involves selection. Some knowledge survives, some practices continue, some values endure. The people who live through the collapse carry forward what they deem most important, and that becomes the foundation for the next cycle. This is why myths and stories matter. They are the vessels that carry knowledge across the gaps, the bridges between one world and the next. When civilizations collapse, libraries burn and databases corrupt, But stories survive. They're told around fires, passed from parent to child, adapted to new circumstances but retaining their essential truths. The myths of flood and fire, of worlds that ended and began again, might be more than metaphors. They might be actual memories, encoded in narrative form, of collapses that our ancestors lived through and wanted us to remember. What would we want to preserve? What knowledge, what values, what practices would we pass on to those who come after? These are not idle questions. They're the questions that every generation should ask, because even if collapse doesn't come in our lifetime, change certainly will. The world our grandchildren inherit will be different from the one we know, shaped by choices we make and forces we can't control. Perhaps the lesson of the cycle is not to prevent collapse, which may be impossible, but to prepare for it, to build resilience rather than rigidity, to value adaptability over efficiency, to maintain connections to the land, to community, to the skills and knowledge that don't depend on complex systems, to remember that we are part of a pattern much larger than ourselves, and that our role is not to escape the cycle but to navigate it with wisdom and grace. But let's go deeper still, into the philosophical and even mystical dimensions of the cycle. Because if we're willing to entertain the possibility that civilizations rise and fall in a pattern, we must also ask, why? Is this pattern random, a product of chance and circumstance? Or is there something more fundamental at work, something woven into the fabric of existence itself? The ancient philosophers grappled with this question. Heraclitus, the Greek philosopher who lived around 500 BCE, famously said that you cannot step into the same river twice. Everything flows, everything changes. Fire transforms into air, air into water, water into earth, and earth back into fire. The universe is in constant flux, and this flux is not chaos, but a kind of cosmic order, a logos, a rational principle that governs all change. For Heraclitus, conflict and opposition were necessary for existence. Day and night, hot and cold, life and death. These opposites define each other and create the tension that drives change. Without destruction, there can be no creation. Without death, there can be no life. The cycle is not a flaw in the universe, but its essential nature. The Stoics, who came later, developed this idea further. They believed in a concept called ekperosis, a periodic conflagration in which the universe is consumed by fire and then reborn. This wasn't a one-time apocalypse, but an eternal cycle. The universe expands, develops, reaches a peak, and then contracts back into pure fire, only to expand again in exactly the same way. Every event that has ever happened will happen again, infinitely, in an eternal return. This idea was later picked up by Nietzsche, who used it as a thought experiment. What if you had to live your life over and over again, exactly as you've lived it, for all eternity? Would you embrace this fate or recoil from it? The eternal return was Nietzsche's way of asking whether we truly affirm life, whether we can say yes to existence in all its joy and suffering, creation and destruction. But perhaps the cycle is not just philosophical speculation. Perhaps it reflects something real about the nature of consciousness and evolution. Consider this. Consciousness seems to require contrast. We appreciate light because we've experienced darkness. We value peace because we've known conflict. We understand creation because we've witnessed destruction. Without these opposites, without the movement between them, consciousness might stagnate. What if the cycle of civilizations is a mechanism for the evolution of consciousness itself? Each civilization rises, explores certain possibilities, reaches certain insights, and then falls. The next civilization rises from the ruins, carrying forward some of what was learned, but also bringing new perspectives, new questions, new ways of being. Over vast stretches of time, consciousness evolves not in a straight line, but in a spiral, returning to similar themes but at higher levels of understanding. This would mean that collapse is not a failure, but a necessary phase in a larger process. Just as a forest fire clears away dead wood and allows new growth, just as death makes room for new life, the collapse of civilizations clears away ossified structures and allows new forms of organization to emerge. It's painful, yes, but pain is often the catalyst for growth. Some spiritual traditions go even further, suggesting that the cycle is intentional, guided by forces or intelligences beyond our comprehension. The Hindu concept of Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva represents this: Brahma the creator, Vishnu the preserver, Shiva the destroyer. But Shiva's destruction is not malevolent. It's necessary for the cycle to continue. Without destruction, there can be no new creation. The three gods work together, each playing their role in the cosmic dance. In Tibetan Buddhism, there's the concept of the bardo, the intermediate state between death and rebirth. It's a liminal space, a time of transition and transformation. What if the collapse of civilizations is a kind of collective bardo, a period when the old forms have died, but the new forms have not yet been born? A time of uncertainty and possibility, when the future is fluid and anything might emerge. These are not scientific theories. They're frameworks for meaning, ways of understanding our place in the larger pattern. But they offer something that purely materialist explanations don't: a sense of purpose, a reason to embrace the cycle rather than resist it. If we see collapse only as tragedy, as the end of everything we've built, then we'll spend our energy trying to prevent it, clinging to structures that may no longer serve us. But if we see collapse as transformation, as part of a larger rhythm that includes both endings and beginnings, then we can approach it differently. We can ask, what needs to die so that something new can be born? What are we holding on to that we should release? What seeds should we plant for the future, even if we won't live to see them grow? This doesn't mean we should welcome suffering or be passive in the face of injustice. It means we should recognize that change is inevitable, that the forms we've created are temporary, and that our task is not to make them permanent, but to ensure that what comes next is wiser, kinder, more aligned with the deeper patterns of existence. There's a concept in ecology called succession. After a disturbance, a fire, a flood, a volcanic eruption, an ecosystem goes through stages of recovery. First come the pioneer species, hardy plants that can survive in harsh conditions. They stabilize the soil, create shade, begin to build complexity. Then come the intermediate species, which require the conditions created by the pioneers. Finally, if enough time passes, a mature ecosystem emerges, diverse, resilient, capable of sustaining itself. But mature ecosystems can also become stagnant. They reach a climax state where change slows, where the dominant species crowd out newcomers, where the system becomes stable but also rigid. And then a disturbance comes, a fire, a storm, a disease, and the cycle begins again. Human civilizations follow a similar pattern. We start with pioneers, people who settle new lands or develop new ideas. They create the conditions for growth. Then comes expansion, increasing complexity, the development of institutions and hierarchies. Eventually the civilization reaches maturity, powerful, sophisticated, but also rigid and resistant to change. And then comes the disturbance, the collapse, and the cycle begins anew. But here's the crucial point. Each cycle doesn't just repeat the previous one, it builds on it. The soil enriched by the previous forest supports a richer ecosystem. The knowledge preserved from the previous civilization informs the next one. The spiral moves upward, even as it circles back. This is why the cycle is not pessimistic, but ultimately hopeful. Yes, what we build will fall. Yes, the civilizations we create will eventually collapse. But the human story doesn't end. It continues, transformed, carrying forward the best of what came before while leaving behind what no longer serves. And perhaps Over many cycles, over thousands or millions of years, consciousness evolves towards something we can't yet imagine. Perhaps each cycle is a lesson, a step in a journey whose destination we can't see from where we stand. Perhaps the universe itself is learning, growing, becoming more aware through the countless cycles of creation and destruction that play out across space and time. This is speculation, of course. We can't prove any of this, but we can't disprove it either. And in the absence of certainty, we're free to choose the story that gives our lives meaning, that helps us navigate the challenges we face with courage and grace. So let's return to the present moment, to the world we inhabit now, and ask, what does the cycle mean for us, here, today? We live in a time of extraordinary change. Technology is advancing at a pace that would have seemed impossible a generation ago. We carry in our pockets devices more powerful than the computers that sent humans to the moon. We can communicate instantly with people on the other side of the planet. We have access to more information than any previous generation could have dreamed of. At the same time, we face challenges that are equally unprecedented. Climate change threatens to reshape the planet in ways that will affect every living thing. Economic inequality is growing, with wealth concentrating in fewer and fewer hands. Political systems are straining under the weight of problems they weren't designed to solve. The social fabric that holds communities together is fraying. Are these the signs of a civilization approaching collapse? Or are they the birth pangs of a new form of organization, a transition to something different and potentially better? The answer may be both. Transitions are messy. The old forms break down before the new ones are fully formed. There's a period of chaos, of uncertainty, when it's not clear what will emerge. We may be living in that period now, the bardo between one world and the next. If that's true, then our task is not to prevent change but to guide it, to be conscious participants in the cycle rather than passive victims, to ask ourselves, what do we want to preserve? What do we need to let go? What kind of world do we want to create for those who come after us? This requires a shift in perspective. We're trained to think in terms of progress, of building toward a future that's better than the past. But what if the future is not a straight line, but a spiral? What if progress means not accumulating more, but understanding more deeply? Not building higher, but building wiser? Indigenous cultures around the world have maintained this perspective for thousands of years. They speak of 7 generations, the idea that every decision should be made with consideration for how it will affect the next 7 generations. This is cyclical thinking. It recognizes that we are not separate from the past or the future, but part of a continuous flow, receiving from those who came before and passing on to those who will come after. Many indigenous cultures also maintain a relationship with the land that modern civilization has lost. They see themselves not as owners or masters of nature, but as participants in it, subject to the same cycles of growth and decay, abundance and scarcity. They practice reciprocity, taking what they need but also giving back, ensuring that the land remains healthy for future generations. This is not romanticization. Indigenous peoples have faced their own challenges, their own collapses and transformations. But they've also demonstrated a resilience that comes from being embedded in place, from maintaining knowledge that doesn't depend on complex systems, from understanding that humans are part of nature, not separate from it. As our global civilization faces increasing instability, there's much we could learn from these older ways of knowing. Not to abandon technology or return to some imagined past, but to integrate ancient wisdom with modern capabilities, to build systems that are resilient rather than brittle, that work with natural cycles rather than against them, that value long-term sustainability over short-term gain. This is already happening in pockets around the world. There are communities experimenting with regenerative agriculture, which builds soil health rather than depleting it. There are architects designing buildings that produce more energy than they consume. There are economists developing models that measure well-being rather than just GDP. There are educators teaching children to think systemically, to understand connections and cycles rather than just linear cause and effect. These are seeds being planted for the next cycle. They may not prevent collapse. The forces driving our current civilization may be too powerful, too entrenched, but they offer alternatives, possibilities, ways of living that could flourish in the spaces left when the old structures fall away. And perhaps that's the real lesson of the cycle, that endings and beginnings are not separate but intertwined, that every collapse contains the seeds of renewal, that our task is not to cling to what's dying, but to nurture what's being born. This requires courage. It requires letting go of certainty, of the belief that we can control the future, of the need to know how the story ends. It requires trust in the pattern, in the resilience of life, in the creativity and adaptability of human beings. It also requires humility. We are not the pinnacle of evolution, the final chapter in the human story. We are one iteration among many, one cycle in an endless spiral. What we build will not last forever, and that's okay. What matters is not permanence but participation. How we show up, what we contribute, how we treat each other and the world we inhabit during our brief time here. The ancient Stoics had a practice called memento mori. Remember that you will die. It wasn't meant to be morbid, but liberating. When you remember that your time is limited, you stop wasting it on things that don't matter. You focus on what's essential. You appreciate the present moment because you know it won't last. Perhaps we need a collective memento mori. Remember that this civilization will end, not to induce despair, but to clarify priorities, to help us distinguish between what's truly important and what's merely urgent, to remind us that we're part of something larger than ourselves, a pattern that extends far beyond our individual lives or even our civilization's lifespan. When you stand in the ruins of an ancient city, Machu Picchu, Angkor Wat, Petra, you feel this perspective viscerally. These places were once alive with voices, with commerce, with the daily dramas of human life. Now they're silent, reclaimed by jungle or desert, visited by tourists who marvel at what was lost. But they're also beautiful in their decay, testament to the impermanence of all things and the enduring human impulse to create, to build, to reach for something beyond mere survival. We will leave ruins too. Future archaeologists, if there are any, will dig through the layers of our civilization and try to understand who we were, what we valued, why we fell. They'll find our buildings, our technologies, our art. They'll piece together our story from fragments, just as we've pieced together the stories of those who came before. What will they conclude? Will they see us as wise or foolish? As a civilization that learned from the past or one that repeated its mistakes? As people who face the cycle with courage or with denial? The answer depends on what we do now in this moment with the knowledge we have. We can't prevent the cycle. It's too fundamental, too deeply woven into the nature of things. But we can choose how we move through it. We can choose to be conscious participants rather than unconscious victims. We can choose to plant seeds for the future even as we acknowledge that the present is changing. We can choose to face uncertainty with curiosity rather than fear. The mechanics of memory. There's a particular kind of tragedy in the loss of knowledge, not the loss of a life, which is singular and immediate, but the loss of understanding accumulated over generations, refined through centuries, tested by time. When a civilization falls, it doesn't just lose its buildings and its borders, it loses its memory. Consider the Library of Alexandria, that legendary repository of ancient wisdom. The numbers vary depending on the source. Some say 400,000 scrolls, others claim as many as 1 million, but the precise count matters less than what it represented. Humanity's attempt to gather all knowledge in one place, to create a memory palace for civilization itself. When it burned, and it burned multiple times, in multiple ways across several centuries, We lost works will never recover. The complete plays of Sophocles and Euripides, treatises on mathematics and astronomy, histories of peoples whose names we no longer remember, gone, not just destroyed, but forgotten so thoroughly that we don't even know what we've lost. But here's what haunts me about Alexandria. It wasn't just the fire. The library had been declining for decades before its final destruction. Funding dried up, scholars left. The culture that valued such a place, that saw the preservation of knowledge as a sacred duty, had already begun to fade. The fire was merely the final act of a longer tragedy, the physical manifestation of a civilization that had stopped believing in its own future. This is how knowledge dies, not usually in dramatic conflagrations, but in slow erosion, in the gradual shift of priorities, in the moment when a society decides that maintaining the old wisdom is less important than addressing immediate concerns, in the generation that forgets to teach what the previous generation knew. The Dark Ages in Europe, misnamed, as we've discussed, but dark in one specific sense, saw the loss of tremendous technical and intellectual knowledge. The Romans had concrete that could set under water, aqueducts that moved millions of gallons with perfect precision, surgical techniques that wouldn't be rediscovered for 1,000 years. They had a postal system that spanned a continent, a legal framework of stunning sophistication, agricultural practices refined over centuries. And then, within a few generations, much of it was simply forgotten. Not everywhere, of course. This is crucial. Knowledge doesn't vanish uniformly. It retreats to pockets, to refuges, to the margins. While Europe fragmented, monasteries became arks of literacy. Monks in cold stone rooms copied manuscripts by candlelight, preserving texts they sometimes couldn't even read, in languages they didn't speak because they understood that memory mattered. They were the bridge across the gap, the thin thread of continuity between the classical world and what would eventually become the Renaissance. Meanwhile, in the Islamic world, the House of Wisdom in Baghdad was gathering and translating the works of Greek philosophers, Indian mathematicians, Persian astronomers. They weren't just preserving this knowledge, they were building on it, extending it, creating new synthesis. When Europe finally emerged from its fragmentation, much of what it rediscovered came back through Arabic translations, knowledge that had been kept alive in a different civilization's memory. This is the pattern. Knowledge flows like water, seeking the lowest point, the path of least resistance. When one civilization can no longer hold it, it seeps elsewhere, finding new vessels, new guardians. The question is never whether knowledge can be preserved, it's whether there are people willing to do the preserving, and whether the conditions exist for that preservation to matter. Indigenous cultures understood this deeply. Without written language, they developed oral traditions of stunning complexity and durability. The Aboriginal Australians maintained songlines, navigational maps encoded in story and song, for tens of thousands of years. These weren't just directions, they were cosmologies, legal systems, ecological knowledge, all woven together in narratives that could be passed from generation to generation with remarkable fidelity. The songs contained information about water sources, seasonal patterns, the behaviour of animals, the properties of plants. They were living libraries carried in human memory. But oral traditions are fragile in their own way. They require unbroken chains of transmission. They need communities intact enough to pass knowledge down. When colonization shattered these communities, when children were taken from their families and forbidden to speak their languages, entire libraries burned, not in fire, but in silence. Knowledge that had survived ice ages and continental shifts vanished within a single generation. Now we live in an age of unprecedented information storage. We have more knowledge accessible at our fingertips than any previous civilization could have imagined. The entire library of Alexandria could fit on a device smaller than a book. We've digitized millions of texts, created redundant backups, distributed information across global networks. Surely we think we've solved the problem of memory. Surely our knowledge is safe. But is it? Digital storage is remarkably fragile. Hard drives fail. Formats become obsolete. The websites we built 20 years ago are already archaeological sites. Their links broken, their content lost. We call it link rot, this gradual decay of the digital world. But it's more than that. It's the same process that claimed Alexandria, just faster. We're creating more information than ever before, but we're also losing it at an unprecedented rate. And there's something else, something more subtle. We're losing the context. We have access to vast amounts of data, but we're losing the frameworks that make that data meaningful. A medieval monk copying a manuscript might not understand Latin perfectly, but he was embedded in a tradition that gave the text significance. He knew why it mattered. We have search engines that can find any fact in seconds, but we're losing the deep literacy that connects facts into understanding, that transforms information into wisdom. This is the paradox of our moment. We have more memory than ever, but it's increasingly shallow. We can access the surface of everything but struggle to go deep into anything. We've optimized for retrieval but not for integration, for storage but not for meaning. What gets remembered and what gets forgotten is never neutral. It's always a choice, conscious or unconscious, about what matters. The victors write the history, yes, but it's more than that. The powerful decide what's worth preserving. The dominant culture determines which languages, which stories, which ways of knowing get passed down and which get erased. When the Spanish conquered the Americas, they burned the Mayan codices, books of stunning complexity containing astronomical observations, historical records, mathematical knowledge. Only 4 survived. 4 out of thousands. The Spanish saw them as pagan, as dangerous, as obstacles to conversion. They couldn't read them, didn't value them, and so they destroyed them. And with them went knowledge we'll never recover, not just facts, but entire ways of understanding the world. This is happening now, in our time. Languages are dying at an astonishing rate, 1 every 2 weeks by some estimates, and with each language goes a unique way of categorizing reality, a distinct set of concepts and relationships, knowledge about local ecosystems and traditional practices. We're experiencing a mass extinction of human knowledge, and most of us don't even notice. But here's what gives me hope. Memory is more resilient than we think. It hides in unexpected places. It survives in fragments, in traces, in the margins of the dominant narrative. Archaeologists keep finding evidence that rewrites what we thought we knew. Linguists discover that supposedly dead languages left traces in the languages that replaced them. Geneticists find that populations we thought were wiped out actually mixed with and influenced later peoples. The cycle doesn't erase everything. It transforms, it recombines, it carries forward what's essential, even if the form changes beyond recognition. The question for us, living in this moment of potential transition, is: what are we choosing to remember? What are we fighting to preserve? And what are we willing to let go? Because we can't save everything. The attempt to preserve all knowledge equally is itself a kind of forgetting, a failure to discriminate between what's vital and what's merely interesting, between wisdom and trivia. Every civilization has to make choices about what matters enough to carry forward. Those choices reveal what we value, what we believe about the future, what we think is worth the effort of transmission. The monasteries that preserved classical texts through the Dark Ages didn't save everything. They made choices, often based on religious criteria that seem arbitrary to us now. But they saved something. They maintained the thread. And that was enough for the Renaissance to eventually pull on that thread and begin weaving again. We need to think like those monks, not in terms of their specific values, but in terms of their commitment to preservation even when the immediate utility wasn't clear. They copied texts they couldn't fully understand because they trusted that future generations might need them. They were good ancestors. What would it mean to be good ancestors now? What knowledge should we fight to preserve, not just in databases and servers, but in living practice, in communities of understanding, in ways that can survive disruption? What are the essential seeds that need to be carried through whatever transition is coming? These aren't abstract questions, they're urgent, practical matters. Because if the cycle continues, and everything suggests it will, then what we choose to remember now will shape what's possible later. The memory we maintain becomes the foundation for the next beginning. The psychology of endings. There's a cognitive bias psychologists call normalcy bias, the tendency to believe that things will continue functioning the way they always have, even in the face of evidence to the contrary. It's why people don't evacuate before hurricanes, why they stay in their homes as floodwaters rise, why they go to work on the morning of a coup. The mind struggles to accept that the normal patterns of life are breaking down. It's easier to believe that this is temporary, an aberration, that things will return to normal soon. Civilizations suffer from normalcy bias too, perhaps even more acutely than individuals, because civilizations are made of institutions, and institutions are designed for stability. They're built on the assumption of continuity. They have procedures for dealing with known problems, but they struggle to adapt when the fundamental conditions change. The late Roman Empire is a masterclass in civilizational normalcy bias. For decades, centuries even, the signs of decline were visible to anyone willing to look. The borders were increasingly difficult to defend. The economy was stagnating. The political system was producing emperor after emperor through violence and instability. The population was declining. The tax base was shrinking. The infrastructure was crumbling. And yet, life went on. The Senate still met. The games still happened in the Colosseum. The wealthy still built villas and threw elaborate parties. The bureaucracy still functioned, processing paperwork, collecting taxes, maintaining the fiction of imperial power. Because what else would they do? The Roman Empire was the world as they knew it. It had existed for so long that its end was literally unthinkable. There's a letter from Sidonius Apollinaris, a Roman aristocrat writing in the 5th century CE, that captures this perfectly. He's describing a dinner party, the food, the conversation, the literary games they played. It's charming and cultured and completely oblivious to the fact that the Western Roman Empire is in its final decades. Germanic kingdoms are carving up the provinces. The emperor is a puppet. The old order is collapsing. And Sidonius is writing about dinner parties. Is this denial? Decadence? Or is it something more human? The need to maintain normalcy in the face of overwhelming change? Maybe it's all three. Maybe they're not as different as we think. We judge the late Romans harshly for not seeing what was coming, for not acting to prevent the collapse. But would we have done differently? Are we doing differently? Because here's the uncomfortable truth. We're living through our own version of this. The signs of systemic stress are everywhere. Climate change is accelerating. Biodiversity is collapsing. Inequality is widening. Political systems are becoming increasingly dysfunctional. The social fabric is fraying. And yet, we go to work. We plan for retirement. We argue about trivial things on social media. We maintain the routines of normal life because the alternative, accepting that the fundamental conditions are changing, is too destabilizing to contemplate. This isn't stupidity. It's how human psychology works. We're pattern recognition machines, and the patterns we know best are the ones we've experienced. We have no experiential template for civilizational collapse, because it happens so slowly, across generations, that no individual experiences the full arc. What we experience is a series of small changes, each one explicable, each one manageable, each one not quite enough to break the pattern of normalcy. The psychologist Robert J. Lifton studied survivors of Hiroshima and found that many of them in the immediate aftermath of the bombing, tried to maintain normal routines. They went to work, or tried to. They worried about being late. They apologized for their appearance. The mind, confronted with the incomprehensible, reaches for the familiar. Civilizational decline is different from a bomb. It's slower, more ambiguous, but the psychological response is similar. We normalize the abnormal. We adjust our expectations downward incrementally. We tell ourselves stories that make the changes seem less significant than they are. It's always been this way. Things were worse in the past. Technology will solve it. Someone will figure it out. These aren't lies exactly. They're coping mechanisms. They're how we maintain psychological equilibrium in the face of uncertainty. But there's a cost to this. The cost is that we don't prepare. We don't adapt. We don't make the hard choices that might ease the transition. We wait until crisis forces our hand, and by then, the options are much more limited. The Maya are instructive here. We know from archaeological evidence that they experienced a long period of environmental stress, deforestation, soil erosion, drought. The signs were there for generations, and yet the response was often to double down on the existing system. Build more monuments, conduct more rituals, intensify agricultural production, the very things that were causing the stress. Why? Because the system had worked before, because the monuments and rituals were tied to their understanding of cosmic order, because changing course would have required admitting that the fundamental assumptions were wrong. And that's psychologically very difficult, especially for the elites whose power and identity are tied to the existing system. This is the trap of success. The strategies that brought a civilization to prominence become sacred. They're not just practical approaches, they're part of the civilization's identity, its story about itself. To abandon them feels like betraying everything that made the civilization great. And so, even as conditions change, even as the old strategies stop working, there's tremendous resistance to adaptation. The Easter Islanders kept cutting down trees even as their island became deforested. The last tree that was cut, someone cut it knowing it was the last tree. What were they thinking? Were they in denial? Did they believe it would grow back? Did they simply not care about the future? Or were they trapped in a system where cutting trees was what you did, where the immediate need outweighed the long-term consequence, where the social pressure to conform was stronger than the individual impulse to preserve? We'll never know, but we can recognize the pattern. We can see it in ourselves. There's another psychological dimension to endings, the strange comfort of decline. This sounds paradoxical, but there's a relief in letting go, in accepting that you don't have to maintain the impossible anymore. The late Roman aristocrats, for all their denial, must have also felt the burden lifting. They didn't have to pretend the empire would last forever. They didn't have to solve unsolvable problems. They could focus on what was immediate and real, the dinner party, the poem, the conversation with friends. The Japanese have a concept called mono-no-aware, the pathos of things, the bittersweet awareness of impermanence. There's a beauty in autumn leaves precisely because they're falling. There's a poignancy in the cherry blossoms because they bloom for such a short time. The transience is part of the beauty. Can we apply this to civilizations? Can we find a way to appreciate what we have while acknowledging that it won't last? Can we hold both the grief of ending and the gratitude for what was? The Stoics thought so. They practiced negative visualization, imagining loss, contemplating impermanence, not to be morbid, but to fully appreciate the present. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his Meditations while the Roman Empire was already showing signs of strain, kept reminding himself that everything passes. All things fade and quickly turn to myth, he wrote. This wasn't despair. It was a way of staying present, of not taking anything for granted, of finding meaning in the moment rather than in the illusion of permanence. But there's a tension here, isn't there, between acceptance and action, between acknowledging impermanence and fighting to preserve what matters, between being a good Stoic and being a responsible citizen. Maybe the answer is that we need both. We need the wisdom to accept what we can't control, the fundamental nature of the cycle, the impermanence of all things, and the courage to act on what we can control, our choices, our values, the seeds we plant for the future. The psychology of endings is ultimately about how we hold paradox, how we live with uncertainty, how we maintain meaning in the face of loss, how we act with purpose while accepting that the outcome is beyond our control. This is hard. It's much easier to fall into denial or despair, to pretend everything is fine or to give up entirely. The middle path, clear-eyed acceptance combined with committed action, requires a kind of psychological sophistication that doesn't come naturally. But it's the only path that honours both the reality of the cycle and the dignity of human agency. It's the only way to be fully present in this moment of transition, neither clinging to a past that's gone nor fleeing into fantasies of a future we can't control. The Romans didn't have this wisdom, or couldn't access it. They clung to normalcy until normalcy was no longer possible. And then they were swept away by changes they hadn't prepared for. We have the chance to do better, not to prevent the cycle, that's not within our power, but to move through it with awareness, with intention, with grace, to be the generation that saw clearly, that chose wisely, that planted seeds even in the autumn of our civilization. In the year 476 CE, the last Western Roman emperor Romulus Augustulus was deposed. History marks this as the fall of Rome, the end of the ancient world. But in the monasteries of Ireland, something else was happening. Monks were copying manuscripts. They were preserving Latin texts, maintaining literacy, creating illuminated gospels of stunning beauty. They didn't know they were saving Western civilization. They were just doing their work day by day, believing it mattered. This is how renewal actually happens, not through grand plans or heroic interventions, but through small groups of people maintaining practices, preserving knowledge, keeping alive the seeds that will eventually grow into something new. The Irish monasteries became centres of learning while Europe fragmented. They sent missionaries back to the continent, re-Christianizing and re-civilizing regions that had fallen into chaos. They brought books, literacy, agricultural techniques, organizational skills. They were the bridge between the Roman world and medieval Europe, the carriers of cultural DNA across the gap. This pattern repeats throughout history. When the Mongols sacked Baghdad in 1258, destroying the House of Wisdom and throwing so many books into the Tigris that the river ran black with ink, it seemed like the end of Islamic intellectual culture. But the knowledge had already spread. Scholars had carried texts to Cairo, to Cordoba, to Samarkand. The network was distributed enough that no single catastrophe could destroy it entirely. When the Spanish conquered the Americas, they tried to erase indigenous cultures completely. They burned the codices, banned the languages, destroyed the temples. And yet, the culture survived. They went underground. They mixed with Catholicism, creating syncretic traditions that preserved old knowledge in new forms. They maintained practices in secret, passing them down through families, through communities, through the very act of survival. This is the resilience of culture. It's not fragile in the way we often think. It's more like mycelium, the underground network of fungal threads that connects a forest. You can cut down all the trees, but if the mycelium survives, the forest can regrow. Culture works the same way. The visible structures can collapse, but if the underlying network of practices, values, and knowledge persists, renewal is possible. The Renaissance is the most famous example of this. We think of it as a sudden flowering, a rebirth of classical learning. But it was actually the culmination of centuries of preservation and transmission. The texts that inspired Renaissance humanists had been kept alive by Byzantine scholars, by Islamic translators, by medieval monks. When Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, Greek scholars fled west, bringing their libraries with them. They found an audience ready to receive what they carried, an audience that had been prepared by centuries of slow cultural work. This is the key: insight. Renewal requires preparation. The seeds need soil. The knowledge needs people ready to receive it, to understand it, to build on it. The Renaissance happened because medieval Europe had developed the economic surplus, the social structures, the intellectual curiosity to make use of classical knowledge. The seeds had been there all along, but they needed the right conditions to germinate. What are the seeds in our civilization? What are the practices, the knowledge, the values that need to be preserved through whatever transition is coming? Some are obvious, scientific knowledge certainly, medical techniques, agricultural practices, engineering principles. These are the practical seeds, the ones that directly enable survival and rebuilding. But there are other seeds, less tangible but equally important, the idea of human rights, the practice of democracy, the value of education, the commitment to truth-seeking, the appreciation of beauty, the capacity for empathy. These are cultural seeds, and they're more fragile than the practical ones because they require not just preservation but active practice. You can store scientific knowledge in books, but you can't store democracy or empathy. They have to be lived. This is where communities become crucial. The seeds of renewal are always carried by groups, not individuals. The Irish monasteries worked because they were communities with shared purpose. The Islamic scholars who preserved Greek philosophy worked because they were part of intellectual networks that valued and supported their work. The indigenous cultures that survived colonization did so because communities maintained their practices even under tremendous pressure. What are our communities? Where are the groups committed to preserving what matters? Where are the networks that will carry the seeds through the transition? They're everywhere if you look. There are communities working on sustainable agriculture, on renewable energy, on local resilience. There are groups preserving traditional crafts, maintaining indigenous languages, teaching ancient wisdom traditions. There are networks of scientists committed to open source knowledge, of educators working to maintain critical thinking, of artists keeping alive the human capacity for beauty and meaning. These aren't preparing for collapse necessarily. Most of them are just doing work they believe in, maintaining practices they value. But that's exactly what makes them effective. The Irish monks weren't trying to save civilization. They were trying to serve God and maintain their way of life. The preservation of civilization was a side effect. This is the paradox of intentional preservation. It works best when it's not the primary goal. When you're trying to preserve something for its own sake, it becomes a museum piece, static and lifeless. But when you're practicing something because it has meaning and value in the present, it stays alive, it adapts, it evolves, and that's what allows it to survive transitions. The concept of anti-fragility, developed by Nassim Taleb, is relevant here. Anti-fragile systems don't just resist shocks, they actually benefit from them. They gain from disorder. The human immune system is anti-fragile. Exposure to pathogens makes it stronger. Evolution is anti-fragile. Environmental stress drives adaptation and innovation. Can civilizations be anti-fragile? Can we build systems that gain from disorder rather than being destroyed by it? To some extent, this is what distributed networks do. The internet was designed to be anti-fragile, to root around damage, to maintain function even when parts of the network fail. Open source software is anti-fragile. The more people who use and modify it, the more robust it becomes. Biodiversity is anti-fragile. Ecosystems with more species are more resilient to disruption. The seeds of renewal are anti-fragile when they're diverse, distributed, and embedded in practice. When knowledge exists in multiple forms, in multiple places, maintained by multiple communities, it's much harder to destroy. When practices are lived rather than just recorded, they adapt to changing conditions. When values are embodied in communities rather than just written in documents, they survive transitions. This suggests a strategy for our moment. Diversify, distribute, practice. Don't put all the seeds in one basket. Don't rely on any single system or institution. Don't just preserve knowledge abstractly. embody it in communities of practice. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault in Norway is a beautiful example of this thinking. It's a backup for the world's agricultural diversity, storing seeds from crop varieties around the world in case of catastrophe. But it's not the only seed vault. There are hundreds of seed banks around the world, and beyond that, there are millions of farmers and gardeners maintaining crop diversity through the simple act of planting and saving seeds. The vault is important, but the distributed network is more important. The vault is a backup. The network is the living system, and if catastrophe comes, it will be the network, the farmers and gardeners who know how to grow food, who have the seeds and the skills and the community connections that will actually enable renewal. We need to think this way about all the seeds we want to preserve. Yes, store knowledge in libraries and databases, but also maintain it in communities of practice. Yes, write down the principles of democracy and human rights, but also practice them, embody them, pass them down through lived example. The seeds within the ruins are not just information, they're practices, relationships, values, ways of being. They're carried by people who believe in them enough to maintain them, even when the immediate utility isn't clear. They're kept alive by communities that provide the soil for growth. And here's what's beautiful. You don't need to preserve everything. You don't need to be responsible for the whole civilization. You just need to tend your patch, maintain your practice, keep alive what you value. The network will do the rest. The seeds will find their way to where they're needed. This is how renewal happens, not through grand plans, but through countless small acts of preservation and practice. Not through heroes, but through communities. Not through control, but through resilience and adaptation. The ruins of past civilizations are full of seeds. Some have already sprouted. The Renaissance, the Islamic Golden Age, the countless cultural flowerings that emerged from collapse. Others are still waiting, dormant, ready to grow when conditions are right. We're planting seeds now, whether we know it or not. Every practice we maintain, every value we embody, every piece of knowledge we pass down is a seed. The question is, are we planting wisely? Are we tending the soil? Are we creating the conditions for future growth? The responsibility of awareness. There's a weight that comes with understanding. Once you see the pattern, once you recognize the cycle, you can't unsee it. You're burdened with a kind of knowledge that most people, most of the time, don't have to carry. You know that civilizations fall. You know that ours is showing the signs. You know that the comfortable assumptions of progress and permanence are illusions. What do you do with that knowledge? This is not an abstract question. It's deeply personal, deeply ethical. Because awareness creates responsibility. Not the responsibility to prevent the cycle. That's beyond any individual's power, probably beyond any civilization's power. But the responsibility to respond wisely, to make choices that honour both the present and the future, to be what the philosopher Roman Ksnaric calls a good ancestor. What does it mean to be a good ancestor? It means making decisions with the seventh generation in mind, as the Iroquois Confederacy taught. It means planting trees whose shade you'll never sit under. It means maintaining practices and preserving knowledge not because they benefit you, because they might benefit people you'll never meet. It means accepting that your life is part of a larger story, a longer arc, and that your choices ripple forward in ways you can't predict or control. This is countercultural in our time. We're trained to think in terms of immediate returns, personal benefit, measurable outcomes. We're taught to optimize for our own lifetime, our own success, our own comfort. The idea of sacrificing for people who don't exist yet, who might not even exist in the form we imagine, feels almost absurd. And yet, this is exactly what our ancestors did for us. The Irish monks who preserved classical texts didn't benefit from the Renaissance. The scientists who developed vaccines didn't live to see the diseases eradicated. The activists who fought for rights and freedoms often died before those rights were won. They planted seeds they never saw grow. We're living in the shade of trees we didn't plant. We're benefiting from sacrifices we didn't make. We're standing on foundations we didn't build. And now it's our turn. Now we're the ones who have to decide what to plant, what to preserve, what to pass forward. But here's the paradox. We're living in a moment when the future feels more uncertain than ever. How do you plant for a future you can't envision? How do you make sacrifices for people who might not exist, or might exist in conditions so different from ours that our gifts are irrelevant? This is where wisdom traditions become essential, because they've grappled with this question for millennia. They've developed frameworks for thinking about intergenerational responsibility, for finding meaning in uncertainty, for acting with purpose even when outcomes are unclear. The Buddhist concept of the bodhisattva is instructive. A bodhisattva is someone who vows to work for the liberation of all beings, even knowing that this task is infinite, that it will never be completed. They act not because they expect to succeed, but because the action itself is right. The commitment is the point, not the outcome. This is a different kind of ethics than we're used to. We're trained to think consequentially, to judge actions by their results. But what if the results are unknowable? What if the time frame is so long that we'll never see the consequences? Then we need a different foundation for ethics, one based on values and commitments rather than outcomes. The Stoics had a similar approach. They distinguished between what's in our control and what's not. We can't control whether civilization collapses or how the future unfolds, but we can control our choices, our actions, our character. We can choose to act with virtue, with wisdom, courage, justice, temperance, regardless of the outcome. We can be good ancestors not because we know it will work, but because it's the right way to live. This doesn't mean passivity. It doesn't mean accepting injustice or ignoring problems. It means acting with full commitment while holding outcomes lightly. It means doing everything you can while accepting that the results are beyond your control. There's a story about a rabbi who was planting a carob tree. Someone asked him, "Why are you planting that?" "It takes 70 years for a carob tree to bear fruit. You'll never eat from it." The rabbi replied, "Just as my ancestors planted for me, I plant for my children." This is the ethic of the good ancestor. You plant knowing you won't harvest. You build knowing you won't inhabit. You preserve knowing you won't benefit. You do it because it's your turn, because you're part of a chain of generations, because the future depends on choices made in the present. But what if the future is collapse? What if the most likely outcome is that our civilization falls, that much of what we build is destroyed, that the people who come after us inherit ruins rather than flourishing? Does that change the ethical calculus? I don't think so, because even in collapse, even in ruins, the seeds matter. The knowledge preserved, the practices maintained, the values embodied. These become the foundation for whatever comes next. The Irish monks didn't know there would be a Renaissance. They just kept copying manuscripts, and centuries later, those manuscripts became the seeds of renewal. We're in a similar position. We don't know what the future holds. We don't know if our civilization will adapt and transform, or collapse and be replaced. We don't know what people centuries from now will need or value. But we can make choices now that increase the chances of positive outcomes, that preserve options, that plant seeds. This is the responsibility of awareness, to act as if the future matters, even when you can't know what that future will be. To be a good ancestor, even to people you can't imagine. To maintain hope without illusion. To take action without attachment to outcomes. To plant seeds without knowing if they'll grow. But there's another dimension to this responsibility. The obligation to tell the truth. If you see the pattern, if you understand the cycle, do you have a duty to warn others? Or is there wisdom in silence, in letting people maintain their normalcy bias, their comfortable illusions? This is a genuine dilemma. There's a cost to awareness. Once you see the fragility of civilization, once you understand the depth of our predicament, it's hard to maintain the routines of normal life. It's hard to care about trivial things. It's hard to plan for a future you're not sure will exist. The burden of awareness can lead to paralysis, to despair, to a kind of anticipatory grief that makes it difficult to function. Is it kind to impose that burden on others? Is it responsible to shatter their illusions? Maybe the answer is that different people need different things. Some people need to be shaken awake, to be confronted with reality, to be called to action. Others need to be allowed their denial, their normalcy, their comfort. The art is in discerning which is which, in meeting people where they are rather than where you think they should be. But there's a baseline responsibility to live in alignment with what you know, to make choices that reflect your understanding, to be an example of what it looks like to face uncertainty with courage and grace. You don't have to convince everyone. You don't have to save the world. You just have to live with integrity, to be true to what you see. This might mean changing how you live. It might mean simplifying, localizing, building resilience. It might mean learning skills, joining communities, preserving knowledge. It might mean having difficult conversations, making uncomfortable choices, going against the grain of the culture. Or it might mean something quieter. It might mean being present with what is, appreciating what you have, finding meaning in the moment. It might mean being kind, being generous, being fully human in a time of transition. It might mean creating beauty, maintaining relationships, passing down wisdom. There's no single right way to respond to awareness. The responsibility is to respond authentically, to let your understanding shape your choices, to be a conscious participant in the cycle, rather than a passive victim. And here's what I've come to believe. The responsibility of awareness is ultimately about love. Love for the world as it is, with all its beauty and fragility. Love for the people who will come after us, whoever they are. Love for the practices and values and knowledge that make us human. Love for the mystery of existence, the great cycle of creation and destruction that we're part of. When you act from love, the question of outcomes becomes less urgent. You act because you care, because it matters, because it's an expression of what you value. You plant the carob tree not because you'll eat the fruit, but because you love the idea of shade, of sweetness, of continuity. You preserve knowledge not because you know it will be used, but because you love learning, truth, the human capacity for understanding. You work for justice not because you'll see it achieved, but because you love the vision of a world where all beings are treated with dignity. This is the deepest responsibility of awareness, to let what you know deepen your love rather than harden your heart, to let understanding lead to compassion rather than cynicism, to let the recognition of impermanence make you more present, more grateful, more alive. We're living in a time of transition. The cycle is turning. The old order is showing its age. What comes next is uncertain. But we're here now with choices to make and seeds to plant. We're the ancestors of whatever future emerges. We're the bridge between what was and what will be. That's a profound responsibility, but it's also a profound gift. We get to participate in the great cycle. We get to plant seeds in the ruins. We get to be part of the story of how one world ends and another begins. And so we arrive at the end of this meditation, though of course it's not really an end, but a pause, a breath before the cycle continues. The civilization reset is not a single event, but an ongoing process, a rhythm that has played out countless times and will play out countless times more. We are living through one iteration of this pattern, and while we can't know exactly how it will unfold, we can recognize the signs, understand the forces at work, and make choices that honor both the past and the future. The great civilizations of the past, Egypt, Rome, the Maya, the Indus Valley, all believed they would last forever. They built monuments to eternity, created systems they thought were unshakable, told themselves stories of permanence, and yet they fell, as all things fall, making way for what came next. We are no different. Our civilization, for all its technological marvels and global reach, is subject to the same forces that brought down every civilization before us. Environmental limits, social complexity, the diminishing returns of growth, these are not problems we can solve through cleverness alone. They are features of the cycle, challenges that every civilization must face. But here's what's different about our moment. We have the accumulated knowledge of all those previous cycles. We have the myths and legends that encode their wisdom. We have the archaeological evidence of their rise and fall. We have the scientific understanding of the patterns that govern complex systems. We have, in other words, the opportunity to be conscious of the cycle in a way that previous civilizations may not have been. This consciousness doesn't give us the power to escape the cycle, but it gives us the power to navigate it with greater wisdom, to recognize when we're clinging to structures that no longer serve us, to let go of what needs to die so that something new can be born, to preserve what's essential and release what's not, to face the future not with fear, but with the understanding that change, even painful change, is part of the larger pattern of existence. The cycle teaches us that nothing lasts forever, but it also teaches us that nothing is ever truly lost. The knowledge of the ancient Egyptians influenced the Greeks, who influenced the Romans, who influenced the medieval scholars, who influenced the Renaissance thinkers, who influenced us. The thread continues, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden, but never broken. Each civilization adds its verse to the song, and the song continues even when individual voices fall silent. What verse will we add? What will we contribute to the ongoing story of human consciousness? These are the questions that matter, the questions that give meaning to our brief time in the sun. Perhaps we'll contribute new technologies that help future generations live more sustainably. Perhaps we'll contribute new forms of social organization that are more just and equitable. Perhaps we'll contribute art and stories that capture something essential about the human experience. Or perhaps our contribution will be simpler, the recognition that we are part of a cycle, that our role is not to conquer nature or escape mortality, but to participate fully in the dance of creation and destruction, knowing that both are necessary, both are sacred. The stars above us have been shining for billions of years. They've witnessed the rise and fall of countless worlds, countless civilizations, countless forms of life. They'll continue shining long after our civilization has become a memory, long after our species has evolved into something else or vanished entirely. And yet, in this moment, we are here. We are conscious. We are part of the universe becoming aware of itself. That awareness is precious. It's what allows us to see the pattern, to understand the cycle, to make choices that ripple forward into the future. It's what allows us to create beauty in the face of impermanence, to love even though we know we'll lose, to build even though we know it won't last. The cycle will continue. Civilizations will rise and fall. The earth will turn. The seasons will change. The great wheel of time will keep spinning. And somewhere in that endless turning there will always be humans, or whatever we become, asking the same questions we're asking now. Why are we here? What does it mean? How should we live? The answers change with each cycle, but the questions remain. They're the thread that connects us to those who came before, and those who will come after. They're the proof that consciousness persists, that the search for meaning continues, that the cycle is not meaningless repetition, but an ongoing exploration of what it means to exist. So as you drift towards sleep, as your mind moves between waking and dreaming, let yourself feel the rhythm of the cycle, the rise and fall of your breath, the beating of your heart, the turning of the earth beneath you. You are part of this pattern, this ancient dance of creation and destruction, memory and forgetting, ending and beginning. The civilization reset is not something to fear. It's something to understand, to accept, to work with rather than against. It's the universe's way of renewing itself, of clearing away what no longer serves to make room for what might be. And in that clearing, in that space between one world and the next, there is possibility. there is potential. There is the chance for something new to emerge. What that something will be, we cannot know, but we can trust that it will come, as it always has, as it always will. The cycle continues, the story goes on, and we, for this brief moment, are part of it. Witnesses to the pattern, participants in the dance, carriers of the flame that has been passed down through countless generations and will be passed on to countless more. Rest now in that knowledge. Let it comfort you. Let it free you from the need to hold on too tightly, to control what cannot be controlled, to make permanent what is by nature temporary. The cycle will take care of itself. Your task is simply to live fully, to love deeply, to create beautifully, and to trust that whatever comes next will be exactly what needs to be. The civilization reset is not an ending, it's a transformation. And transformation, though it may be painful, is also the source of all growth, all evolution, all new beginnings. The cycle continues, the wheel turns, and somewhere in the darkness, a new dawn is already beginning to break. What if humanity was never truly alone on the surface? What if the first civilization, the one that came before all others, never vanished, but simply moved beneath the waves? Think about it for a moment. We stand on the shores of vast oceans, staring out at horizons we can barely comprehend, and we tell ourselves we know this planet. We map the continents, name the mountains, chart the rivers. But beneath those waves lies something else entirely, a world so immense, so alien, that we have explored less than 5% of it. 5%. The rest remains hidden in darkness, pressed under miles of water, silent and untouched. And in that silence, in that crushing depth where light cannot reach, what if something ancient still breathes? The question sounds like fantasy, like the kind of story told around campfires or whispered in the pages of old books. But what if it isn't? What if the myths we inherited, the stories of sunken cities, of civilizations swallowed by floods, of beings who retreated into the deep, what if they were never myths at all? What if they were memories, passed down through generations, distorted by time but rooted in something real? What if the first civilization, the one that walked this earth long before recorded history, never truly disappeared? What if they simply descended, choosing the ocean over the land, and have been watching us ever since? This is not a story with easy answers. It is a journey into the unknown, a slow descent through layers of myth and science, rumour and evidence, wonder and fear. It begins with the oldest tales humanity ever told, and it ends in the deepest trenches of the ocean, where pressure crushes steel and darkness swallows everything. Somewhere between those two places, between the ancient past and the unexplored present, lies a possibility that refuses to fade. The possibility that we are not the first, that we are not alone, and that the true masters of this world have been hiding beneath the surface all along. The stories are everywhere, scattered across every culture, every continent, every corner of the ancient world. They speak of floods that drown the earth, of cities that sank beneath the waves, of civilizations so advanced they seemed almost divine, until the waters rose and swallowed them whole. These are not isolated tales. They are echoes, reverberating through time, appearing again and again in languages and lands that should have had no contact with one another. And yet the stories align. They speak of the same catastrophe, the same loss, the same descent into the deep. The most famous, of course, is Atlantis. Plato wrote of it in his dialogues, describing an island nation beyond the Pillars of Hercules, a place of unimaginable wealth and power, ruled by kings descended from the sea god Poseidon himself. Atlantis was a marvel, he said, a civilization that had mastered engineering, architecture, and warfare. Its capital was a wonder of concentric rings, canals, flowing with seawater, temples gleaming with gold and silver. But the Atlanteans grew arrogant. They waged war on their neighbours, seeking to dominate the known world, and for their hubris, the gods punished them. In a single day and night, Plato wrote, Atlantis was consumed by earthquakes and floods, sinking into the ocean and vanishing forever. For centuries, scholars dismissed Atlantis as allegory, a cautionary tale about pride and downfall. But what if Plato was recording something real? What if he had access to older sources now lost that spoke of an actual civilization destroyed by rising seas? The timeline he gave, 9,000 years before his own time, would place Atlantis at the end of the last ice age, a period when global sea levels rose dramatically as glaciers melted. Coastlines shifted, islands disappeared, entire regions were submerged. If a civilization had existed along those ancient shores, it would have been erased, drowned beneath hundreds of feet of water. And if survivors fled, carrying their stories with them, those stories would have spread across the world, mutating into legend. But Atlantis is not alone. In the Pacific, the myths speak of Lemuria, sometimes called Mu, a vast continent that once stretched across the ocean, home to an advanced people who understood the secrets of the earth. According to these legends, Lemuria sank beneath the waves in a cataclysm, leaving only scattered islands behind. This story appears in Tamil literature, in Polynesian oral traditions, in the cosmologies of mystics and occultists who claim to have accessed ancient knowledge. Mainstream science rejects Lemuria as pseudo-history, pointing out that no geological evidence supports a sunken Pacific continent. But the stories persist. They refuse to die. And they raise a question. If Lemuria never existed, why do so many cultures remember it? In Mesopotamia, the Sumerians spoke of the Abzu, the primordial ocean beneath the earth, home to Enki, the god of wisdom and water. The Abzu was not merely a mythological concept. It was described as a real place, a subterranean realm where fresh water flowed and where the secrets of creation were kept. Enki was said to dwell there, shaping humanity, teaching them the arts of civilization. But the Abzu was also dangerous, a place of chaos and power, guarded and hidden from mortal eyes. Could the Abzu have been a memory of something real? A place where an older civilization once thrived, deep beneath the surface, in caverns filled with water? The Maori of New Zealand tell of a sunken homeland, a place their ancestors fled when the seas rose. The Aboriginal Australians speak of coastal lands now drowned, where their people once lived before the waters came. In India, the legend of Dwarka persists, a golden city built by the god Krishna, said to have sunk into the Arabian Sea after his death. For years this was dismissed as pure mythology, but then, in the 1980s, marine archaeologists discovered submerged structures off the coast of Gujarat, stone walls, geometric patterns, artifacts dating back thousands of years. The discovery was controversial, debated, questioned, but it was there. Something had been built, and something had sunk. These stories are not random. They are not coincidences. They are fragments of a shared memory, a collective trauma that humanity has never fully processed. The flood myths appear in the Bible, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, in Greek, Norse, Chinese and Mesoamerican traditions. They all describe the same event, a world-ending deluge, a rising of the waters, a loss so profound that it reshaped civilization itself. And in nearly every version, there is a detail that stands out, a detail that suggests something more than natural disaster. The floods are often described as punishment, as divine retribution. But what if they were not punishment at all? What if they were escape? What if the first civilization, seeing the waters rise, chose not to flee to higher ground, but to descend with the ocean, adapting to a new world beneath the waves? It sounds impossible. But evolution has shown us that life adapts in ways we cannot predict. Species that once walked on land return to the sea. Whales, dolphins, seals. They transformed, their bodies reshaping over millennia to thrive in an aquatic environment. If animals could make that transition, why not humans? Why not an entire civilization, armed with knowledge and technology we can barely imagine? What if they built cities in the deep, harnessing geothermal vents for energy, cultivating bioluminescent organisms for light, developing ways to breathe and move and survive in a world without sun? What if they are still there, hidden in the trenches, watching us from below? The myths do not answer these questions, but they do not dismiss them either. They linger, like shadows at the edge of vision, refusing to fade. And as we move from ancient legend into modern discovery, those shadows begin to take shape. The ocean is not silent. It hums with sound, whale songs that travel thousands of miles, the grinding of tectonic plates, the rush of underwater currents. But sometimes the ocean produces sounds that do not fit, sounds that defy explanation, sounds that suggest something vast and unknown moving through the deep. In 1997, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recorded one such sound. It was picked up by hydrophones stationed across the Pacific, sensitive instruments designed to monitor underwater activity. The sound was unlike anything they had heard before, a low-frequency rumble that rose and fell, travelling across the ocean with immense power. It was loud enough to be detected over 3,000 miles away. Scientists analysed it, compared it to known sources. It did not match any whale, any submarine, any geological event. They called it the bloop, and to this day, no one knows what made it. The official explanation, offered years later, suggested it might have been an ice quake, a massive iceberg fracturing and carving into the sea. But the sound did not quite match that either. It had a pattern, a rhythm, almost organic in nature. Some researchers noted that if you sped up recordings of whale songs, they sounded mechanical. If you slowed down the bloop, it sounded biological, it sounded alive. And if something that large, that powerful, was moving through the ocean, what was it? Where did it come from? And why have we never seen it? The bloop is not alone. Over the decades, hydrophones have captured dozens of unexplained sounds. Upsweep, whistle, Julia, slow down. Each one strange, each one defying easy categorization. Some repeat, some appear once and vanish. Some seem to come from the deepest parts of the ocean, places where no known creature should exist. Scientists offer theories: underwater volcanoes, shifting ice, unknown species. But the theories never quite fit. The sounds remain mysteries, echoes from a world we cannot see. And then there are the structures. In 1986, a diva named Kihachiro Aratake was exploring the waters off Yonaguni, a small island at the southern tip of Japan. He was searching for hammerhead sharks when he found something else: massive stone formations rising from the seabed, carved with sharp angles and flat surfaces, terraces, steps, platforms. The structures stretched over several hundred feet, arranged in ways that seemed deliberate, almost architectural. Arataki surfaced and reported his discovery. Soon, researchers descended to investigate. What they found sparked decades of debate. The Yonaguni monument, as it came to be known, looked like the ruins of an ancient city. There were walls, pillars, what appeared to be roads and staircases. Some sections had markings that resembled carvings, symbols etched into the stone. Geologist Masaki Kimura studied the site extensively, arguing that it was man-made, constructed by an unknown civilization thousands of years ago before rising sea levels submerged it. He pointed to the precision of the angles, the symmetry of the formations, the presence of what looked like tool marks. But other scientists disagreed. They argued that the formations were natural, the result of erosion and tectonic activity. Sandstone, they said, fractures along straight lines. Water and time can create shapes that look artificial. The debate continues, unresolved. Mainstream archaeology leans toward natural origin, but the questions remain. If it is natural, why does it look so much like architecture? And if it is man-made, who built it? When? And what happened to them? Yonaguni is not the only site. Off the coast of India, near the city of Mahabalipuram, divers have discovered submerged ruins, stone structures, walls, what appear to be the remains of temples. Local legends speak of 7 pagodas that once stood along the shore, 6 of which were swallowed by the sea. For centuries this was considered myth. But the ruins are there, lying beneath the waves, silent and ancient. In the Mediterranean, entire cities have been found underwater. Pavlopetri in Greece, Heraklion in Egypt. These were real places, thriving settlements that sank due to earthquakes or rising seas. If we know these cities existed and were lost, how many others remain undiscovered? The ocean floor is not flat. It is a landscape of mountains and valleys, ridges and trenches, vast plains and towering seamounts. In some places, sonar has detected anomalies, geometric shapes, straight lines, formations that do not match natural geology. In the Baltic Sea, divers exploring a sonar anomaly found what looked like a massive disk, partially buried in sediment, with features that resembled ramps and edges. They called it the Baltic Sea Anomaly. Some suggested it was a sunken ship, others a glacial deposit. But the shape was strange, too regular, too deliberate, and when divers approached it, some reported that their electronic equipment malfunctioned, compasses spinning wildly, cameras failing. The phenomenon was never fully explained. Then there are the reports, whispers from naval personnel, fishermen, deep-sea explorers, of objects moving underwater at impossible speeds. Unidentified submerged objects, or USOs, tracked on sonar, appearing and disappearing without explanation. In 1968, a Soviet submarine reportedly encountered something in the Pacific, a massive object moving faster than any known vessel, diving to depths no human craft could reach. The crew tracked it for hours before it vanished. Similar reports have surfaced from the US Navy, from commercial shipping vessels, from research teams. Objects that accelerate instantly, that change direction without slowing, that seem to defy the laws of physics. Are these natural phenomena? Tricks of sonar, misidentified marine life, glitches in equipment? Perhaps. But the reports keep coming, and they raise a question that refuses to go away. If something is moving through the deep, something fast and intelligent and hidden, what is it? And why does it avoid us? The ocean is vast. It covers more than 70% of the planet's surface. Its average depth is over 12,000 feet. The deepest point, the Mariana Trench, plunges nearly 7 miles down, a place of crushing pressure and absolute darkness. We have sent more people to the moon than to the bottom of that trench. We have mapped the surface of Mars in greater detail than we have mapped our own ocean floor. And in that unmapped darkness, in those unexplored depths, anything could exist. Entire ecosystems thrive around hydrothermal vents, sustained by chemicals rather than sunlight. Creatures live there that seem alien. Giant tube worms, eyeless shrimp, bioluminescent fish. Life finds a way, even in the most hostile environments. So what if an ancient civilization found a way too? What if they did not merely survive the floods, but embraced them, descending into the ocean and building a new world in the deep? What if the structures we find, the sounds we hear, the objects we track, what if they are not remnants of the past, but evidence of the present? What if the first civilization never died? What if they simply moved beyond our reach, into a realm we cannot follow, and have been living there ever since? The myths suggested it. The anomalies hint at it. And now, as we turn to science, we must ask, is it even possible? But what if they have already made contact? What if the encounters we dismiss, the sightings we rationalize, the stories we laugh at? What if they were real? What if the first civilization has been reaching out, testing us, appearing at the edges of our understanding just long enough to plant a seed of doubt, a whisper of possibility? The reports exist, scattered across decades, buried in naval archives and fishermen's tales, logged in the journals of explorers and researchers who saw something they could not explain. Most are forgotten, filed away as mistakes or hoaxes, but some refuse to fade. Some carry a weight, a consistency, a strange believability that lingers long after the rational explanations have been offered and rejected. In 1963, during a naval exercise off the coast of Puerto Rico, multiple ships and aircraft tracked something underwater. It was moving at speeds exceeding 150 knots, far faster than any submarine, any torpedo, any known technology of the era or even today. The object maneuvered with precision, diving to depths that should have crushed any vessel, then rising rapidly without slowing. The exercise was classified. The reports were sealed. But years later, witnesses came forward describing what they had seen, something massive, something intelligent, something that seemed to know it was being watched and chose to demonstrate its capabilities anyway. Similar incidents have occurred throughout history. During World War II, both Allied and Axis sailors reported encounters with what they called ghost rockets and foo fighters, objects that followed their ships, dove beneath the waves, reappeared miles away. At the time, each side assumed they were secret weapons of the enemy. But after the war, when records were compared, it became clear that neither side had possessed such technology. The objects remained unexplained. The encounters remained in the files, gathering dust. In 1967, a group of Canadian fishermen off the coast of Shag Harbour, Nova Scotia, witnessed something fall from the sky and crash into the ocean. It glowed as it descended, leaving a trail of light, then disappeared beneath the surface. The impact was seen by dozens of people. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police investigated, assuming it was a downed aircraft. Divers searched the area. They found nothing. No wreckage, no debris, no oil slick. But local fishermen reported strange lights beneath the water in the days that followed, moving in patterns, pulsing with colour. The official investigation was closed without conclusion. The object was never found. Or perhaps it was never lost. And then there are the abductions, not the sensationalized stories of alien encounters, but the quieter, stranger tales of people who went missing near water and returned with gaps in their memory, with stories of descent, of pressure, of breathing underwater, of seeing structures and lights and beings that moved through the deep with purpose. Most are dismissed as hallucinations, as psychological breaks, as fiction, but the consistency is unsettling. They describe similar things, cities that glow with bioluminescence, beings that communicate without speaking, a sense of being studied, examined, then released, back to the surface with no explanation and no proof. Yeah, one such account comes from a deep sea researcher named Dr. Elena Vasquez, who disappeared during a solo dive in 2003 off the coast of Chile. She was exploring a previously unmapped section of the Atacama Trench when she lost contact with her support vessel. Her submersible was designed to withstand the pressure at those depths. Equipped with emergency beacons and redundant systems, she was experienced, cautious, thorough. And then she vanished. The search lasted 3 weeks. They found nothing. 6 months later, she reappeared. She was discovered on a beach in Peru, hundreds of miles from where she had disappeared, with no memory of how she had gotten there. Her submersible was never found. She was dehydrated, disoriented, but physically unharmed. When authorities questioned her, she spoke in fragments, describing lights in the darkness, structures that seemed to grow from the rock, a sensation of being pulled deeper, not by force but by curiosity. She remembered breathing, though she knew that was impossible. She remembered voices, though she heard no sound. She remembered hands, or things like hands, guiding her through passages, showing her things she could not comprehend. The official report concluded that she had experienced a psychological episode, possibly caused by nitrogen narcosis or equipment malfunction, and had somehow reached the surface and drifted to shore. But Dr. Vasquez never dove again. She left her research position, moved inland, and refused to speak publicly about what happened. In a private letter to a colleague, later leaked online, she wrote, "They wanted me to see. They wanted me to know they exist. But they also wanted me to understand that I am not ready. That we are not ready to know more. Not yet." These stories are easy to dismiss. Individually they prove nothing. Collectively they suggest a pattern, not of misidentification or hoax, but of something deliberate, something measured, something that appears just often enough to be noticed but never often enough to be confirmed. As if the first civilization is testing the waters, so to speak, gauging our readiness, our reaction, our ability to accept what we cannot explain. And perhaps they have been doing this for a long time. Perhaps the myths of sea gods and mermaids, of sirens and selkies, were not fantasies but encounters. Perhaps the ancient sailors who reported seeing figures in the waves, beings that watched from the depths, were not hallucinating but witnessing. Perhaps every culture that revered the ocean, that offered sacrifices to the sea, that spoke of beings who lived below, perhaps they were responding to something real. Not gods, but people. People who had become something else, something adapted to a world we cannot enter, but who still remembered the surface and occasionally carefully made themselves known. The implications are staggering. If the first civilization still exists beneath the ocean, it changes everything. It rewrites human history, challenges our understanding of evolution, upends our assumptions about intelligence and survival. But more than that, it forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about ourselves, about our place in the world, about what it means to be human. First, it means we are not alone. We have searched the stars for signs of intelligent life, building telescopes and sending signals into the void, hoping for a response from distant worlds. But what if the intelligence we seek has been here all along, living in a realm we have barely explored, watching us from below? What if we have been so focused on looking up that we forgot to look down? The psychological impact would be immense. Humanity has built its identity on the belief that we are the pinnacle of evolution on this planet, the most advanced species, the inheritors of the earth. We tell ourselves that we conquered nature, that we rose above the animals, that we alone possess consciousness and culture and technology. But if another civilization exists, one older, possibly wiser, certainly more adapted to their environment, it shatters that narrative. It humbles us. It forces us to see ourselves not as masters, but as one species among many, not as the culmination of the evolution, but as a single branch on a much larger tree. Second, it raises questions about contact. If they exist, why have they not revealed themselves? Why do they remain hidden, appearing only in glimpses and whispers? The answer might be simple. They do not trust us. And why would they? Look at what we have done to the ocean. We have treated it as a dumping ground, filling it with plastic and chemicals, draining it of life through overfishing, destroying coral reefs and coastlines, pumping oil from the seabed and spilling it into the water. We've taken from the ocean without giving back, exploited it without understanding it, polluted it without remorse. If an ancient civilization lives beneath the waves, they have witnessed all of this. They have seen humanity's capacity for destruction, our disregard for the environment, our inability to live in balance with the world around us. They have watched us wage wars, develop weapons capable of annihilating entire populations, poison the very air and water we need to survive, and they have made a choice to stay hidden. Not because they fear us. They have survived for thousands of years in the most extreme environment on Earth, but because they have learned that revealing themselves would accomplish nothing. We are not ready. We would exploit them, weaponize them, turn them into enemies or commodities. We would do to them what we've done to everything else. Or perhaps the reason is even simpler. They do not care. They have moved beyond the concerns of the surface world, built a society that functions without us, evolved past the need for contact or conflict. The ocean is vast enough for both civilizations to exist without interfering with each other. They have their realm, we have ours. They have chosen isolation, not out of fear or distrust, but out of indifference, content in their hidden cities, uninterested in the struggles of a species that chose a different path. But there is another possibility, one that is both hopeful and terrifying. They are waiting for us to mature, to evolve, to reach a point where contact would be meaningful rather than catastrophic, waiting for us to stop destroying the planet and start understanding it, waiting for us to develop the technology and wisdom necessary to enter their world without collapsing under the pressure, literal and metaphorical. And if that is true, it means that everything we do, every choice we make regarding the ocean, regarding the environment, regarding our future is being observed. It means we are being judged, and the verdict will determine whether the first civilization ever reveals itself or whether it remains hidden forever, watching as we repeat the mistakes that may have driven them beneath the waves in the first place. There is also the question of what we would do if contact were made. If tomorrow a delegation from the deep emerged, surfacing in full view of the world, announcing their existence and offering proof, what would happen? How would humanity react? The optimists believe it would unite us, that the revelation of another intelligent civilization would force humanity to set aside its differences, to recognize that we are all part of the same species, the same planet, the same story. That we would work together to establish communication, to learn from them, to build a new relationship based on mutual respect and curiosity. That it would be the beginning of a new era, a merging of two worlds, a partnership that could solve the problems neither civilization could solve alone. The pessimists see something darker. They believe it would trigger panic, fear, conflict, that governments would scramble to control the narrative, to weaponize the discovery, to exploit the technology and knowledge of the underwater civilization for military advantage. That religious institutions would struggle to reconcile the existence of another intelligent species with their doctrines. That conspiracy theorists would claim the underwater civilization had been secretly controlling world events all along. That nations would compete to make contact first, to claim exclusive rights, to turn discovery into dominance. That humanity would do what it has always done, react with suspicion, aggression, and self-interest. The realists suspect it would be somewhere in between. Some would embrace the revelation, Others would reject it. Some would see opportunity. Others would see threat. The world would fracture along familiar lines. Those who seek to understand and those who seek to control. Those who welcome the unknown and those who fear it. There would be debates, protests, international summits, treaties proposed and ignored. Scientists would demand access for research. Militaries would prepare for conflict just in case. Corporations would calculate profit margins. And through it all, the first civilization would watch, observing our response, deciding whether they made the right choice in revealing themselves, or whether they should have remained hidden after all. But perhaps the most profound impact would not be political or economic or scientific. It would be philosophical. The existence of another civilization, one that survived a cataclysm, adapted to an alien environment, and built a society in the deep, would prove that life is more resilient than we thought. That intelligence can take many forms. That survival is not about dominating the environment, but about harmonizing with it. That the choices we make today determine not just our future, but whether we have a future at all. The first civilization, if it exists, is a mirror. It reflects what we could become if we adapted instead of resisted, if we descended instead of fled, if we chose transformation over extinction. It shows us that the end of one world can be the beginning of another, that catastrophe does not have to mean annihilation, that civilization can survive even when everything changes. But it also shows us the cost: isolation, separation from the light, a life lived in the cold and the dark, forever cut off from the sun and the stars and the warmth of the surface. Is that a price worth paying? Would we make the same choice if faced with the same circumstances, or would we fight to the last, clinging to the world we know, refusing to adapt, believing that somehow we can bend the planet to our will, rather than bending ourselves to fit the planet? The ocean does not care about these questions. It existed long before humanity, and it will exist long after. It does not judge, does not take sides, does not favour one species over another. It simply is. Vast, deep, patient, eternal, and in its depths it holds secrets that may never be revealed, mysteries that may never be solved, possibilities that may never be confirmed. But the ocean also connects. Every drop of water that falls as rain eventually finds its way to the sea. Every river, every stream, every underground aquifer, all roads lead to the ocean. It is the circulatory system of the planet, the medium through which life flows, the cradle from which all life emerged and to which all life returns. We are made of water, our bodies echoing the salinity of the ancient seas. We carry the ocean within us, in our blood and our cells and our tears. We are, in a sense, creatures of the deep, even if we live on the surface. And perhaps that is why the idea of an underwater civilization haunts us so deeply. It is not just about discovering something external, something other. It is about reconnecting with something we lost, something we left behind when we crawled onto land and forgot where we came from. The ocean is our origin, and the thought that part of humanity might have returned to it, might still live within it, is the thought of a reunion, a coming home. There are those who believe that the future of humanity lies not on land but in the sea, that as climate change accelerates, as sea levels rise, as coastal cities flood and temperatures soar, we will be forced to adapt just as the first civilization may have adapted, that we will build floating cities, underwater habitats, structures that move with the currents and draw energy from the tides, that we will learn to live in harmony with the ocean rather than in opposition to it, that we will, in a sense, return to the sea, completing a cycle that began billions of years ago, when the first organisms swam in the primordial waters. If that future comes to pass, we may one day meet the first civilization not as strangers but as neighbours. We may descend into the deep and find them waiting, no longer hidden but ready to welcome us, to teach us, to share the knowledge they have accumulated over millennia. We may discover that they have been preparing for this moment, knowing that eventually, inevitably, humanity would be forced to leave the land and join them below. That they have been patient, watching and waiting, ready to extend a hand when we finally arrive. Or we may descend and find nothing, no cities, no technology, no ancient beings waiting in the dark. We may find only rock and water, creatures that swim and hunt and die, the natural world in all its beauty and brutality, but nothing more. We may confirm that the myths were only myths, that the anomalies were only misunderstandings, that the sounds were only ice and stone. We may prove, once and for all, that we are alone, that there is no hidden civilization, that the ocean holds no secrets beyond the ones we have already discovered. But even then, the mystery will remain, because the ocean is too vast, too deep, too unknowable for us to ever search every corner, to ever say with certainty that nothing is there. There will always be trenches we have not explored, canyons we have not mapped, depths we have not reached. There will always be the possibility, however remote, that somewhere in the darkness something waits, something ancient, something intelligent, something that has been there all along, hidden just beyond the reach of our instruments and our understanding. Let us imagine then a final scenario, not as fact, not as prediction, but as thought experiment. Let us imagine that one day humanity finally makes contact, not through sonar or submarines, not through chance encounters or fleeting glimpses, but through deliberate, unmistakable communication. The first civilization decides the time has come. They surface, not literally perhaps, but digitally, broadcasting a signal that cannot be ignored, a message that reaches every nation, every screen, every device on the planet simultaneously. The message is simple. We are here. We have always been here, and we are ready to talk. The world stops. Everything else becomes irrelevant. Politics, economics, entertainment, conflict. Humanity fixates on a single question. What do they want? The answer comes quickly. They want nothing. Or rather, they want only what we can freely give: recognition. They are not interested in conquest or trade or sharing technology. They do not need our resources. They do not fear our weapons. They simply want to be acknowledged, to end the isolation, to establish a relationship based not on dominance or dependence, but on mutual existence. Two civilizations sharing one planet, living in separate worlds, but connected by history and by the ocean that links all things. Ambassadors are chosen, submersibles are prepared. The first humans descend to meet them, not as invaders but as guests, guided by coordinates provided in the message. The journey takes hours, sinking past the sunlight zone through the twilight into the midnight depths where no natural light penetrates. And then, in the distance, a glow appears, not harsh, not artificial, but soft and organic, pulsing with life. The city is nothing like what we imagined. It is not built of metal or concrete, but of living material, coral-like structures that breathe and grow, pathways that shift and flow with the currents. Bioluminescent organisms line the streets, casting gentle light in shades of blue and green and violet. Beings move through the water, humanoid in shape but adapted, their bodies streamlined, their skin reflecting light in patterns that shift with meaning. They communicate not with words but with colour and movement, a language more akin to music than speech. And they welcome us, not with fanfare or ceremony, but with quiet acceptance, as if they have been expecting this moment for a very long time. They show us their world, the gardens where they cultivate food, the energy stations built around hydrothermal vents, the archives where they have preserved their history, carved into stone and encoded in DNA. They tell us their story, how they survived the floods, how they chose the ocean, how they built a new civilization in the deep, and they ask us about ours, how we lived, how we struggled, what we learned. The exchange is cautious at first, tentative. Trust must be earned on both sides. But slowly, over months and years, a relationship forms, not a merging, not an alliance, but an acknowledgement. Two ways of living, two responses to the same planet, coexisting. We do not become them. They do not become us. But we learn from each other. They teach us about sustainability, about living within limits, about adapting to the environment rather than forcing the environment to adapt. We share our art, our music, our stories, the things that define us beyond survival. And perhaps, in time, the boundary between surface and deep begins to blur. Perhaps humans venture further into the ocean, not to exploit but to understand. Perhaps some choose to stay, to join the underwater civilization, to undergo the transformations necessary to live in the deep. Perhaps members of the first civilization choose to visit the surface, to experience the sun and the wind, to walk on land for the first time in millennia. Perhaps children are born who belong to both worlds, equally comfortable in air and water bridging the divide. Or perhaps it does not go that way at all. Perhaps contact is brief, cordial, and final. Perhaps the first civilization shares what they are willing to share, listens to what we have to say, and then retreats back into the deep, closing the door behind them. Perhaps they decide that coexistence is impossible, that our two species are too different, that the risk of conflict outweighs the benefit of communication. Perhaps they leave us with a warning, protect the ocean or lose it, respect the deep or face the consequences. And then they disappear, and we are left to wonder if they are still there, watching, or if they have moved deeper still, beyond our reach, into places we will never find. But this is all speculation, imagination, a story we tell ourselves because the alternative, that the ocean is empty, that we are alone, that there is no hidden civilization, is somehow less interesting, less wondrous, less comforting. We want the mystery. We need it. Because mystery is hope. It is the possibility that there is more to the world than what we see, more to existence than what we understand, more to the story than what we have been told. The first civilization may not exist, probably does not exist. Logic and evidence suggest that the structures are natural, the sounds are geological, the myths are metaphors, that we are alone on this planet, the only species to achieve technological civilization, the only ones asking these questions. And if that is true, it places an enormous responsibility on our shoulders. It means we are the custodians of this world, the only ones who can choose its future. It means the ocean is ours to protect or destroy, and the choice will define not just our survival, but the survival of everything that lives within it. But what if we are wrong? What if the absence of proof is not proof of absence? What if the first civilization is there, hidden in the places we have not looked, living in ways we have not imagined, waiting for us to be ready? What if the ocean holds not just the history of life on Earth, but the future of intelligence itself? These questions do not demand answers. They demand attention. They demand that we take the ocean seriously, that we explore it with respect rather than arrogance, that we listen to its rhythms and learn its secrets. They demand that we recognize our ignorance, acknowledge the limits of our knowledge, and approach the unknown with humility and wonder. Because whether the first civilization exists or not, the ocean remains. It remains vast, deep, powerful, alive. It remains the largest habitat on the planet, the source of weather and climate, the foundation of the food chain, the engine of life itself. It remains mostly unexplored, mostly misunderstood, mostly taken for granted, and it remains, in a very real sense, our future. As the land becomes more crowded, more hostile, more degraded, the ocean offers space and resources and possibilities. It offers a frontier, a challenge, a chance to reimagine what civilization can be. And perhaps that is the real lesson of the first civilization, whether they exist or not. That survival is not about clinging to the past, but about adapting to the future. That catastrophe can be an ending or a beginning, that when the world changes we can change with it, or be left behind. That the difference between extinction and evolution is the willingness to descend into the unknown, to embrace transformation, to let go of what we were and become what we must be. The ocean teaches this lesson every day. It is a place of constant change, where creatures evolve in the darkness, where ecosystems thrive in the most extreme conditions, where life persists against all odds. It is a place of death and birth, destruction and creation, endings and beginnings. It is a place where the past is buried and the future is born, and it is a place perhaps where another version of humanity learned these lessons long ago and chose a different path, a path that led not to the stars but to the depths, not to conquest but to harmony, not to extinction but to survival. We may never know if they are there, but we can choose to live as if they are. We can choose to treat the ocean with the respect it deserves, to protect it rather than exploit it, to explore it with wonder rather than greed. We can choose to see the deep not as an empty void, but as a living world, full of mystery and possibility, deserving of care and attention. We can choose to believe that we're not alone, that something ancient and wise might be watching, judging, waiting to see what we will do. And maybe, just maybe, if we make the right choices, if we prove ourselves worthy, the ocean will reveal its secrets. The first civilization will emerge from the deep, not to conquer but to connect, not to judge but to welcome. And we will finally understand that the Earth has always been a planet of two worlds, the surface and the deep, the land and the sea, the known and the unknown, and that we belong to both. Until then, the mystery endures, the ocean breathes, the depths remain unexplored, and somewhere, in the darkest trenches and the hidden canyons, in the places where light cannot reach and pressure crushes everything but life itself, something might be stirring, something might be waiting, something might be watching, and the story continues, unwritten, unfinished, as deep and endless as the sea. But let us go deeper. Let us move past the question of whether they exist and ask instead, how? How could a human civilization, or something that was once human, survive beneath the ocean? What would the transformation require? What biological miracles, what technological leaps, what desperate adaptations would be necessary to leave the surface behind and build a life in the crushing darkness of the deep? The answer begins with evolution, but not the slow, patient evolution that takes millions of years. It begins with crisis, with necessity, with a choice made at the edge of extinction: adapt or die. Imagine the moment. The waters are rising, the ice sheets are melting, the coastlines where your civilization has thrived for generations are disappearing beneath the waves. You watch your cities flood, your farmlands drown, your monuments to permanence proven temporary. You have a choice. You can flee inland, competing with other survivors for dwindling land, fighting wars over what remains. Or you can do something unprecedented, something desperate. You can follow the water down. But humans cannot breathe underwater. We cannot withstand the pressure at depth. Our bodies are designed for air, for warmth, for light. To survive in the ocean would require us to become something else. And perhaps, just perhaps, an ancient civilization possessed the knowledge to make that transformation possible. Consider what we know about the human body. We are more aquatic than we admit. Human fetuses develop in amniotic fluid, a saltwater environment that mirrors the ocean. Newborns can instinctively hold their breath underwater, a reflex called the bradycardic response that slows the heart and redirects oxygen to vital organs. We lose this ability as we age, but it proves that our biology remembers the water, carries instructions for aquatic survival buried in our DNA. Free divers have pushed the limits of human aquatic adaptation. They can hold their breath for over 10 minutes, dive to depths exceeding 700 feet on a single breath. Their bodies responding to pressure and oxygen deprivation in ways that seem superhuman. Their spleens contract, releasing stored red blood cells. Their heart rates drop to as low as 14 beats per minute. Blood shifts from the extremities to the core, protecting vital organs. Their lungs compress to the size of fists, yet do not collapse. The human body, it turns out, is more capable of aquatic adaptation than we ever imagined. But free diving is temporary. To live underwater permanently would require something more. Gills, perhaps. Biological structures capable of extracting oxygen directly from water. This sounds like science fiction, but nature has provided blueprints. Some amphibians can breathe through their skin, absorbing oxygen directly from water. Certain fish have developed bimodal respiration, using both gills and primitive lungs, and human technology has begun to experiment with liquid breathing, using oxygen-rich perfluorocarbon fluids that can fill the lungs and sustain life. It is crude, experimental, uncomfortable, but it works. The mice survived. The dogs survived. And if an ancient civilization possessed biotechnology more advanced than ours, if they understood genetic manipulation in ways we are only beginning to grasp, could they have re-engineered themselves? Could they have given themselves gills, or lungs that could process water, or skin that could breathe? Then there is pressure. At the ocean surface, we experience 1 atmosphere of pressure, 14.7 pounds per square inch. For every 33 feet of depth, that pressure increases by another atmosphere. At 1,000 feet, the pressure is crushing, over 30 atmospheres, enough to compress air to a fraction of its volume, to rupture human lungs, to turn nitrogen in the bloodstream into a poison. At the deepest points of the ocean, 7 miles down, the pressure exceeds 1,000 atmospheres. It would crumple a human body like paper. But again, nature shows us that adaptation is possible. Deep-sea fish have no air pockets, no swim bladders that would collapse under pressure. Their bodies are filled with water, making them neutrally buoyant, equalizing internal and external pressure. Their cell membranes contain unique lipids that remain flexible under conditions that would solidify normal fats. Their proteins are structured to function in the cold and crushing environment where ordinary enzymes would fail. They are not fighting the pressure, they are living with it, their entire biology redesigned for the deep. Could humans do the same? Could an ancient civilization have bioengineered themselves, removing air pockets from their bodies, restructuring their tissues to withstand pressure, redesigning their biochemistry for life at depth? It would require knowledge we do not possess, technology we cannot imagine. But if such knowledge existed in the distant past, if a pre-flood civilization had mastered genetics and biological engineering, then the transformation would be possible. Difficult, perhaps irreversible, certainly terrifying, but possible. And then there is temperature. The deep ocean is cold, hovering just above freezing in most places. Surface-dwelling humans would die of hypothermia within minutes, but again, adaptation exists. Seals and whales maintain body heat through thick layers of blubber, through countercurrent heat exchange systems in their flippers that minimize heat loss. Some fish produce antifreeze proteins that prevent ice crystals from forming in their blood. The human body can adapt to cold through repeated exposure, increasing brown fat deposits, improving circulation. And an underwater civilization could go further, engineering biological insulation, developing metabolic processes that generate more heat, or even embracing the cold, allowing their body temperature to drop, slowing their metabolism, living in a state between warm-blooded and cold-blooded existence. The transformation would not be easy. It would require generations, perhaps. The first volunteers would be pioneers, test subjects, martyrs. Some would fail, their bodies rejecting the changes, unable to adapt, but some would succeed, and their children would be born different, more adapted, carrying the modifications in their genes, and their children's children would be more adapted still. Natural selection would accelerate the process, favouring those who could dive deeper, hold their breath longer, withstand greater pressure and cold. Within a few generations, they would no longer be quite human. Within a few more, they would be something else entirely. A new species, born from necessity, shaped by the ocean, belonging to the deep. But biology alone would not be enough. They would need technology as well. Shelters that could withstand the pressure and provide stable environments, energy sources to power their cities, food production systems to sustain a population, communication methods that worked underwater, transportation that could move through the viscous resistance of water at depth. They would need to build an entire technological infrastructure from scratch, one suited to an environment fundamentally hostile to the civilization they once knew. And perhaps they succeeded. Perhaps the ruins we find, Yonaguni, the structures off India, the anomalies detected by sonar, are not from surface civilizations that sank, but from the first attempts at underwater construction. Practice runs, prototypes, the early experiments of a civilization learning to build in a new world, and perhaps deeper down, in the places we have never explored, the real cities exist, the successful ones, the ones that have lasted for millennia, hidden and thriving beyond our reach. If such a civilization exists, they would not be alone in the deep. The ocean is full of intelligent life, creatures with complex behaviors, sophisticated communication, problem-solving abilities that rival our own. And if an underwater civilization has been living in the ocean for thousands of years, they would have encountered these creatures, learned from them, perhaps even formed relationships with them. Consider the cetaceans, whales and dolphins. These are not simple animals. They possess large, complex brains, some even larger than human brains when adjusted for body size. They live in social groups, with cultures that vary between populations. They communicate using sophisticated vocalizations, dialects that differ between regions, names for individuals, possibly even grammar and syntax. They demonstrate self-awareness, passing the mirror test, recognizing themselves as distinct entities. They show empathy, helping injured members of their pod, even assisting other species. They mourn their dead, carrying deceased calves for days, refusing to let go. Whales sing songs that travel thousands of miles through the ocean, complex compositions that change over time, evolving like human music, spreading through populations as whales learn new patterns from each other. Scientists have recorded whales from different oceans converging on migration routes and exchanging songs, a global network of acoustic culture spanning the planet. We do not fully understand what they are saying, but we know it is meaningful, deliberate, sophisticated. They are telling each other something. The question is, what? And more importantly, could they be talking to someone else? Could an underwater civilization have learned the language of whales, communicated with them, formed an alliance or understanding? Whales migrate across vast distances, travelling routes that span entire oceans. They dive to great depths, exploring regions humans have never reached. They would make ideal scouts, messengers, intermediaries between a hidden civilization and the surface world. And there are stories, ancient and modern, of whales behaving strangely, of dolphins guiding lost sailors to shore, of orcas protecting humans from sharks, of cetaceans approaching humans with what seems like curiosity, intelligence, intention. In 2012, a humpback whale was found entangled in fishing nets off the coast of California, drowning under the weight of hundreds of pounds of line and gear. A team of divers went down to free it, cutting through the nets with knives, working carefully to avoid the whale's powerful tail. It was dangerous work. The whale could have killed them with a single movement. But it remained still, seeming to understand that the divers were helping, and when the last net was cut away, when the whale was finally free, it did something unexpected. It swam to each diver individually, making eye contact, gently touching them with its fins, as if expressing gratitude. The divers reported feeling an intelligence behind those eyes, a presence that was aware, deliberate, communicative. One diver described it as the most profound moment of his life, like being acknowledged by another person. Could such intelligence be natural? Or could cetaceans have been taught, guided, elevated by contact with an underwater civilization? Could they serve as the eyes and ears of the deep, reporting back to their hidden allies, watching the surface dwellers, carrying messages between two worlds? Then there are the cephalopods, octopuses, squid, cuttlefish, creatures so alien in their intelligence that scientists debate whether they are even conscious in the way we understand consciousness. Their nervous systems are decentralized, with 2/3 of their neurons located in their arms, allowing each limb to act semi-independently. An octopus does not think with a single brain, but with 9, 1 central brain and 8 peripheral ones, a distributed intelligence that perceives and processes the world differently than any vertebrate, and they communicate not with sound but with light. Their skin contains millions of chromatophores, cells that can change colour and pattern in milliseconds, creating displays of astonishing complexity. An octopus can turn its entire body into a moving canvas, generating ripples of colour, textures that mimic rocks or coral, patterns that pulse and shift. Scientists believe this is primarily for camouflage and mating displays, but some researchers suspect it might also be a form of communication, a visual language written directly on the skin, too fast and complex for humans to decode. Imagine an underwater civilization that had learned this language, that could communicate with cephalopods using bioluminescent displays, patterns of light and colour conveying meaning. Imagine octopuses serving as spies or scouts, their boneless bodies capable of squeezing through impossibly tight spaces, their intelligence allowing them to solve problems, open containers, manipulate objects. Imagine giant squid, creatures of nightmare size, serving as guardians of deep-sea cities, their presence keeping curious humans away, their rare appearances on the surface generating legends of sea monsters. There are accounts, dismissed as folklore, of fishermen encountering octopuses that behaved with unnatural intelligence, that seemed to recognize traps and avoid them, that appeared to deliberately sabotage nets, that left markings or arrangements of stones that looked almost intentional, almost like messages. Most scientists attribute this to anthropomorphism, to humans seeing intelligence where there is only instinct. But what if some of those accounts were accurate? What if some cephalopods have been taught, trained, enlisted by a civilization that understands them better than we do? And then there are the unknowns. The ocean is full of creatures we have seen only rarely or not at all. Giant squid, reaching lengths of 40 feet or more, have been photographed alive only a handful of times. Colossal squid, even larger, are known only from carcasses that wash ashore or are found in the stomachs of sperm whales. What else exists in the deep that we have never seen? What other intelligences might swim in the darkness, undetected, uncategorized, unknown? Sonar has detected massive organisms moving through the ocean, organisms too large to be any known species. Fishermen tell stories of encounters with creatures that should not exist. Fish with strange proportions, eels of impossible length, things that defied classification. Most are explained away as misidentifications, exaggerations, hoaxes, but not all. Some remain mysteries. Some suggest that the ocean holds biodiversity we cannot imagine, species that live their entire lives in regions we never visit, creatures adapted to environments we have never studied. If an underwater civilization exists, they would know these creatures. They would have catalogued them, studied them, perhaps domesticated or befriended them. They would possess knowledge of marine biology that would make our scientific understanding look primitive, and they might use that knowledge in ways we cannot predict, engineering new species, forming symbiotic relationships, integrating life and technology in ways that blur the boundary between biology and machine. But where? Where could such a civilization hide? The ocean is vast, but it is not infinite. We have satellites that map the surface, sonar that penetrates the depths, submarines that explore the trenches. Surely we would have found something, some structure, some signal, some undeniable proof. Unless they are hiding in places we cannot easily search, unless they have chosen locations so remote, so hostile, so inaccessible that even our best technology struggles to reach them. The Mariana Trench is the most obvious candidate. It is the deepest place on Earth, plunging nearly 7 miles beneath the surface, deeper than Mount Everest is tall. Only 4 descents to the bottom have ever been made, 3 manned, 1 unmanned. The most recent was in 2019, and even with modern technology, the journey took 4 hours of descent through absolute darkness, the pressure increasing with every meter, the temperature dropping to just above freezing. At the bottom, The pressure is over 1,000 times that at sea level, 16,000 pounds per square inch, enough to crush almost anything. But life exists there. The first explorers to reach the bottom found fish, amphipods, sea cucumbers, creatures living in conditions that should be lethal. If life can exist at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, could civilization? Could a city be built there, carved into the rock, powered by geothermal vents, protected from the surface by miles of water and darkness? The trench is over 1,500 miles long and 43 miles wide. Most of it has never been explored in detail. We have better maps of Mars than we do of the Mariana Trench. If something were hidden there, we might never find it. Then there are the mid-ocean ridges, underwater mountain ranges where tectonic plates pull apart, creating volcanic activity and hydrothermal vents. These ridges stretch for over 40,000 miles across the ocean floor, forming the longest mountain range on the planet. They are tectonically active, unstable, prone to earthquakes and eruptions. But they are also rich in energy and minerals, producing heat and chemicals that support thriving ecosystems. A civilization that learned to harness geothermal energy could build cities along these ridges, drawing power from the Earth itself, using volcanic heat to generate electricity, to warm their habitats, to support life. Most mid-ocean ridges are poorly mapped. They lie at depths of 8,000 to 10,000 feet, beyond the reach of casual exploration. The water is too deep for conventional diving, the terrain too rugged for easy navigation, and the volcanic activity creates constant change. New rock forming, old structures buried, the landscape shifting over time. If a civilization built along the ridges, their cities would be constantly evolving, adapting to the dynamic environment hidden among the natural formations, indistinguishable from the geology unless you knew what to look for. There are also the abyssal plains, vast flat expanses of ocean floor that cover more than half the planet's surface. These are some of the least explored places on Earth, featureless landscapes of sediment and rock lying at depths of 10,000 to 20,000 feet. They are cold, dark and seemingly empty, which is precisely why they're perfect for hiding. No one explores empty plains. No one looks for cities in barren wastelands. But beneath the sediment, hidden under layers of mud and debris accumulated over millennia, structures could exist. Entire civilizations could be buried there, waiting to be discovered, invisible to sonar, protected by the very emptiness that makes them seem uninteresting. And then there are the underwater cave systems. Caves exist throughout the ocean floor, formed by lava tubes, limestone erosion, tectonic fractures. Some are small, barely large enough for a human to squeeze through. Others are vast, extending for miles through the rock, creating labyrinths of passages and chambers. The Bahamas alone contain thousands of underwater caves, many of which have never been fully explored. Some connect to underground river systems, creating networks that extend beneath islands and even beneath the continental shelf. In Mexico, divers have explored cenotes, sinkholes that connect to massive underground cave systems, some stretching for hundreds of miles. These caves contain fresh water, even far from shore, creating unique environments where fresh and salt water mix, and they contain artifacts, evidence of ancient human activity, bones, pottery, tools, suggesting that people explored these caves thousands of years ago, before rising sea levels flooded them. But the caves extend deeper than any diver has reached, down into darkness where no light penetrates, where the passages narrow and twist, where getting lost means never being found. Could an underwater civilization have made their home in these cave systems? Could they have found or created chambers deep within the rock, protected from the open ocean, insulated from temperature fluctuations, hidden from sonar and detection? Caves would provide natural shelter, stable environments, protection from surface threats, and if the caves connected to geothermal sources or underground aquifers, they could provide energy and fresh water as well. There is also Antarctica. The continent is surrounded by frigid ocean, much of it covered by ice shelves, massive platforms of ice floating on the sea, some hundreds of feet thick. Beneath these ice shelves, in the space between the ice and the ocean floor, exists an environment we have barely begun to explore. It is dark, cold, and hostile, but it is also stable, protected from storms and surface activity, isolated from human observation. In recent years, scientists drilling through the ice have discovered ecosystems beneath the Antarctic ice, shelves, communities of fish, amphipods, and other creatures living in near-freezing water, feeding on nutrients carried by ocean currents. Some of these creatures have been found hundreds of miles from the edge of the ice shelf, living in total darkness, far from any obvious food source. How they survive remains a mystery, but their existence proves that life can thrive in the most unlikely places. Could a civilization exist there, hidden beneath the ice, using the shelf as a roof, drawing heat from volcanic vents beneath the ocean floor? Antarctica has active volcanoes, some beneath the ice, creating pockets of warmth in the frozen continent. And the ice shelf is constantly shifting, carving, breaking apart and reforming. Any structures beneath it would be hidden from satellites, protected from ships, accessible only through the water, in an environment so hostile that few humans would willingly venture there. And finally, there are the seamounts, underwater mountains that rise from the ocean floor but do not break the surface. There are estimated to be over 100,000 seamounts in the world's oceans, most of them unmapped, unexplored, unknown. Some are volcanic, still active, releasing heat and gases. Others are ancient, extinct, covered in corals and sediment. They create unique environments, disrupting ocean currents, generating upwelling that brings nutrients to the surface, supporting diverse ecosystems. But seamounts also create natural fortresses. Their slopes are steep, their peaks sometimes thousands of feet below the surface, surrounded by deep water. A city built on or within a seamount would be difficult to detect, protected by depth and geography, blending with the natural structure. And if the seamount were volcanic, it could provide energy and heat, making it an ideal location for a hidden civilization. The locations exist. The biological adaptations are possible. The technology is conceivable. But none of this proves that an underwater civilization exists. It only proves that existence is plausible, that the ocean contains spaces vast and hidden, enough to conceal an entire society, that nature provides mechanisms for adaptation and survival, that the question of how has answers, even if the question of whether remains unanswered. But plausibility is not proof, and the skeptic in all of us demands more. We need evidence, not speculation. We need data, not stories. We need something concrete, something undeniable, something that cannot be explained away. And yet, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It is merely evidence of not looking, or not looking hard enough, or not looking in the right places. The ocean covers 71% of the planet. We have explored less than 5% of it in any detail. The remaining 95% is unknown, unmapped, unseen. That is an area larger than all the continents combined. A a space vast enough to contain entire worlds, civilizations, ecosystems we cannot imagine. We have sent probes to Mars, rovers to the surface of distant worlds, telescopes into the depths of space. We have mapped the surfaces of moons orbiting Jupiter and Saturn, but we have not mapped the floor of our own ocean. We have not explored our own deep trenches. We have not catalogued the creatures that live there, the structures that exist, the mysteries waiting to be discovered. Why? Because the ocean is hard. It is hostile, dangerous, expensive to explore. Space is easier. The vacuum is predictable. Pressure decreases as you go higher, not increases. There is no corrosion, no currents, no life to interfere with instruments. Space is clean. The ocean is messy. But the ocean is also here. It is part of our planet, part of our history, part of our future. And if there are secrets hidden in the deep, if there is a civilization watching us from below, we will only find them by looking, by descending, by asking the questions that seem crazy, impossible, absurd, by admitting that we do not know what is down there, and that not knowing is both terrifying and thrilling. Because in the end, the ocean is a mirror. It reflects our curiosity and our fear, our ambition and our limits, our desire to understand and our willingness to remain ignorant. We can choose to believe it is empty, that we are alone, that the mysteries are just geology and biology and nothing more. Or we can choose to wonder, to imagine, to accept that the universe is stranger than we think, that our planet holds secrets we have barely begun to uncover, that intelligence might exist in forms and places we never expected. The first civilization may be a myth, but myths persist for a reason. They point to truths we sense but cannot prove, to possibilities we feel but cannot confirm, to stories that resonate because some part of us knows, or wants to believe, that they might be real. And so the ocean waits, deep and dark and patient, full of wonders and terrors, mysteries and revelations known and unknown. And somewhere in those depths, in the places we have never been, in the trenches and caves and mountains beneath the waves, something might be waiting, something ancient, something watching, something that remembers when we were one people, one civilization, before the flood divided us, before the waters rose, before half of humanity descended into the deep and disappeared from history. Or perhaps nothing is there. Perhaps the ocean is exactly what it seems, a wilderness of water and life, beautiful and brutal, but empty of intelligence beyond what nature has already given it. Perhaps we're alone, the only civilization on this planet, the only ones asking these questions, the only ones wondering what lies beneath. But we will not know until we look, and looking, truly looking, deeply looking, humbly looking, might be the most important thing we ever do. Not because we will find the first civilization, but because we will find the ocean, and in finding the ocean, we will find ourselves. But if they exist, what would they have become? Not just biologically, not just geographically, but culturally, psychologically, spiritually. How would living in the deep for thousands of years change not just their bodies, but their minds, their values, their understanding of existence itself? The environment shapes consciousness. This is not metaphor, but fact, demonstrated across every culture that has ever existed. Desert peoples develop different worldviews than forest peoples. Island cultures think differently than continental ones. The landscape seeps into language, into art, into the fundamental structure of thought, and the ocean, vast, dark, three-dimensional, timeless, would shape consciousness in ways we can barely comprehend. First, there is the question of time. On the surface, we measure our lives by the sun, days and nights, seasons and years, the rhythm of light and dark that governs agriculture, sleep, activity, ritual. Our calendars are solar. Our clocks divide the day into hours determined by the Earth's rotation. Our entire conception of time is built on the presence of the sun. But in the deep ocean, there is no sun, no day, no night, no seasons. The temperature remains constant. The darkness is absolute. The only rhythms are those of the tides, subtle shifts in current and pressure that mark the moon's passage overhead, but nothing like the dramatic transition from day to night. Time in the deep becomes something else. Not cyclical, but flowing. Not measured, but felt. Not divided into discrete units, but experienced as a continuous present. An underwater civilization would have no need for clocks as we understand them. No alarm clocks to wake them. No schedules tied to sunrise or sunset. No division of activity between day work and night rest. They would live in perpetual twilight, their circadian rhythms either abandoned or fundamentally altered. They might sleep when tired, work when inspired, gather when moved to do so, following internal rhythms divorced from the sun's tyranny. And without the sun to mark the passage of years, without seasons to structure agricultural cycles, how would they measure age? How would they mark birthdays, commemorate anniversaries, remember the dead? Perhaps they would not. Perhaps their conception of personal identity would be less fixed, more fluid, less tied to the accumulation of years and more to the accumulation of experience. Perhaps they would measure life not in time but in depth. How far you have descended, what pressures you have survived, what darkness you have explored. The absence of the sun would reshape their art as well. On the surface, human art has always been obsessed with light. Paintings that capture the play of sunlight on water, on skin, on landscapes. Sculpture that exists to be seen, to catch light and cast shadow. Architecture designed around windows, around the entry of natural light. But in the deep, visual art as we know it would be impossible. Or rather, it would take entirely different forms. They would become masters of bioluminescence. Their cities would glow with living light, organisms cultivated and bred for their luminosity, arranged in patterns that shift and pulse with meaning. Buildings that breathe light, pathways that guide through colour gradients, public spaces that dim and brighten with the collective mood of their inhabitants. Their art would not be static but dynamic, not preserved but performed, not viewed but experienced. And their music, what would it sound like? Sound travels differently in water, faster and farther than in air. Whale songs cross entire oceans, clicks and whistles carry for miles. An underwater civilization would have developed instruments and compositions suited to this medium, using frequencies and timbres impossible in air. Perhaps they would create symphonies that span hundreds of miles, compositions that take hours to pass from beginning to end, ensemble performances where musicians are separated by vast distances yet perfectly synchronized through the ocean's acoustic properties. Or perhaps they would not separate music from communication at all. Perhaps their language would be inherently musical, each sentence a melody, each conversation a duet, each gathering a chorus. Perhaps they would have retained or enhanced the colour-changing abilities of cephalopods, communicating through patterns of bioluminescence that dance across their skin, a visual language more information-dense than spoken words could ever be. Imagine a conversation where your entire body becomes an expression, where emotion and meaning are displayed simultaneously. where deception is nearly impossible because your thoughts are literally written on your skin. This would create a culture of radical transparency. On the surface, we hide ourselves behind clothes, behind facial expressions we've learned to control, behind words we choose carefully to conceal as much as reveal. We have developed elaborate social mechanisms for maintaining privacy, for presenting curated versions of ourselves to the world. But in a civilization where communication is visual and involuntary, where emotion displays itself automatically in waves of colour and light, privacy as we know it could not exist. How would that change them? Would they become more honest, more emotionally intelligent, more empathetic, forced to witness each other's inner states constantly? Or would they develop new forms of psychological distance, new ways of maintaining individual identity in the face of perpetual transparency? Perhaps they would value solitude more intensely than we do, needing regular periods of isolation to maintain sanity in a society where nothing is hidden. And what would they believe? What religions, what philosophies, what cosmologies would emerge from a civilization living in eternal darkness? On the surface, most human religions have centered around the sun, around light as metaphor for divinity, goodness, truth. Darkness is evil, ignorance, death. But in the deep, darkness is home. Darkness is safety. Darkness is where life happens. They might revere the darkness, see in it not absence but presence, the presence of depth, of mystery, of infinite possibility. They might view the surface not as a paradise lost, but as a harsh, exposed realm of dangerous light where nothing can hide, where the sun burns and blinds. They might tell their children cautionary tales about the terrible surface, where beings live flattened against a two-dimensional plane, where the sky is a hard limit you cannot penetrate, where light reveals everything and destroys the sacred mystery of the unknown. Or perhaps they would have moved beyond religion entirely. In the deep, surrounded by demonstrable wonders, bioluminescent creatures, volcanic vents spewing the building blocks of life, ecosystems sustained by chemistry rather than sunlight, perhaps they would have developed a purely empirical worldview, a scientific spirituality that finds meaning in understanding rather than in worship. Perhaps their philosophers would be their biologists, their priests would be their engineers, their temples would be their laboratories. But more likely, they would have developed something we cannot imagine, a belief system shaped by experiences we have never had. What does it do to consciousness to live in 3 dimensions, not 2? On the surface, we are essentially planar creatures. We move forward and back, left and right, but vertical movement is limited and temporary. We climb, we jump, but gravity always pulls us back to the ground. Our cities are built on horizontal planes. Our maps are flat, our sense of direction is cardinal, north, south, east, west. But in the ocean, there is no ground in the same sense. Movement is omnidirectional. Up and down are as natural as forward and back. Navigation becomes 3-dimensional. Spatial thinking becomes volumetric. How would this reshape cognition? How would it change mathematics, geometry, architecture, art? Perhaps they would have developed forms of spatial reasoning we cannot comprehend, seeing relationships and patterns invisible to surface-dwelling minds, constrained by 2-dimensional thinking. And what would they build? What would their technology look like? We imagine technology as hard, metal and plastic, circuits and screens, rigid structures that impose order on chaos. But that is surface thinking, shaped by our environment, where materials must be strong to resist gravity, where structures must be solid to stand against wind and weather. In the ocean, technology would take different forms. They would build with the ocean, not against it. Their structures would be organic, grown rather than constructed. We have already seen the beginnings of this on the surface. Scientists experimenting with mycelium construction, with bacteria that produce limestone, with coral reefs that can be guided and shaped. An underwater civilization would have perfected these techniques millennia ago. Imagine buildings that are alive, that grow and repair themselves, that breathe and metabolize. Cities built from modified coral, structures that expand as the population grows, that adapt to changing currents and pressures, that absorb nutrients from the water and process waste back into useful materials. Walls that are permeable membranes, filtering and purifying water, extracting oxygen, adjusting their porosity based on needs. Architecture that is biotechgy, where the boundary between life and infrastructure dissolves. Their energy would come from the earth itself. We know hydrothermal vents exist throughout the ocean floor, spewing superheated water rich in minerals and gases. These vents support entire ecosystems without sunlight, proving that life can thrive on geothermal energy alone. An underwater civilization would have learned to harness these vents, not just for heat but for electricity, for chemical synthesis, for industrial processes. Perhaps they would cultivate specialized bacteria that live around the vents, engineering them to produce specific compounds, to generate electricity through biochemical processes, to convert dissolved minerals into useful materials. Perhaps they would have developed biological batteries, organisms that store energy chemically, releasing it on demand, living power plants integrated into their city's metabolism. Perhaps their entire civilization would be a symbiotic system, a macroorganism where individual beings and the structures they inhabit and the organisms they cultivate all form a single, integrated whole. Transportation would be elegant, minimal, biomimetic. They would not need vehicles in the way we do. With bodies adapted for swimming, with the entire ocean as their highway, they would move through the water as fish do, efficiently, gracefully, following currents rather than fighting them. But for long distances, for carrying cargo, for moving large numbers of people, they would need something more. Perhaps they would have domesticated large marine animals, whales, sharks, even species we have never seen, creatures bred or genetically modified for transportation. Imagine riding within a whale, a symbiotic relationship where the creature provides transport and the riders provide direction, grooming, food supplementation. Or perhaps they would have developed living vessels, organisms grown and trained for specific purposes, that respond to chemical or electrical signals, that navigate using biological sonar, that are as much partners as vehicles. Or perhaps their transportation would be current-based. The ocean is crisscrossed with currents, rivers within the sea that flow with predictable patterns. The Gulf Stream, the Kuroshio, the Antarctic Circumpolar Current. These are highways that move water across entire oceans. An underwater civilization would have mapped these currents in exquisite detail, understanding their patterns, their seasonal variations, their connections. They would build their cities along major current systems, design their transportation networks around natural flows, using the ocean's own movement to travel vast distances with minimal energy expenditure. But what about manufacturing? What about tools, materials, objects? We build things from metal and plastic, materials that require intense heat to process, that rust or corrode in salt water. An underwater civilization could not smelt iron, could not refine oil, could not use most of the materials that define our technology. Instead, they would use what the ocean provides. ceramics made from silica and calcium compounds, harder than steel and impervious to corrosion, composites woven from kelp and algae fibers, flexible yet strong, biodegradable yet durable, glass formed from volcanic minerals, shaped by biological acids rather than by fire, and materials we cannot imagine, created through bioengineering and chemistry we have not yet discovered. Their tools would be biological. Why build a knife when you can grow one, shaping tooth or bone or shell into precise cutting edges? Why forge metal when you can culture organisms that secrete materials stronger than steel? Why manufacture electronics when you can breed organisms that process information, that transmit signals, that store and retrieve data through biological means? We're beginning to understand biological computing on the surface, DNA data storage, bacterial logic gates, neural networks that literally are neural. An underwater civilization would have taken this infinitely further. Their computers would be living things, possibly colonies of specialized organisms working in concert, processing information through biochemical reactions faster and more efficiently than silicon ever could. And they would have no need for our binary logic. Biology operates in spectrums, in gradients, in multidimensional possibility spaces. Their information technology would be fundamentally different from ours, based on principles we're only beginning to grasp. Quantum biological effects, electromagnetic field manipulation, chemical computation happening in parallel across millions of cells simultaneously. They would not think of data as discrete bits, but as flowing states, not of programs as linear instructions, but as emergent behaviors of complex systems. But perhaps the most profound difference would be in how they think about resources, about scarcity, about wealth and power. Surface civilization has been defined by competition over finite resources. Land is limited, so we fight wars to control territory. Freshwater is scarce in many regions, so we build infrastructure to capture and distribute it. Food must be grown or hunted, requiring labor and land. Fuel must be extracted, processed, transported. The entire structure of our economy, our politics, our conflicts, is built on managing scarcity. But in the ocean, scarcity looks different. There is no land to own. The ocean floor stretches for millions of square miles, most of it empty. There is no fresh water to fight over. If they have adapted to salt water, the entire ocean is their resource. Food is abundant near vents and upwelling zones, renewable, requiring no agriculture in the traditional sense. Space is three-dimensional and vast, eliminating the density constraints that create urban crowding. The scarcities would be different. Energy might be limited to areas near hydrothermal vents or volcanic activity. Certain minerals might be rare. Population might be constrained by the carrying capacity of vent ecosystems or by the complexity of maintaining biological infrastructure. But the fundamental competition over land and water that has driven surface history would not exist. This could create a fundamentally different social structure, perhaps one without the concept of property as we know it, perhaps without nations or borders, since there are no natural boundaries in the ocean, no rivers or mountains to define territories, perhaps without class hierarchies based on land ownership, since land ownership is meaningless when everyone lives in 3 dimensions and can simply move elsewhere. Or perhaps their conflicts would be even more intense, fought over things we consider valueless, particular current patterns, access to specific mineral deposits, proximity to energy-rich geological features. Perhaps their wars, if they have them, would be silent and invisible, fought with biological weapons we cannot imagine, with engineered diseases, with acoustic weapons that disorient or kill, with chemical releases that poison vast regions of ocean. We do not know. We cannot know, because they are not us, and the ocean is not the land, and the forces that shape their civilization would be different from the forces that shaped ours. And what would they think of us? If they exist, if they watch us, what is their judgment? Perhaps they see us as children, reckless, destructive, playing with forces we do not understand. They watch us poison the ocean with our waste, collapse fish populations through our greed, acidify the water with our carbon emissions. They see us developing weapons that could end all life on the surface, waging wars over resources that will run out, building civilizations on coastlines that will inevitably flood. And they shake their heads, or whatever gesture they use for dismay, and think, they have not learned, they have not adapted, they are making all the mistakes we made, repeating the cycle that nearly destroyed us. Perhaps they pity us, trapped on the surface, confined to 2 dimensions, slaves to the sun's cycle, vulnerable to weather and climate and the slow violence of environmental collapse. They look at our cities, rigid, static, built in places that will soon be uninhabitable, and feel a sadness for a species that cannot see its own future, cannot make the hard choices necessary for survival. They remember when they were like us, when they lived in the light, and they remember the terror of the decision to descend, and they wonder if we will have the courage to make that choice when the time comes. Perhaps they fear us. They have built a hidden civilization precisely because they know what surface dwellers are capable of. They know our capacity for violence, for exploitation, for destroying what we do not understand. They have stayed hidden because they remember what happened when they were exposed, when they tried to coexist, when they believed that 2 civilizations could share one planet, and they learned, through tragedy, that we cannot be trusted, that we take more than we need, destroy more than we use, turn everything we touch into weapons or commodities. So they hide, and they watch, and they hope we never find them, because they know what will happen if we do. Or perhaps they have moved beyond caring. Perhaps they have lived in the deep so long, adapted so completely, that they no longer consider themselves related to us. We are surface creatures, air breathers, remnants of a world they left behind. They have become something new, something ocean-born, and we are as alien to them as jellyfish or plankton. They do not hate us or fear us or pity us. They simply observe us with the same detached curiosity we might observe an interesting bacterial culture, noting our behaviours, our patterns, our life cycle, but feeling no kinship, no responsibility, no connection. Or perhaps, and this is the most hopeful possibility, they wait for us with patience born of millennia, knowing that eventually we will be ready, that eventually we will exhaust the surface, destroy our current civilization, face the same choice they faced. And when that moment comes, when the waters rise and the land fails and humanity stands on the edge of extinction, they will reveal themselves, not to conquer or to judge, but to offer a hand, to say, we survived this, we made the transition, we can teach you, we can show you how to breathe water instead of air, how to live in darkness instead of light, how to build a civilization that lasts not centuries but millennia. Come, descend, join us, become what we became, survive. There are moments in history that make you wonder, events that do not quite make sense, that carry the whisper of outside influence, of invisible hands guiding outcomes. In 1968, the submarine USS Scorpion sank in the Atlantic Ocean with all hands lost. The official investigation concluded it was due to mechanical failure, possibly a torpedo malfunction. But the wreckage, when finally located, showed damage patterns that did not match the official explanation. Sections of the hull were crushed in ways suggesting external pressure, directional force, not internal explosion. Some researchers noted marks that looked almost like bite patterns, like something massive had gripped the submarine and squeezed. The Navy classified much of the evidence. The families of the sailors were told very little, and in the years since, occasional reports have surfaced from other submarine crews in that region. Reports of sonar contacts that moved impossibly fast, of sounds that seemed organic yet huge, of instruments malfunctioning in ways that suggested external electromagnetic interference. Nothing conclusive, nothing provable, just whispers in the deep. Or consider the strange rescue of the Essex, a whaling ship that sank in 1820 after being rammed by a whale, the incident that inspired Moby Dick. The survivors drifted in lifeboats for months, dying of thirst and starvation, resorting to cannibalism. But some survivors reported something that was never included in the official accounts, that on certain nights they saw lights beneath the water, organized patterns that moved in formations. That one survivor, delirious with thirst, swore he saw figures in the waves, humanoid but wrong, watching them with what seemed like judgment. The man was dismissed as mad, his testimony stricken from the record. But he insisted until his death that something had been watching them, deciding whether they deserved to be saved, ultimately choosing to let them suffer for the crime of killing whales. Or the lost city of Helike, a Greek city that sank into the sea in 373 BC during an earthquake. Ancient accounts describe the city being swallowed by the ocean, its buildings and inhabitants disappearing in a single night. But some accounts mention strange lights in the water after the city sank, sounds like singing coming from beneath the waves. Local fishermen refused to go near the site for generations, claiming that on quiet nights you could still hear the city, that it had not been destroyed but taken, absorbed by something beneath the ocean, its people transformed rather than drowned. These are stories, legends, accounts dismissed by historians as myth or madness, but they persist, they accumulate. And if you look at them together, if you map the locations and dates, patterns begin to emerge. Clusters of unusual events around deep ocean trenches, around volcanic regions, around areas of high seismic activity. As if something watches these places, as if something takes interest when surface events intersect with the deep. Consider the tsunami warning systems that sometimes activate with no earthquake, no obvious cause. Consider the mass strandings of whales and dolphins, dozens or hundreds beaching themselves simultaneously, their navigation systems apparently disrupted by something we cannot detect. Consider the sailors throughout history who reported being guided to safety by dolphins, by whales, by currents that seemed to flow contrary to natural patterns, carrying disabled ships to shore when they should have drifted out to sea. Coincidences? Natural phenomena we do not yet understand? Absolutely. Probably. Almost certainly. But what if they are not? What if someone has been watching? What if the first civilization has been intervening in subtle ways, preventing certain disasters, allowing others, guiding surface history through gentle nudges invisible to those being guided? What if they have been testing us, measuring us, waiting to see if we will mature or destroy ourselves? We would never know. That is the genius of subtle influence. It looks like luck, like coincidence, like the natural chaos of a complex world. You cannot prove it. You can only wonder. And perhaps that is the point. Perhaps the question of whether the first civilization exists is less important than what the question does to us. How it changes us to consider the possibility. How it forces us to think differently about the ocean, about our place in the world, about the limits of our knowledge and the scope of our ignorance. The ocean teaches humility. It reminds us that we are small, that our civilization is young, that the planet existed for billions of years before us and will exist billions of years after. It reminds us that mysteries remain, that the world is not fully known, that our maps still have blank spaces, and those blank spaces contain depths we have barely begun to fathom, and perhaps that is enough. Perhaps we do not need to find the first civilization to benefit from imagining them. Perhaps the very act of asking "what if" opens doors in our thinking, makes us more curious, more respectful, more aware of how much we do not know. Perhaps believing that someone might be watching makes us more careful with the ocean, more conscious of our impact, more willing to protect what we do not fully understand. Or perhaps it is more than belief. Perhaps it is recognition. Perhaps some part of us knows, on a level deeper than conscious thought, that we are not alone, that the ocean holds more than fish and salt, that somewhere in the crushing darkness, in the volcanic vents and abyssal plains, in the trenches that plunge deeper than mountains rise, something ancient endures, something that remembers when the world was young and humanity was one and the choice had not yet been made between surface and deep, between light and darkness, between the civilization we became and the civilization they became. And perhaps, on quiet nights, when you stand at the edge of the ocean and stare out at the horizon, you feel it, a presence, a watching, a sense that the boundary between water and air is not a barrier but a membrane, thin and permeable, and that on the other side something looks back, something that knows you, something that waits. The ocean breathes, the ocean remembers, and somewhere in its depths the first civilization lives, or lived, or might live, or will live when we finally descend to join them, completing the cycle, returning to the water from which we came, becoming what we were always meant to become. Or none of this is true, and the ocean is empty, and we are alone, and the mystery is simply the universe's way of reminding us that not everything can be known, not everything can be answered, not everything can be reduced to data and proof and certainty. Either way, the ocean keeps its secrets, and we keep asking. And the story continues, unwritten, unfinished, as deep and endless as the sea itself. The evidence is scattered, fragmented, inconclusive. The myths speak of sunken cities and ancient floods. The anomalies suggest structures and sounds that defy explanation. The science shows us that the ocean is vast, unexplored, capable of supporting life in ways we're only beginning to understand. But none of it proves that the first civilization still lives beneath the waves. None of it offers certainty, and perhaps that is the point. Mystery is not a flaw. It is a feature of the universe, a reminder that we do not know everything, that the world is larger and stranger than we can comprehend. The ocean embodies that mystery. It is the last frontier on Earth, the place where our maps still say, "Here be dragons," where the unknown still reigns, and in that unknown possibilities flourish, possibilities that challenge our assumptions, that expand our imagination, that force us to ask questions we have never dared to ask. What if the first civilization still lives underwater? The question is not meant to be answered. It is meant to be felt, to linger in the mind, to open doors that logic and evidence alone cannot unlock. It is an invitation to wonder, to dream, to consider that the story of humanity is not the only story, that the surface is not the only world, that the past is not as dead as we believe. And maybe, just maybe, the ocean is not as empty as it seems. Maybe the darkness hides more than fish and rock. Maybe the silence is not silence at all, but a language we've not yet learned to hear. Maybe the first civilization is still there, deep below, watching and waiting, holding secrets that could change everything we think we know. Or maybe they are gone, and the ruins we find are all that remains, echoes of a world that rose and fell long before ours began. Maybe the sounds are just ice and stone, the structures just accidents of geology, the myths just stories we tell ourselves to make sense of the chaos. Maybe we are alone after all, the only intelligence on this planet, the only ones who will ever ask these questions. But the ocean does not answer. It keeps its secrets, vast and patient, indifferent to our curiosity. It rolls on, tide after tide, century after century, holding the past and the future in its depths. And we stand on the shore, staring out at the horizon, wondering what lies beneath, wondering if we will ever know, wondering if we even want to, because some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. Some questions are meant to haunt us, to pull us forward, to remind us that the world is not a puzzle to be completed, but a story still being written. And in that story, in the space between what we know and what we imagine, the first civilization still lives. Not as fact, but as possibility. Not as history, but as myth. Not in the past, but in the eternal present of the deep, where time moves differently and the boundaries between real and unreal dissolve like salt in water. The ocean breathes, the ocean remembers, and, somewhere in its depths, something ancient stirs, dreaming of the surface, dreaming of the sun, dreaming of the day when the waters will rise again and the hidden will be revealed. Or perhaps it dreams of nothing at all, content in the darkness, at peace in the cold, having found a home where no one will ever find it. Either way, the ocean keeps its secrets, and we keep asking. And the mystery endures, as deep and endless as the sea itself,